Chapter 176. The First Scythe. I stared silently at her. Sweat drenched my skin and my entire head throbbed. My tongue felt like a rag wrung dry, my body felt fear, but my brain was lost in a web of thoughts. I could feel the gears turning as my brain tried to come up with a scenario in response to this change in events. The conclusion that it came to, however, there was no way out. With no mana left in my core, my body on the brink of collapsing from backlash, and my bond incapacitated, I did the only thing I could do. I waited. I waited for the woman standing near the rim of the crater Sylvie's body had made. Unlike the retainers that I had seen until now, she looked fundamentally different. Her hair was long and reflected the sun like liquid amethyst. Unlike the witch, Yuto, or Silret, whose complexions were varying shades of sickly gray, this woman's skin had the quality of polished alabaster. Her eyes were as piercing as her long black horns that spiraled up like an impala's. Aside from her unnaturally striking appearance, what struck me the most was her aura, or rather, lack of aura. Unlike when I learned to hide my presence, the Scythe's aura seemed to be there, but contained like a devastating bomb ready to explode. The only time I had felt this was when I had met Lord Indrat. Sylvie's grandfather and the current leader of the Azuras had the same suffocating presence that made everyone wary of when he might explode. I gulped, which was the biggest movement I'd made since I became aware of the Scythe's arrival. She remained still, though. That was a good sign. If she wanted to kill me, she could have done so by now. I wanted to ask why she was currently holding on to the unconscious or dead Yuto by his hair but couldn't quite work up the nerve to. I was pretty certain that neither Sylvie nor I had done anything to Yuto, which either meant he had exceeded his limits with that last attack or that this scythe had something to do with Yuto's current state. Both options seemed unlikely. Remaining still, I continued passively gaining mana through mana rotation. My body burned and my core opposed from backlash, but I held on. There was nothing I could do no matter how much mana I gained. I couldn't escape with Sylvie in this condition and there was no way I was going to leave her behind. My brain flickered with the notion that it might be worthwhile to fight against this scythe, but that thought was quickly doused by every other fiber of my being. So I remained in the same exact position, staring at the purple-haired scythe. Dozens of possible scenarios ran through my thoughts, but what she did was something that I would have never predicted. Reaching down with her free hand, the scythe snapped off Yuto's horns one by one as if she were plucking flowers. Remaining silent, she casually tossed the two horns at me and my body immediately reacted, as if the horns were bombs. For all I knew, they could be. I scrunched into a ball, protecting my vitals. I positioned myself between the severed horns and my bond in the feeble hopes that I could somehow protect my 2-ton dragon. But nothing happened. The two black horns rolled and stopped beside my feet anticlimactically. Cautious, I left the horns on the ground and locked eyes with the scythe. Her actions didn't make any sense. From what I had gathered, the Vritra's horns were an important part of themselves. Why would she do that to her ally? Just when I thought her actions couldn't be more unpredictable, the scythe lifted Yuto by his hair and pierced through his body with a thin blade of what looked to be pure mana. What surprised me more than the deadly purple blade jutting out of Yuto's sternum was the fact that he remained unconscious. Whether it was because I was exhausted, physically and mentally, or the scythe had something schemed, I couldn't make sense of the meaning behind her actions. At this point, I was more shocked by the fact that she was able to so easily pierce through Yuto's core. Mana and beast cores were dense and hypersensitive parts of the body that became more resilient the higher the user's stage was. Being able to pierce through it without Yuto being in complete agony meant that this scythe had either killed a retainer or done something more than simply knocking him unconscious. The scythe tossed Yuto like a ragdoll down into the crater towards Sylvie and me. It was a tough battle, but you managed to defeat Yuto. You were able to keep him alive, but for safety measures, you pierced his core to ensure that he won't be able to use any mana art. You did this so you could take him back to question and interrogate him, the scythe said as if reading a script. My initial response was to ask what was going on. But this scythe seemed like the sort of person that despised needless questions that wasted her time. Through the magical power of deduction, It seemed that she either didn't agree with this war or she had her own personal agenda. If it meant that I wouldn't die today, I could work with either reason. I asked a different question instead. Would it be too much to ask for your name? I muttered, my voice betraying any sort of confidence I was trying to project. There was a slight rise to one of her brows, but that was the only change in her expression she exhibited, outwardly, at least. After a slight pause, she answered with a deadpan expression, Sarasvritra. Pushing myself up off the ground, I managed to sit up with my back propped up against Sylvie's body. My body felt like it weighed as much as Sylvie, but I did my best to appear poised. Thank you, Sarasvritra, I won't forget this kindness. I dipped my head respectfully. It wasn't clear whether this scythe was an enemy or ally. She seemed like neither, but nonetheless she had saved my life along with Sylvie's. For that, the least I could do was thank her regardless of her race and stance in this war. Saras cracked open a slight smile. Peculiar boy. The scythe turned, preparing to leave, but just before she disappeared she said, for both our sakes, get stronger, fast. Yuto's horns will be an invaluable resource for you if you can manage to extract his mana stored inside. Wide-eyed, I gingerly scooped up the two fist-sized horns and stored them inside my ring. By the time I looked back up, Saras had disappeared. I wasn't sure if it was because Yuto was unconscious or because Saras had destroyed Yuto's core, but the bed of black spikes that Sylvie had protected me from with her own body crumbled. Sylvie's wounds were already closing and her breathing became more relaxed. I thought white core mages healed fast, but Sylvie's rate of recovery was actually visible. With the worry of my bond dying out here now gone, I focused my attention on the unconscious and bleeding retainer. Dawn's ballad was still pierced through his chest, but it slid out easily when I gave it a tug. My sword hardly left a gash on Yuto's body, yet Saras's seemingly nonchalant attack was able to easily pierce through Yuto's body and core. It looks like I have quite a bit to go before I try to take on another retainer, let alone a scythe, I muttered to myself. I hated to admit it, but with the appearance of Saras, I had completely lost my will to fight back. It had been a while since I had felt so helpless, and this time as well, it wasn't a good feeling. With enough mana gathered, I attempted to use magic. When I did, my core churned, sending me in a fit of agony. Mana burned as I channeled it through my body, but I was able to encase Yuto's body in ice. Despite almost dying on several different occasions just moments ago, there was a sense of calm that surrounded me. There were things that I should have been doing right now, helping Ai if her battle hadn't already ended, informing Micah about Ulfrid's betrayal, but right now, I couldn't. In this weakened state, I couldn't help them even if I wanted to. So I relented to my body's wish and rested. I leaned my back heavily against Sylvie's body, her rhythmic breathing almost therapeutic. I usually never let myself fall into delusions and thoughts of wistful fantasies, but right now, I felt like I deserved it. Letting my thoughts drift, I allowed myself to imagine my life after the war. I allowed myself some happy thoughts, even if they wouldn't necessarily come true. Thoughts of myself, grown up, maybe even sporting a beard, with a family of my own. Tess' face popped into my mind, and immediately I resisted the urge to continue my reverie. But I deserved this little fantastical break, so I let the scenes continue. Tess looked older, more mature, but still dazzlingly beautiful. She smiled brightly at something I'd just said, her cheeks with just a slight tinge of red. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear before glancing upward at me with a coy gaze. She took a single step toward me, but suddenly we were chest to chest. Tess got on her toes as she closed her eyes. Her blush deepened and her long lashes quivered. Just as she pursed her lips, Tessa was suddenly ripped out of my arms. I was surrounded by darkness, but I was able to vaguely make out the figure of the person standing in front of me, just a few feet away. It was me, the former me. What makes you think you can have this happiness, that you deserve this happiness? The former me spoke, or rather, a formless voice echoed from its location. After what you did to them, do you think you can just forget and move on? They died because of your choices. They paid the price for your selfishness. Whether you're King Grey or Arthur Lwyn, You can only exist alone, whether you're King Grey or Arthur. Grey or Arthur. Arthur. I jolted awake. In front of me was Aya. Her expression immediately untensed and a flicker of relief shone in her eyes. You wouldn't wake up no matter how hard I shook you. I was beginning to worry that something happened during the fight. I'm just a bit tired. I mustered a smile to reassure her. Aya nodded. I'm glad you're okay. Staring at the elven lance, I noticed that her face was much paler than it usually was, but besides that there weren't any visible wounds. How did it go on your side? Aya's expression darkened. A few of the Alacrian soldiers were able to escape. As for the traitor, I was able to execute him. Traitor, execute. I mulled over the elf's choice of words. It was as if she was distancing herself from the fact that she had killed a former comrade. I couldn't blame her. Ulfrid's death left a bitter taste in my mouth, but Aya had worked alongside Ulfrid longer than I had. What about Micah? I asked. Aya shook her head. I came here straight after finishing my job at the Alacrians' hidden base to help you, but I see that it was unnecessary. For a brief moment, I thought of telling the Lance about Ceres and how she had helped me, but I chose not to. There was no hard reasoning behind it, but I wanted to know more about Ceres before saying anything. It was a hard battle, but I was able to defeat him with Sylvie's help. There was a flash of doubt in Aya's eyes, but she immediately recovered with a curt nod. I'm glad the both of you got through this in one piece. We've won. Thanks, I said, petting Sylvie's body. It doesn't feel like we won though. We managed to bring down a retainer, but along with it, a member of the council and a lance, maybe even two. I think it's safe to leave it at just one lance, Aya replied as she idly stared at Yudo, whose frozen body I had left upright. So Micah wasn't a part of it? Aya shook her head. She still needs to be questioned, but I highly doubt it. I let out a sigh, resting my head against Sylvie's body. I could feel my bond in my thoughts again, a mixture of emotions that she was feeling inside her dreams. With Rahda's arrest and Micah's questioning along with this retainer's interrogation, it's going to be hectic when we get back to the castle, I said, more to myself than to Aya. The Lance let out a soft chuckle as she stretched. It definitely will be, so get some rest here while you can. I smiled weakly at Aya, thinking there would be too much on my mind to rest, what to think about Ceres' actions, how to utilize the horns to get stronger, and how to explain the recurring nightmares about my past life. However, in the battle between my body and mind, my body prevailed and I succumbed to the compelling lull of sleep. Chapter 177, Graying Glimpse. Next. Cadet Gray, no surname. Please step onto the platform, said the male researcher with the immaculate lab coat on the other side of the glass. The researcher's half-closed eyes never left his clipboard. Please place your dominant hand on the globe and wait for further instructions. I did as instructed while broadening my shoulders and puffing out my chest, as if my posture was going to somehow help me on this test. Now, Cadet Gray, the globe is a sensor that will measure your ki level. Please imbue your ki into the sensor until you are given the signal to stop. Taking a deep breath, I siphoned the ki out of my sternum and let it flow up and through my right arm into the glass sphere. My ki, which was being measured inside the sensor, looked like droplets of ink inside water, swirling and expanding inside. I saw the researchers jot down notes with looks of disappointment. Barely a minute had passed and I was already sweating profusely, my hand trembling on top of the globe. You may stop, the same researcher notified through the intercom, his voice sounding even less impressed than it had in the beginning. Please proceed to the training grounds for the final part of your assessment. I walked out of the door I had come in through, taking a peek back as the researchers discussed my score behind their glass window. The one that had given me the instructions let out a sigh and shook his head. Walking through the brightly lit corridor, I stopped at the back of a line that had formed from cadets waiting their turn for the final portion of the assessment. Hey! Do you know what the last test will be? The large, bulky young man in front of me in line asked nervously. We went through tests that measured our mental acuity, physical strength and just now our ki. Just by process of elimination, This last one can only be that. The muscular teen's eyes lit up in realization before he grinned smugly. Oh, that. Haha, I'm good at that. I let out a small laugh in amusement at the simpleton's change in attitude. It was the same for me. I was also good at that. The line started moving again and we filed into a large auditorium with a ceiling at least 100 feet high. There were already a fair amount of cadets gathered in designated locations with an instructor leading each group. My eyes scanned the area in hopes of finding Nico or Cecilia, but I couldn't find either of them. There was also an instructor at the front of our line, guiding each of the new cadets to a different group. The instructor pointed to his right at a crowd of nervous cadets near the far corner, and the bulky boy in front of me confidently swaggered to his assigned group. Cadet Gray, no surname, the instructor read. I stifled the urge to scowl every time a faculty member pointed out the fact that I had no family name. Why did that matter here? Proceed to Group 4C halfway to the far left corner of the auditorium. The floor is marked for your convenience, the instructor said, pointing to the appropriate location. I gave him a curt nod and walked to my group, which was a hodgepodge of approximately a dozen men and women of all different sizes and builds. A petite girl that looked around my age stood confidently with her arms crossed. She purposely leaked traces of her key so everyone around her could feel it. A toned boy with neatly cropped hair stood tall with an arrogant smirk. Judging by the crest pinned to his chest pocket, he was from a military family. No doubt he was raised to be a prominent member of the military, perhaps even a contender to challenge the spot for king. Amidst the group was our instructor, a heavy-set man that looked to be in his 40s with a mustache better groomed than his thinning hair. Cadet Gray? The instructor asked with a raised brow as he read off his clipboard. Yes, sir, I nodded respectfully. No point in being brusque with the man responsible for determining my stature inside this military academy. Okay, looks like everyone's here then, he said, tucking his clipboard in his armpit and clasping his hands. Hello everyone, you may all refer to me as Instructor Greg. Before we begin, I'd like to say a few words. The cadets in our group shuffled around him in a circle so everyone could see. As many of you might have guessed, this last portion of the entry exam will be practical combat. I have every one of this group's key level results here, and, while I will not disclose anyone's key level, I'll tell you now that they all differ. Part of practical combat means that you will not always have the luxury of being able to fight someone with the same level of ki as you. Sometimes you will be lucky and be faced with an opponent that can barely strengthen his fist. A few cadets in our group snickered at that. Other times, you will come across situations where the opponent has a much larger ki pool than you do. The instructor continued, holding up his clipboard once more. Regardless, you will be judged on your ability to adapt accordingly and, most importantly, prevail. We exchanged glances amongst our group before a scrawny teen that looked a few years older than me raised his arm and spoke. Are the rumors that cadets can die during this test true? Instructor Greg scratched his beard. Highly unlikely. The weapons here are blunted and softened. Also, I'll be carefully monitoring the fights and intervene when necessary. There were a few cadets in the group that were still anxious despite the instructor's reassurance. I couldn't blame them. The difference in ki levels made a huge difference in strength and agility, enough that even a softened weapon could be deadly. The instructor cleared his throat to get our attention. As all of you know, the entry exam is important in determining and securing a cadet's future in this academy. Those who do well here will be well supported by the academy and be given resources to further their skills, while those who fail will be neglected and eventually expelled. It's unfair, but that's also the way of life. I'd ask if any of you have any questions, but we're short on time, so let's begin. Our plump instructor waved his hand, motioning for some of the stray cadets in our group to get out of the way. He then dug out a key from his pocket and inserted it into the wall. That was when I noticed the faint seams in the ground. The wall slid open to reveal a weapon rack, while at the same time, panes of glass-like material erected from the thin seams in the ground. Within seconds, an area of roughly 30 square feet was enclosed by the clear walls that rose dozens of feet high. First up will be Cadet Janice Creskett against Cadet Dwayne Burr. Pick out a weapon of your choice and enter the arena. Instructor Greg motioned at the door and the pane slid open. The small-framed girl that was flaunting her ki picked out a blunted spear while the scrawny teen that had just asked the instructor whether it was possible to die carefully handled a shield and sword. The two of them followed the instructor inside the enclosed area, the panes closing behind him. Glancing blows will be ignored and I will judge whether or not the match will stop or not. Until then, fight to your heart's content. Our instructor placed himself in between Janice and the anxious Dwayne. Begin. Dwayne jumped back and immediately fell into a defensive stance, holding his fiberglass shield up while keeping his blunted sword close to his body. Janice, on the other hand, lunged at her opponent. A muted thud resounded as her spear clashed with Dwayne's shield, but she didn't relent. With no regard for her safety, she let loose a wild set of thrusts, pushing back Dwayne with each one. The petite girl lashed out like a cat, quick and agile but too emotional. Dwayne, although his knitted brows showed uncertainty, seemed to have caught on to this when he timed his next block to parry away Janice's spear. She staggered just a step, but that was all Dwayne needed. He quickly swung his sword and hit her square inches the shoulder. I expected her to writhe in pain or at least recoil, but despite the direct hit, a translucent layer of ki protected Janice's shoulder. With a smug grin plastered on Cadet Janice's face, she smacked away Dwayne's sword with her hand and tackled him with the same shoulder that had just received the hit. Dwayne buckled. Janice followed up by swiping her weapon at Dwayne's legs, sweeping him off his feet. Literally, the scrawny teen fell to the floor, and just before Janice brought down the head of her spear into Dwayne's face, Instructor Greg intercepted. Match over. Both cadets returned to the rest of the group, he said unceremoniously, letting go of the spear. There was a moment of silence as our instructor jotted a few things onto his clipboard while Dwayne and Janice walked out of the arena. As this is an exam and not a class, we will not be debriefing the happenings of this match. You may choose to speculate amongst yourselves. In the meantime, Cadet Gray and Cadet Blair of House Ambrose, please pick out a weapon from the rack and come. Murmurs resounded from our group upon hearing the name Ambrose. The toned, good-looking boy that looked just around my age walked over to Janice. May I use the spear? He asked, holding his hand out. The girl that had just fought like a feral cat suddenly turned tame as she handed him the blunted spear. Sure. I picked out a sword about half the width of the one that Dwayne had used before walking into the enclosed area. That's it, Cadet Gray? Blair asked with a raised brow. The sword you chose is usually paired with a brace or another sword. I shook my head. I'm fine like this. Suit yourself, Blair said with a shrug. Begin. Instructor Greg signaled with a wave of his clipboard. Unlike Janice, Blair took on a much more neutral stance with his spear. I wasn't all too familiar with forms for the particular weapon, but just on instinct alone, I knew he was much better trained with the weapon than Janice was. I tightened my grip around my weapon but kept the blade low. Blair's eyes narrowed, almost as if he was insulted that I hadn't taken a proper stance. With a scoff, my opponent dashed forward. His weapon became a blur but my body knew where it was going to be. I dodged his first thrust with just the slightest twitch of my head and I ducked underneath the quick swipe that followed after. The following minute continued with Blair unable to land a single hit on me. I knew that a single hit would probably be the end of me for this duel, but I had to save my limited ki for when I could actually attack. Meanwhile, Blair had a consistent aura of ki enveloping his body and weapon, which was impressive. The previous cadets were able to protect themselves with ki to a certain extent, Janice more so than Dwayne, but to be able to extend his ki into his weapon at our age was something that came with both talent and hard work. His blunted spear whistled past my cheek with practiced precision, but I allowed my body to do its work. His movements were blurred and he seemed to be using a technique that bent and curved his spear for a wider range of attacks, but he was still slow, at least to me. Unlike the attackers that tried to kidnap Cecilia, he lacked the fear-inducing ferocity that they had. Despite growing used to this sensation over the years, it was still odd the way my body moved seamlessly with my thoughts. I knew this was an unfair skill to have, but I saw it more as evening out the playing field for my ever-shallow ki pool. As Mr. Ambrose kept attacking, His precise combination of attacks soon became laced with emotions. Frustration and impatience took over, dulling his attacks and leaving his body more open. I took advantage of that fact and went in, strengthening the ball of my foot with ki. I dashed forward after redirecting his spear up so his ribs were exposed on his right side. I swung my sword, hitting him cleanly just below his armpit. Vlair's body reeled from the impact, but I could tell by the sensation just now that it didn't do much because of the rich layer of ki protecting him. Enough. Match over, Instructor Gredge declared. What? That hit barely tickled. I can still fight. Vlair retorted, anger in his eyes. There is no victory in these matches, Cadet Ambrose. I have seen enough from both of you, which is why I'm concluding this match, our instructor said, annoyance evident in his tone. He glanced at me. I disagree that you've seen enough. The kid just landed a lucky blow. Instructor Gredge shook his head. The lucky blow was made after you failed to land a single hit for exactly a minute and 8 seconds. Now before you are docked even more points, please make your way out of the arena so the other cadets can have a chance. Vlair stared daggers at both me and our instructor but walked out after tossing his spear on the ground. The exams ended soon after, giving the cadets some time to rest and eat while the results board was uploaded. Is this seat taken? Of course it isn't, a familiar voice asked and answered from behind. Nico nudged me with his elbow before sitting down across from me, his hands carrying the same tray of food that I had received and was currently eating from. Cecilia followed close behind, shooting me a smile before she sat down next to Nico. I ignored Nico's little tease, swallowing my steamed vegetables before asking, how did your guys' tests go? Did the amulet work? Cecilia held up her right hand to show me the little coin-sized pin in the center of her palm. It worked like a charm. Judging by the tester's reaction, I was probably somewhere around average, to not significantly above average. I should have named the amulet the not significantly above average ki displayer. Nico chuckled as he pointed his fork at me. I told you it'd work. I respected Nico's resilience and ability to adapt. Nico was undoubtedly affected by Headmaster Wilbeck's death, but he didn't let that get to him for long. He bounced back and pushed us, especially me, to keep working toward a goal. I know that oftentimes, he jokes to cover his emotions, but I think that his wittiness was much needed in our group. I nodded. I'm glad it did. Although I still think it would have been best if you two went into a regular school. It's not too late, I thought. And I told you that we're sticking together, Nico cut in. His eyes flickered with intensity for a moment but then loosened. Besides, this place has a research facility and several workshops available to the engineering department students. Nico's right, Cecilia chimed in, fiddling with but not really eating her food. We all have things we can learn by being here. Fine, but we have to be careful. I lowered my voice and scooted closer to my friends. We don't know exactly what group or organization was after Cecilia. You're worrying too much, Nico dismissed. The new key restrainer that I built should last long enough for me to scrounge around for a few parts here and make a more stable one. We talked for a bit longer but our eyes kept shifting back to the large clock above the kitchen. It wasn't just us. Everyone was anxious for the announcement. Nico pushed away his tray of food. Well, I can't eat any more of this rat dirt. Want to just head to the board now? Sure, I said. We might be able to get a better spot. We made our way out of the hall and back outside. The sun shined brightly overhead but, with only buildings and artificial trees and shrubs surrounding us, the academy felt stifling. Are the engineering cadets separated into divisions as well? I asked Nico on our way. My friend swayed his head side to side. Yes, and number. We, the more intellectual cadets, still have to use ki to create tools and gadgets, so there is priority given to those who have a large ki pool, but it's not as heavily weighed as you martial cadets. I'll either be placed in First Division, which is the fast track, or Second Division. I wish it was that simple for us. Cecilia sighed. Why is it that martial cadets have divisions that go all the way down to 5? Nico shrugged. The way of life. Anyway, I hope you two get into the same division if not the same class. That way, Gray, You can mess up any boy who comes too close to Cecilia. I couldn't help but smile at that. Nico said it lightly, but I could tell he was embarrassed at his words. Even after all these years, Nico still hasn't said anything about his feelings for Cecilia. By the time we arrived at the large courtyard where the board would be updated, there was already a large crowd of cadets trying to inch as close to the board as possible. Looks like everyone here had the same idea as us, Cecilia muttered. No choice but to plow through, Nico said as he pushed me forward. Lead the way, cadet. After 10 minutes of squeezing through hundreds of cadets, we made it close enough to the board where we could read the large words being loaded up onto the screen. Nico, your bottom lip is bleeding, Cecilia exclaimed. Did you get hit? Alas, I did not come out unscathed after taking a stray elbow to my face in order to protect you, Nico said dramatically. I shook my head. Nico chews his lip when he's nervous, frustrated, concentrating, or all of the above. He probably bit down too hard. Nico clicked his tongue. Smartass. Just then, the screen flickered and lit up. Words, names and numbers appeared on the screen in rows. The cadets behind us pushed us forward as they all tried to get as close as possible to find their names. I found Nico's fairly easily. He was placed in Division 1, Class 1, the highest tier. I saw Blair Ambrose's name next. He was Division 1 Class 5 of the Martial Cadet list, meaning he had barely made it to First Division. Cecilia's name came into view next, but the restrained squeal of delight she had let out told me she had found her name as well. I looked down, searching for my name, but my heart sank the lower my line of sight fell, since the lower the name appeared, the lower their division and class was. Cecilia's name had appeared fairly early since she had been placed in Division 2, Class 4, but by the time I found my name, I knew my goal of excelling in the academy and getting strong enough to find and take down the people or group that killed Headmaster Wilbeck was going to be much harder than I thought. I mumbled my name and division, saying it over and over just in case I had read wrong. Gray, Division 4, Class 1. My eyes crept open to see the familiar ceiling of my room back in the floating castle. I was thankful that I hadn't experienced another nightmare, but this dream still left an incredibly bitter taste in my mouth. Time to get up, so I stopped myself, remembering that my bond was in the medical ward of the castle. Yesterday seemed more like a dream than the dream that I actually just had. Fortunately, the journey back was only to the nearest major city that had a teleportation gate. Several soldiers had to help carry Sylvie from the site of our battle through the gate, but she was able to safely make it back and get treated. I wasn't able to see Micah at all since she had been taken into custody for questioning. Vare and Bayron had gone to meet with the Dwarven Lance in case she chose to fight back, but she came back here willingly. By the time I had come back here midday, Rahaz had already been placed into one of the cells to be interrogated at a later time along with Yuto. Staring outside as I stood in the shower, I realized that it was early morning, which meant that I had slept through the rest of the day and through the night. My body still felt sluggish and hot from backlash, but sleeping for over 18 hours seemed to have done wonders for me. As I got out of the shower, I heard footsteps stopping in front of my room. The person didn't even have the chance to knock when I called out, "Who is it?" An unfamiliar woman's voice sounded from the other side of the door. "General Arthur, I was given instructions to help you get ready and escort you to the meeting hall." Looking down at my dripping body covered in scars, I suddenly felt uncomfortable at the thought of someone staring at them. The scars on my neck and left hand the witch-like retainer had left me with were the worst, but they were just two of many that littered my body. Mana and Sylvie's dragon will helped my recovery rate tremendously, but it just meant that scars formed faster to seal the wounds, not make skin pearly new. "I'm almost done, so wait outside for just a minute," I said, hurriedly putting on trousers and a tunic with a high collar before covering my hands with thin gloves. It wasn't necessary to hide my scars since the traitors had been captured, but I felt better doing so. Making sure Dawn's ballad was safely inside my dimension ring along with Yuto's severed horns, I readied my mind for the endless strategic meetings and questioning soon to come. Chapter 178, Strategic conduct. The short walk to the meeting room was filled with an awkward silence between me and the immaculately dressed elven secretary. I wanted to stop by my sister's room, but the elf insisted that the meeting take precedence. My eyes drifted and I found myself looking for anyone familiar, mostly Tess. It was probably because of that damn scene I imagined of us hugging each other, about to kiss. To my disappointment and worry, the secretary informed me that Tessa and her team had gone back to their post in the Beast Glades. When did they leave? I asked. They departed yesterday at sunrise, General Arthur, she replied almost robotically just before stopping in front of the closed meeting room. The guard on each side of the wooden door immediately stepped aside, sliding open the entrance upon seeing the two of us approach. The two guards thumped the hilts of their spears on the ground in salute. General. I walked into the circular room after dismissing the secretary, meeting the gaze of the council and the other lances. It didn't take long for the meeting to begin once we had all gathered, minus Alder, our missing ambassador for the Azures. However, with Rahaz and Ulfred no longer in the council, the once cramped meeting room seemed eerily spacious. We had barely taken our seats when King Glader unleashed his anger, slamming his fists on the circular table we were currently sitting around. The burly king roared, "What was the point of Lord Alder taking control of the artifact if he was just going to run off to who knows where? This isn't the time to be blowing up on something we can't change." Alduin snapped in irritation. "He's right," Priscilla Glader agreed. "There are more urgent things we need to cover if we are to recover ourselves from this setback." Blaine looked at his wife incredulously, but the queen ignored her husband's gaze. Mriel, who sat beside her husband, finally peeled her eyes off of the stack of parchment she had been going through and spoke. "I've gathered and read through several accounts of what transpired, one of which was from Aian, but I think it's best we start with Arthur's account of what happened." "I agree," Virion spoke, turning his tired gaze to me. The man had been old for as long as I had known him, but these past few years had really taken a toll on his body and psyche. This was evidenced by the deep dark bags under his eyes and the way his face had contorted into a perpetual frown. Blaine's deep red hair was practically ablaze as he leaned back in his seat, simmering like a flame eager to be fed the fuel to unleash his anger once more. "Sure," I said, resting my arms on the table. Normally, the lances stood behind their respective artifact holder, but with the extra seats available and the fact that even standing took a toll on my fatigued body, I was allowed to sit down. Recapping the events starting from the day Ulfred, Micah and I set off on our mission didn't take long. The members of the council stopped me every once in a while if they needed clarification or further details, but otherwise let me talk. Aside from omitting the detail that I wasn't the one that had defeated Yuto, but rather his ally, I told the council everything I knew. By the end of my story, Virion nodded thoughtfully. "How is it that Arthur, who's not yet reached the White Core stage, was able to defeat not one but two retainers while Lance had been killed so helplessly?" Blaine asked, suspicion laced in his voice. Virion's eyes narrowed. "What are you trying to gain by being so skeptical of General Arthur?" "Perhaps knowing how he had come out victorious on both accounts can better prepare the rest of the lances in future battles against the retainers and scythes," Blaine said with a shrug. Priscilla put a placating hand on her husband's arm, trying to intervene. "Dear, King Blaine has a point," I cut in. "The first retainer I had fought against wasn't as strong as Yuto, the retainer that we now have imprisoned. Even then, I came out with these scars and a broken sword that had been forged by an Azura." Everyone besides Virion showed some form of surprise on their face when I took off the glove on my left hand and pulled down on my tunic to expose my neck, but none of them said a word. I continued. "Yuto, on the other hand, had the ability to kill me and Sylvie on sight, but that wasn't what he was after. That particular writer's only motivation seemed to be enjoying a good battle. When I didn't seem to be that much of a threat, he lowered his guard to try and incite me into a fit of rage by threatening to kill those close to me. Sylvie and I were able to capitalize on his carelessness and destroy his horns." "How did you know that destroying of Rytra's horns would have any effect on their ability to fight?" A clear voice rang from behind Priscilla. The one to ask the question was Variori. I shook my head. I didn't. I doubt even the Azuras knew. Otherwise they would have told us. But I remember the late Lance, Ailey, mentioning how furious Shiro had gotten when she chipped off a fragment of his horn. My lie wasn't the most well thought out, but bringing up Ailey seemed to convince even Blaine and Bayron, who had both been studying me critically throughout my story. It felt wrong deceiving everyone, especially Virion. But I didn't trust anyone at this point, and I knew that telling Virion now, without any idea of what the Ceres goal was, would only burden the commander more. The retainer's power seemed to diminish significantly after we destroyed his horns. I emphasized destroyed, and we were soon able to barely overpower him. After securing Udo, the only thing I remember is General Ai waking me up. Thank you for the explanation, Virion said after a brief pause. Queen Priscilla, would you like to go over the next matter of business? With a nod, the Queen spoke. The most crucial factor in this war right now is the alliance with the dwarves. With Rahdas imprisoned and held for questioning, we have no one to effectively lead the dwarves. Furthermore, after General Arthur's reconnaissance in Darv, it's obvious that either a faction, or multiple factions are willfully assisting the Alacrian army. What if we send some military forces from Sapin into Darv to oversee the dwarves? Alduin suggested. King Blaine, who had since calmed down, shook his head. Military presence from the humans would only frighten the dwarves more into thinking that we want to control them. Things will get even more out of hand if we force our way into this. An idea flickered in my mind, but seeing the rest of the lances relatively silent, I wasn't sure whether I had the authority to weigh in. It might have just been that the three lances present weren't knowledgeable in wide-scale military and political tactics given their focus on combat. Regardless, I started off with a question. Was Rahda's capture made public? King Blaine raised a brow. No, it wasn't. Part of this meeting was to discuss how to handle the traitor and the fact that we're down one lance and can't replace him because our ambassador of the Azuras has gone on a little vacation. Then why not use that to our advantage? I suggested, hoping someone would catch on. Thankfully, Virion did. His face lit up the way it had when Tessa and I were just children. Brilliant. Arthur, remind me never to fight a war against you. Virion didn't have to explain much before everyone else in the room caught on and even offered insights on how to actualize my inkling of an idea. The people here were smart after all. Basically, the council would put on the guise that Rahdas was never captured. They would have to make Rahdas spill how he communicated with his people, but after doing so, they'd be able to send out orders as if it were from Rahdas himself. We wouldn't be able to do anything radical like have them immediately go against the Alacrians, since Rahdas had been so adamant on helping them, but we can at least secure information by posing as him, Muriel said excitedly. The atmosphere in the room became a bit lighter as hope slowly bubbled up. The next list on the agenda was discussing how to proceed with General Micah's questioning and Udo's interrogation. General Micah's questioning will be held by me, while General Ai will be handling the Vritra we have imprisoned, Virion announced. However, Rahda's interrogation should take precedence at this point to secure the dwarves' allegiance. Anyone think otherwise? The rest of us shook our heads. We all agreed. Getting control of Darv was crucial in winning this war. Good, Virion continued. Then we'll discuss the details regarding General Micah's and the retainer's questioning in our next meeting. The council continued, covering several more items on the agenda, most of which pertained to the condition of a particular city. Muriel, who had been organizing the stacks of parchment around her area, pulled out the next subject to discuss. Her glance flickered to me as she hesitated a second before handing the piece of paper to her father-in-law. Virion's lips were in a grim line while reading the report, but by the time he had finished reading, there was a look of relief on his face. The next order of business is the Supply Road. There was another attack on one of our carriages transporting supplies to the wall. Thankfully, the carriage had been close enough to Blackbend City that reinforcements were able to get there in time. How many deaths? Priscilla asked. 3 deaths and 4 injured, all of whom were merchants employed by the Helstad group, Muriel read aloud. Damn those dwarves, King Blaine muttered angrily, as if the Elazians weren't a pain in the ass to begin with. Because of them, our enemies have access to their underground network that leads to who knows how far up the southern border of my kingdom. A bad feeling crept in at the mention of the Helsta name, but all things considered, the damage could have been worse. Well, thankfully they were able to get back up in time. Muriel looked up at me and paused for a beat. Yes, it also helped that the party tasked with protecting the carriage had an emitter with them, Alice Lewin. I thought I had misheard for a moment, but by the tense gazes of those around me, I knew I hadn't. Virian spoke first in a reassuring tone. Like the report said, none of the twin horns were killed. The only thing I was able to muster at that point was a weary nod. The old elf's voice sounded muffled against the throbbing of the blood rushing to my head. Virian had just said my parents and the twin horns were alive, but it felt like I was overcome with a feeling of just barely avoiding death. Suddenly, those 3 deaths that Muriel had read aloud sounded much more real. It could have been them and I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Arthur? A concerned voice rang. Snapping out of my daze, I looked back at the commander. Sorry, I'm okay. Please continue. I had 1,000 questions but they were all personal. My parents and I had had a less than ideal parting. My selfishness of wanting them hidden safely within the castle hadn't helped to mend our still healing relationship after I had revealed my secret. They had told me they wanted to help out in the war, but the thought of them actually being in danger had never resurfaced until now. The temptation of just leaving this room and going down to the surface to meet my parents grew, but I knew they would disapprove of me abandoning my duties to just check in on them. Reluctantly, I focused my attention back on the matter at hand. The council was discussing a better way to optimize the supply routes from Blackbend, the major city near the southeast corner of Sapin, to the wall. How about an underground route? King Alduin suggested, pointing near the center of the map that they had just unrolled. King Blaine shook his head, leaning forward and pointing below the area where Blackbend was located. The city is too close to the kingdom of Darv. There will probably already be dozens of underground passages that the dwarves have dug in over time. It'll be too dangerous to try that until we secure our alliance with them. What's Blackbend like? I asked, taking a close look at the map. The economy in Blackbend centers around potato farmers from nearby villages and adventurers because of how close it is to the Beast Glades. The city is currently responsible for the supply of rations as well as the manufacturing of weapons, mainly arrows, for the soldiers, which is why it's crucial for there to be a secure mode of transport to the wall. Queen Priscilla answered seriously. The terrain around it is mostly flat farmland, which makes it hard for carriages carrying supplies to go unnoticed, Bayron added, speaking for the first time in this meeting. Thank you, I said to them both. The Queen's knowledge was informative but it also made me realize that my question was vague. Bayron's answer was what I needed to know. As the council discussed more ideas on how to better secure the supply route, my mind drifted to ways the people of this world wouldn't be able to consider. Thinking back to the ship that I had helped Gideon design a few years back, I looked at the map. Unfortunately, there was no river near the wall or Blackbend City, but it gave me an idea. King Blaine, I called out, interrupting their discussion. How many dwarves adept in metal manipulation do you have that can help us? There are numerous metal mages, or metal shapers as they call themselves, among the dwarves, but ones that are trustworthy enough for a large task. The king paused to think for a second. A handful, maybe. Queen Priscilla nodded in agreement. Without pause I turned to Tess' father. King Alduin, how many elves adept in nature magic can you gather? The Elven King looked at his wife as he rubbed his cleanly shaven chin. Muriel began looking through another pile of papers when Aya spoke up. 4. Currently on standby. The rest are currently on missions. What's this about? Virian asked. Let me get back to you once I sort out the logistics of this idea with Gideon, I said absent-mindedly, the gears in my mind working furiously as I reasoned how this plan would ultimately speed up the process of transporting supplies as well as keep the passengers and workers, mainly my parents and the twin horns, safe. The meeting concluded soon after and I got up to leave the stifling room when Virian held me back. Before we depart, I wanted to address something. I stood silently waiting for him to continue, curious. During times of war, it's impossible to reward every deed accomplished. However, I think that slaying not one, but two retainers. The commander shifted his gaze from me to Aya, as well as eliminating a dangerous traitor and subduing a scheme that could have potentially killed thousands of civilians, calls for a reward of some kind. Thank you, Commander Virian, Aya said politely. But what I did was to help us win this war, not for a personal reward. Virian nodded. General Arthur, what about you? I'd learned from my past life that, in situations like this, it's best to dismiss the reward and just thank him for his kindness, but this was also the perfect opportunity to address something that had been weighing on my mind since this last battle against Yudo. Actually, there is something that I would like, rather, a few things, I said innocently. The two kings and queens looked at me in surprise, but Virian simply let out a chuckle. Very well, let me hear them. I made my way to Ellie's room, so we could visit Sylvie together, feeling much more light-hearted, happy, even Virian was stunned at first when I told him that I wanted to withhold going on missions for the near future. I didn't blame him, we had just lost a lance, possibly two. Having another one saying he wanted a break would take a huge toll on our side. However, I needed some time to train, and after explaining that, with the war escalating at the pace it was, I wouldn't have much chance to later on. He agreed. Somewhat. 2 months is the most I can offer, and even then I can't promise that you won't be sent out if something major occurs, he had said reluctantly. Something major seemed a bit ambiguous, but it was fair. In addition, since you won't be going on missions, you'll be required to take part in the council meetings, he had added. If the past is any indication, I know having you here, weighing in your thoughts, will prove useful. This was a bit harder to swallow. One of the few things I dreaded now and in my previous life was meetings like the one today. However, I needed time to study and absorb Yudo's horns that the Scythe had referred to as an invaluable resource. Out of curiosity, how do you plan on training here in the castle? Alduin had asked before I left. It's part of what I need next as my reward, I had answered, holding up 4 fingers. I need 4 conjurers, each of different elemental affinity. 4? Virian had repeated. The members of the council were obviously confused, but I knew by the glimmer in the lance's eyes that they understood what I had planned. The halls were empty, so my walk to Ellie's room went uninterrupted. I thought of how to greet my baby sister. I knew it was hard for her waiting for me and our parents, not knowing when we'd come back. So being the considerate brother that I am, I knocked on the large wooden door that had been remodeled to fit her bond, and in a shrill breathy voice, I wailed, "Ellie, it is the ghost of your brother. I have come to haunt you." I didn't need to be a genius to deduce that my sister was less than amused when she coldly muttered from the other side of the door, "Boo, attack." Unfortunately, it was only after a 700-pound bear came charging at me that I realized that perhaps my sister's sense of humor more resembled that of our mother. My body flew back to the other end of the hall as Boo's body slammed against me. More impressed that the walls hadn't crumbled from the impact, I pushed the hulking monobeast at arm's length. "Good to see you too, buddy," I chuckled wearily, avoiding the pool of drool forming underneath him. The beast let out a grunt, spraying a mixture of saliva and froth on my face. "Ghost, really, brother?" my sister grumbled, her arms crossed in mock anger. I pushed aside Boo and wiped my dripping face with a sleeve. "Haha, I can't say I didn't deserve that." It didn't take long for Ellie's stern scowl to soften. She walked up and wrapped her arms around me. "Welcome back, brother." I gently patted my sister's head and I could feel the tension in my body unwinding for the first time since arriving at the castle. It's good to be back. Chapter 179. Landship. A bolt of light streaked through the trees, curving ever so slightly before reaching its target, a wooden post no larger than my head. A satisfying thud rang as the mana arrow lodged itself in the center of the post, creating a hole through it before dissipating. "Great shot!" I exclaimed, applauding. My sister curtsied in response before her lips curved into a satisfied grin. "I know," she said haughtily. Stepping down from on top of Boo, her titanic bond who was lying lazily on his belly. Ellie skipped over to Sylvie and me. My sister picked up my bond. "What did you think, Sylvie? Are you impressed?" "Very impressed," she answered aloud, her gentle voice laced with fatigue. "Sylvie's still recovering, Ellie," I scolded. My sister set the white fox back down on the cushion she had been curled up on. Hee. "Sorry, Sylvie. It had been only 2 days since we got back to the castle." Sylvie gained consciousness just yesterday, but she has been recovering at a remarkable rate. While Virion and the rest of the council gathered the 4 conjurers that would be stuck with me for the next 2 months, I spent some time with my sister. I kept the fact that our parents and the twin horns had gotten attacked a secret from Ellie. A part of me knew that she deserved to know, but I also wanted to keep her ignorant until it was no longer possible. A selfish wish from a selfish brother. "So are you able to fire that accurately while Boo is actually mobile?" I asked with a snide grin, my gaze turning to the monobeast sleeping flat on his belly. Ellie sulked at my jab. "Ugh. Not yet." Helen made it look so easy when she showed me, but I haven't been able to land a single decent shot while Boo was moving. It doesn't help that this klutz runs like he's purposely trying to throw me off his back. The bear-like monobeast let out a grunt of denial from the distance. "You so do," my sister quipped back before she bent down to pick up her bow. My gaze fell to her hand as she reached down for the weapon. Calluses covered her fingers while freshly formed welts filled in the rare places of her hand that wasn't already hardened from overuse. "How much time do you spend practicing, Elle?" I asked. My sister thought for a second before answering. "I don't really keep track, but the sun goes down while I train, so maybe about 6 or 7 hours." My eyes widened. "Every day?" Ellie simply shrugged. "I guess so." "What about studying, or playing with friends?" "The classes in the castle are only once a week and I can finish the study material they give me in a day," she answered. Ellie then hesitated before continuing. "As for friends, I'll have you know that I'm very popular." "Really?" I said with a raised brow. Caving under my unrelenting gaze, she let out a sigh. "Well, it's not my fault that I have absolutely no interest in the things they talk about. How is it possible for a group of girls to talk non-stop about boys and clothes for hours?" A chuckle escaped my throat and I could feel my expression soften. "I'm sure there are a few kids your age with interest in magic." Realizing that our conversation wasn't going to end soon, my sister pulled out a chair and sat down. "Well, there were a few, but when they awakened, their parents moved out of the castle, or just sent their kids to one of the major cities to have them board a magic school. Not all the children would have had the connections my sister had to get taught by a mage in this castle. It was understandable that the parents would want their children to still be taught how to utilize their newly formed core, even with the potential danger of the war reaching them. I looked at my sister as she fiddled with the string of her bow before carefully asking, "Did you want to attend a magic academy as well?" "Of course," she answered without hesitation, "but I know you, Mom, and Dad would all worry." I winced at my sister's words. She was only 12, but her words reflected a maturity that I wasn't quite sure I wanted her to have. Speaking from my own experience, I knew what it was like to grow up too fast. It was yet another selfish wish of mine that my sister remain the cute innocent girl that worried only about what to wear to her friend's birthday party. Pushing aside my thoughts, I shot my sister a gentle smile. "I'll talk to Mom and Dad when I get the chance and ask them about sending you to school." Ellie's eyes widened. "Really? Assuming they give you the okay, I'll still want to send a guard with you to protect you in case anything happens. I know it might be a bit stifling to have someone with you at all times, so I'll try to find someone you'll be comfortable with, but..." My sister barreled straight into me in a firm embrace. "Thanks, brother." "Don't get your hopes up too much," I replied, my voice coming out as a wheeze from how hard she was squeezing me. "Too late." She giggled, unlatching her grasp on me before picking up her bow. "I'm going to have to practice harder if I want to beat those snooty nobles." I continued my role as an enthusiastic spectator, relishing the clear skies and the sweet scent of morning dew on the grass field. Ellie continued to fire off more mana arrows at faraway targets with uncanny accuracy. It would be a long time before she would get as comfortable with the bow as Helen Shard, but she had her own strength that the leader of the Twin Horns couldn't hope to replicate. Ellie had yet to develop an affinity toward an element, so she was limited to firing pure mana. It was a shame that there wasn't much I could do to help her develop an affinity, since that was mostly dependent on her own insights, but it was exciting seeing her grow and develop. Your thoughts make it seem like you wish to have offspring of your own. Sylvie's voice suddenly intruding my head startled me. Offspring? I said aloud, scaring my sister. Ellie's mana arrow arched off course at the sky, dissipating before it hit the castle barrier. What? It's nothing, I smiled, sneaking a sharp glare at my bond as my sister turned back. Sylvie shifted in her cushion, looking at me with a shrewd expression of amusement on her vulpine face. Go back to sleep, I sent, grumbling in my mind. I continued watching the seemingly repetitive motions of Ellie, murmuring, drawing her bow while a translucent arrow formed between her two fingers, steadying her aim, then firing. She skipped the chanting process for types of arrows she was more versed in, but other times, she needed to describe the kind of arrow she wanted to shape the mana accurately. By the 30th time she fired her arrow, I wondered how Boo was able to sleep so easily with Ellie on his back. General Arthur? A voice rang from behind. My eyes snapped open and I turned around to see an elf holding a clipboard, garbed in a white attire that oddly resembled a lab coat from my former world. What caught my attention was the color of her eyes, or rather, colors. A ring of bright pink surrounded each of her pupils, then shifted into a bright blue on the outer ends of her irises. Noticing my fixed gaze, she bowed, thinking I was expecting a formal greeting. The elf stood as if her back was glued to a wooden plank while she then announced, Artificer Gideon has arrived at the castle and is expecting you. You're going? My sister asked, slinging her bow over her shoulder. Yup. I have some things to discuss with the old man, I replied. Turning back as I followed behind the unusual elf, I said to my sister, I most likely won't be able to eat dinner with you, so don't wait up. My sister nodded. Gotcha. Say hi to Emily for me if you get the chance to see her. Will do. I'll stay here with Eleanor, Sylvie said groggily. Sure. I'll update you when I get back, Sylv. I trailed silently beside the elven secretary as she led the way with confident steps. Is there a name I can address you by? I asked. The elf stopped abruptly, bowing deeply so that her blonde hair tied firmly into a ponytail flipped over her head. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Alana Cimmeria and I have been personally assigned by Commander Virion to be your attendant. I dipped my head in response to her greeting. Well, Alanis, it's nice to meet you, but I'm having a hard time believing that you're merely an attendant judging by the amount of mana you have concealed. The middle-aged elf blinked, her multicolored eyes shining, but otherwise looked unfazed, as expected of a lance. Allow me to clarify. I have been assigned by Commander Virion to be your attendant while you undergo your training here. It was my wish to meet you as soon as possible. I didn't quite understand what her role entailed as my attendant during training, but before I had the chance to ask, I spotted the familiar frame of Gideon running toward us in a sweaty mess. I came as soon as I heard from Commander Virion. He huffed excitedly, his voice echoing in throughout the narrow halls. What sort of ingenious idea do you have in that God-sent cranium of yours? The old artificer could hardly wait until we made it into one of the empty rooms used for meetings by nobles or military leaders. Out with it, boy. Gideon gushed as soon as Alanis closed the door behind us. And is it all right for the elf to be hearing this? The elven attendant cast a disapproving gaze toward Gideon at his less than casual address, but remained mute. I couldn't help but smile watching the old artificer fidget in his seat in anticipation. Taking a close look at him, it was hard to imagine that I'd known this old grandpa for more than 10 years. The wrinkles between his brows and around his mouth had deepened in that time, no doubt because of how much time he spent frowning or scowling in frustration. Everyone's going to know sooner or later, and she's apparently my personal attendant starting today, so it's better to have her informed, right? I asked, turning to Alanis. Part of my job will be to lessen you other burdens while you focus on training, so yes, it would be helpful for me to stay informed, she said, her pink and blue eyes seeming to change shades. More training? What more can you train after being personally taught by gods? Asuras, I mean, he pondered, rubbing his stubbly chin. There's always room for training, I dismissed. But getting back on topic, what are the states of the current mines that were used to excavate the fuel source needed for our ships? Gideon's eyes lit. Oh, you mean the combustium mines? There are 5 major ones still being excavated. I raised a brow. Combustium. I made the name myself. The artificer grinned. You told me I would need a mineral with set characteristics capable of fueling the steam engine we designed. I think you called it coal. Anyway, out of the minerals currently known, which aren't many, only one of them produced the amount of energy needed to power an entire ship efficiently. The characteristics are a bit different from the coal you mentioned, so I decided to name it something else. Anyway, this stuff is amazing. 10 pounds of combustium can power an entire ship for about a dozen miles at full speed. That's great to hear, I said, cutting Gideon off. Afraid he'd go deeper into a tangent, I went straight to the point. What I have planned involves using combustium for a different mode of transportation, specifically a ship that'll be used to travel land. A land ship? I nodded. Except, I was thinking of calling it a train. Train? Gideon echoed incredulously. From what poor Mana Beast's ass did you pull a name like that out from? Do you want the blueprints or not? I scoffed. Gideon raised his arms in a placating manner. Train it is. The artificer prepared for the design immediately. He practically dumped out a whole lab from the dimension ring shoved on his thumb. While Gideon caught on quickly to how the train would work, it still took a few hours explaining the details of how the railways and stops would work. I didn't realize how much time had passed until my stomach twisted and grumbled in hunger. I think I covered everything you need to get started, I said, scanning over the designs and specifications on the large parchment we had hung on the back wall of the meeting room. This is going to change everything, Gideon muttered, more to himself than to Alanis or me. The rivers are going to be a pain in the ass if we want to connect Blackburn City to Calburk or Exire, but with a few water and earth mages. Let's focus on the railway from Blackburn to the Wall, I interrupted. Of course, creating railways to other major cities will be important, but we need to create a secure route for supplies heading to the Grand Mountains if we want our troops there to survive. Of course, but this. Gideon paused for a second as his eyes scrutinized over the large map of Dikatan we had rolled out on the table. We'll be able to form new major cities with this. While I respected Gideon for his boundless vision, it was frustrating having to keep him on track. However, his last statement piqued my curiosity. What do you mean by forming new major cities? I asked, looking over the map. To my surprise, Alanis, who had been dead silent up until now, spoke. I think what Artificer Gideon means is that, until now, cities in all 3 kingdoms were predetermined based on where we found or excavated teleportation gates. If this does come into fruition, then a secure mode of transportation that, while not nearly as fast as the gates, can carry mass supplies and goods on top of people will enable us to build major cities in any location. Couldn't have said it better myself, Gideon said approvingly. Feeling stiff, I stretched my arms and back. Glad to see my idea changing the course of history. Boy, saying something like that so flippantly to a renowned artificer. I should just hand over my brown robe and take up a new hobby, Gideon sighed helplessly. I've always had a knack for fishing. You can't retire just yet, I smirked, heading over to the door. You'll be in charge of pitching this idea to the council at their next meeting. Me? As much as I love the limelight, why are you giving me credit for this? Gideon asked. It'll be easier to garner the support of the entire council if the idea came from a renowned artificer. We'll need their help if you want a team of capable conjurers and some merchants or adventurers familiar with the area to map out the best route from Blackburn to the Wall, I answered, mentally checking off some of the things we'd need. Anyway, I'm starving. I'm going to go see what I can scavenge at the food hall. I can have the chef prepare a balanced meal and deliver it to your room, Alanis suggested. I waved my hand in dismissal. It's okay. No reason to trouble the chef just for a meal. Wait, how soon are you going back out to the field? Gideon asked. I looked at him over my shoulder. I'm staying for a couple of months. I'll mostly be down in the training space, but I'll stop by to check in on how you're doing if that's what you're asking. The old artificer let out a scoff, rolling his eyes. I'm honored. But that's not why I asked. Emily has been working on a few things that need to be tested. You realize you're asking a general to be your test dummy, don't you? I asked with a smirk. Relax. Oh, great one. I promise they'll be helpful to you as well. I looked over them myself, and though I don't want to admit it, if the artifact works, it'll change the way both conjurers and augmenters train. I shifted my gaze to Alanis, who also expressed a degree of curiosity. Well, you'll have to convince my training attendant. The old artificer let out a gruff laugh as I walked out the doors. I could hear him muttering to himself from behind. The kids come a long way. Chapter 180, Alacrian Glimpse. With my stomach filled with leftovers and Alanis, my training attendant, dismissed for the night, I retrieved Sylvie from Melly and arrived back in my room. Are you ready? I asked my bond, who had been waiting on the bed while I'd taken a shower. So, what is it that you're so excited about? She replied, fidgeting impatiently in her fox form. It wasn't easy trying to steer my thoughts away from the loot that I'd gotten from fighting Yuto in order to surprise Sylvie. I had to distract myself by thinking random thoughts and numbers to confuse her on our way back. After making sure the door was locked and activating both earth and wind perception spells, I finally withdrew the 2 obsidian horns from my ring. My bond's sharp eyes widened as she gazed at the black crystals that were once embedded on a retainer. Don't tell me. Yup, I said excitedly. They're Yuto's horns. Why? She asked, confused. Realizing that she never heard the full story, I summarized everything that had happened after she had been knocked out after saving me from Yuto's last attack. By the time I had finished my story, Sylvie's vulpine face was twisted to show a mixture of emotions. It's scary to think how easily we could have been killed, she said after a long pause. I nodded. I couldn't do anything when Ceres showed up, but even if she hadn't, I'm not sure we would have been able to defeat Yuto. It seems like as we grow stronger, so do our enemies. She sighed. Her gaze shifted back to the 2 horns on the bed. So these horns supposedly contain vast amounts of mana that you can extract? Is it really safe to trust the scythe, considering the Azuras are forbidden by the treaty to help us anymore and Ceres could have killed me whenever she wanted? I don't think it's too much of a risk. Sylvie thought for a moment as she pawed at the horns that were each the size of her head. Well, if they help you get into Whitecore, it'll certainly help us. I picked up only one of the horns. This will be enough for me. You extract the other one. My bond opened her mouth, ready to argue, but I cut her off. You said that your body is still undergoing the awakening process that Lord Indrat made you undergo. I know your body has been constantly extracting ambient mana, which is why you've been sleeping more, so I'm sure extracting mana from Yuto's horn will help quicken that process. To be honest, I haven't been as active in trying to hasten the awakening process, Sylvie replied. I'm afraid that, with my awakening as a full Azura, I won't be able to assist you anymore. You nearly died in that last fight, Sylv, I said, putting my hand on top of my bond's small head. Besides, your mother cast a pretty powerful spell before you were born to conceal you. It's why even in your draconic form, no one was able to tell you were an Azura. Grandfather mentioned that, but as I get stronger it's going to get harder to hide what I am, Sylvie replied bitterly. A wave of grief flooded my mind and I could feel the bits and pieces of the story that Lord Indrat had told Sylvie about her mother. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen when you get strong enough to awaken, but we'll overcome that hurdle once we get there, I comforted. We always do, my bond agreed with a smile. Holding the black horn gingerly in my hands, I peeked a glance at Sylvie. So should we start now? Sylvie placed a paw on the horn in front of her. I don't see why not. After repositioning myself more comfortably, I took a deep breath. I started slow, probing the insides of the horn with a thread of my mana. With elixirs, the contents stored inside would be distributed upon contact with a mage's purified mana. With the horns, however, There were no noticeable reactions even after searching deeper. Minutes trickled by with no sign of anything stored within Yuto's horns. I started to consider the possibility that the mana inside might have dispersed upon being severed from the retainer's head, when suddenly an indescribable force pulled at my very mind. Unlike any elixir, or anything, for that matter, I'd used in the past, my consciousness seemed to be getting sucked in. I felt a surge of panic as I felt myself blacking out. Quite literally, a shroud of shadow spread, covering my vision and all of my other senses until I was simply in darkness. Calm down, Arthur. Your body is still safely inside your room. That didn't help me at all. The fact that my mind had been forced into a certain state and was vulnerable scared me. Coming to this world, I was born with a new body, new physical features that took me years to adjust to, but my mind was the same through both lives. My brain, or every part of my brain responsible for my memories and personality, was mine throughout my years as Gray and Arthur. Right now, I felt my consciousness at the full mercy of whatever force had dragged me into wherever I was. I was surrounded in darkness, but it wasn't pitch black. The shadows around me warped and stirred like various shades of dark ink. It was a surreal feeling, perceiving something without a body. Somehow, I could feel the force around me, slithering in the darkness, but I didn't have a body. After what felt like hours of floating mindlessly in the sea of darkness, the force surrounding me slowly began shifting. It was different from the erratic, chaotic movements up until now. The shadows felt like they were being pulled away. The obsidian veil slowly began lifting, and what I was left with wasn't the view of my own room like I had been expecting. I was standing in front of an unfamiliar man inside an extravagant cathedral with a vaulted ceiling, beautifully stained glass and endless rows of pews packed with observers glowing in reverence. The man, who looked no older than my father, wore a ceremonial robe and was kneeled in front of me in respect. "Speak," I snapped impatiently, except the voice that came out wasn't mine. It was Yuto's. Even the word that I spoke wasn't by my will. "I, Carnal of Bloodvale, humbly come before you to seek your guidance," the man said, his gaze lowered so I could only see the crown of his short ash-brown hair. A feeling of annoyance bubbled up in me but eventually got washed down by resignation. The same voice that took over my own spoke with restrained courtesy. "Vale, while your line is thin of Vritra blood, your ancestors have served us well. Remove your robe." Carnal bowed deeper in gratefulness before slipping out of his black ceremonial robe. He then turned around to show me his back. What I saw was an engraving down his spine that seemed to be 3 separate imprints by the spacing. A thin figure standing off to the side, face covered by a loose hood, took a step toward me and read aloud from a book. "One mark upon awakening and 2 crests. One earned for an act of valor and another unlocked through mastery of initial mark." Unceremoniously, I nodded and motioned for him to dress. The man still kneeling with his back to me put his robe back on before turning to face me. His gaze was still lowered, which seemed to bore me. Thoughts of the person I was assuming seeped into me, revealing his inner feelings. I seemed to be vaguely impressed that the lesser in front of me managed to unlock a crest by mastering the mark he had been given, but the fact that both crests were of defensive magic dampened my mood. Letting out a muted sigh, I declared, "Through your loyalty to the nation of Vekar by excelling in the last battle against the nation of Sesklar, I, Yuto, retainer of Kiros Vritra, grant your entry into the Obsidian Vault for a chance to earn an emblem." The crowd gathered to watch the mundane spectacle burst into applause and cheer. The man knelt in front of me, allowed himself to shed a single tear before he rose to his feet and finally met my eyes. He raised his right fist over his heart and left palm over his sternum in a traditional salute. "For the glory of Vekar and Alakria, for the Vritra, for the glory of Vekar and Alakria, for the Vritra." The audience behind him roared in unison. The scene distorted, and I found myself sitting back on my bed. An umbral haze-like substance was spilling out of the horn I had been holding, and getting sucked into the center of my right palm, where Renkane had embedded the echloride. I quickly dropped the horn, separating my hand as far as possible from it. I took a second to inspect my monocore, and to my dismay, There were no signs of my core improving even a shred. Damn it, I cursed. Rather than my core absorbing the mana out of Yuto's horn, the mana had been siphoned into the Echloride. Just like Ren Kane had warned, the gem was capable of altering depending on the changes in my body, my actions and even thoughts. The Echloride was constantly feeding off the mana inside me, constantly molding its eventual form. So to say that the addition of Yuto's mana into the gem filled me with unease was an understatement. What's done is done. I didn't like the idea of my future weapon resembling Yuto's powers, but at this point, anything would help if it meant hastening the process. Turning to Sylvie, I wasn't surprised to find her still absorbing the contents of the horn. Unlike myself, she seemed to be having an easier time absorbing the foreign mana. What did surprise me was the fact that the sun was already coming up. I had spent the entire night reliving one of Yuto's memories, which begged the question. What did his memories even mean? The actual event occurring in the memory wasn't very cryptic, but there were so many unknown terms being thrown around that it felt overbearing. I knew from overhearing the word blood inside the cavern in Darv that it most likely was just their term for family, but words like mark, crest, and emblem flew over my head. I knew what they meant in the literary context, but they had used them as if they meant something entirely. These marks, crests, whatever they were either earned or unlocked, or was that only the case for the person kneeling? Except, when Yuto declared that the person, Karnal, would be granted a chance to earn an emblem in the Obsidian Vault, everyone seemed to be ecstatic, ignoring the ominous name of Obsidian Vault, which frankly sounded like some storybook warlock's evil lair where he held his stolen treasures. The man himself seemed blatantly proud. This meant that even the chance to earn an emblem was a big deal. Another series of questions that came to mind pertained to the mention of Vekar. A nation presumably at war with Sesklar, another nation. From the salute, I could extrapolate that the nation of Vekar made up a part of Alakria. Also, assuming that the Azuras weren't lying that Afatis, Alakria and Daikathan were the only 3 continents in this world, that would mean Sesklar was another nation in Alakria. Why would 2 nations of the same continent we were at war with be fighting amongst each other? Maybe the nations swore allegiance during this war? Or was there a separate army composed of all the nations and trained together in order to dispel any enmity that members of the nations had toward one another? I shook my head, physically trying to get rid of the never-ending stream of questions and thoughts running rampant in my mind. This memory got me curious, though. I made a mental note to learn more about this, perhaps from Yuto himself. The council had ordered our forces to take in prisoners when possible to interrogate them, but in most cases, it led to the prisoner committing suicide or being too low in the chain of command to know anything useful. This was the first time we'd had a potentially helpful source of information in our hands, though knowing him, he'd make us work for it. I was beginning to fall into another bottomless ditch of questions. Thankfully, my attention was roused by a perfectly cadenced series of knocks that sounded more like someone was hammering a nail into my door. General Arthur, it's Alanis Imria. I am here to escort you to the training grounds to meet with the 4 training assistants you had requested, she said in a clear, taciturn voice. Coming, I replied, chuckling to myself. It's not just her speech, even her knocking is robotic. Without washing up, I changed into a more tight-fitting outfit suitable for sparring and followed my personal training attendant to the training ground on the lower floor. I debated whether to take Sylvie with me, but I thought it'd be best not to disturb her. On our way down, we ran into Emily Watskin, or rather she ran into us. So sorry. She huffed, most of her face hidden behind a large box she was attempting to carry on her own. Here, let me get that. I took the box out of her arms, surprised by its heft. Thank you. Oh, Arth. General Arthur. Perfect timing. The artificer was practically gasping for breath, but she had a wide smile on her face when she recognized who she'd almost trampled. Emily turned to Alanis, adjusting her glasses. You must be Alanis. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, the elf replied, but in no way indicated. I take it that you are Emily Watson. I was informed we would be collaborating in our efforts to assist in General Arthur's training. By the wrinkle between Emily's brows, she seemed to have been processing Elena's string of words, but eventually nodded. Yes, as you'll soon see, I think that your particular magic and the set of artifacts that I made will work nicely with each other. I'm glad you two are getting along, but let's get to the training room first. This box feels like it's actually gaining weight, I joked, lifting the large box. Oh, sorry, and thank you for carrying it. I thought my arms were going to fall out of their sockets, Emily exclaimed, hurrying down the hall until the entrance to the room was just up ahead. Come on, everyone's waiting. Chapter 181, Gadgets and Magic. I didn't know what to expect of my sparring partners. My request had been fairly last minute, so somewhere in the back of my head I was just imagining the soldiers inside the castle to be present. There were quite a few conjurers and augmenters here that were assigned as a precaution to keep the residents inside safe. I noticed quite early on that many of them were quite capable, so asking for some training partners out of any one of them seemed reasonable. What I didn't expect was the heavy presence of three, obviously powerful, elders inside the training grounds alongside Cathaln and a smug-looking Virian. Ah, you're here. Virian bolted up to his feet, taking the box from my hands and setting it on the ground before guiding me toward the group. I want you to meet everyone. I looked back over my shoulder to see Emily waving me goodbye like a mother sending her son off to a battlefield. I know the two of you are already acquainted, Virian said, motioning to Cathaln, but for formality's sake, this is Princess Cathaln of the Royal Glader House and her guardian, Hester Flamesworth. The elderly woman with grey hair pulled tightly back into a bun dipped her head in a formal greeting. Flamesworth, I blurted, surprised. Ah, so you're familiar with my family, the woman said, a hint of pride in her voice. Yes, fairly familiar, actually, I replied. The surname had caught my attention, but I dismissed any questions stirring in my mind and focused on the princess. A pleasant surprise to see you, Cathaln. But what are you doing here? I asked. Princess Cathaln is an accomplished Ice Affinity conjurer now in the Dark Yellow core stage, Hester answered. I had been asked by Commander Virian to help you, General Arthur, with your training, but my primary job is to keep the princes safe at all times. By being here together, we are essentially achieving two goals at once. I glanced back at Cathaln, who nodded shyly in agreement. Nothing much else to do besides my occasional training with Master Vere, so I'm here to help. The princess and a knight. Classic bear, the gruff dwarf sitting on a raised stone pillar smirked. He scratched at his large bulbous nose that led to a thick bush of white covering the lower half of his face. He was tall in comparison to most dwarves I'd seen, but that might have been from the illusion caused by his elevated seat. One thing for sure, though, was that his body looked to be composed completely of muscle, with thick, striated bulbs of hardened flesh covering his arms and body. I winced when he gripped my hand with his large calloused one. Pleasure to meet you, young general. My name is Bundemog Lonewood, but most call me Bund, he said, his grip unrelenting. Whether it was to gauge me or to assert his dominance over a young, possibly arrogant, lance, I didn't know, but I reciprocated his greeting with a firm grip of my own. The assimilation I had gone through as a child after inheriting Sylvia's dragon will meant my body was stronger than it appeared. That, with the fact that I had practically lived this whole life with a sword in my hand, meant that I could hold my own even against the spirited ball of muscle. The tiniest smirk cracked the corner of his lip and he let go. Not bad, not bad. Careful, Bund. The kid didn't become a lance with just a pretty face, Virian teased. Arthur, this musclehead has been a close friend of mine for quite a few years. He may look like this, but he's a genius when it comes to Earth Affinity magic. I guarantee you'll learn a lot. What's wrong with my looks? Bund snapped. I'll have you know that I'm still quite the ladies' man back home. No one said anything was wrong with them, Virian dismissed. Now, stop being sensitive. I studied the two bickering, holding my tongue from all the questions I had. Just by the thick silver aura he emitted, which was almost visible to the naked eye, He was definitely a powerful individual. If he was so close to Virion, I didn't understand why he hadn't been chosen to be the Dwarven representative rather than Rata's. Because of the recent events, it was obvious that Virion had introduced Bund as a friend to alleviate my initial suspicions of him, but just the fact that he was a dwarf I had never seen before put me on edge. I guess that makes me racist. I suppressed a chuckle. Race in this world was much less subtle than back in my old world, but I never considered myself one to discriminate based on outer appearances or locations of birth. However, witnessing a fairly large faction of dwarves cooperating with our enemies as well as being personally betrayed by a powerful dwarf did harden me of my previous fair-mindedness. My attention abruptly turned to the only person I had yet been introduced to by a loud, surly yawn. As if the yawn had been his cue to be introduced, Virion spoke. "Arthur, this is Camus Celeridon." "He's a..." "The boy doesn't need to know any more than my name. I'm here to spar with him. Any information beyond that is irrelevant." Camus cut him off. I was shocked to see Virion being told off. He was the leader of this continent's entire military. After all, again, I held my tongue after seeing Virion's unperturbed expression, but made a mental note to ask the commander who exactly Camus was in secret. Assuming the mysterious elder wouldn't be fond of an excessive greeting, I simply dipped my head and introduced myself before taking a closer look at him. Long silvery blonde hair fell down to his shoulders in disheveled locks, covering his forehead and eyes. Long pointed ears poked out from the sides of his head, indicating he was of elven descent. Unlike most elves I had met though, he took no care of his outward appearance and, by the stench emanating from his clothes and body, hygiene. "Well," Virion broke the silence, "I'm sure all of you are going to be well acquainted these next several weeks, so, while I'd love to stay and watch, I get the pleasure of spending my time looking over mountains of paperwork." With a tired sigh, our commander left the training room, his shoulders just a bit more slumped over than before. Virion's departure left us a moment of silence, which I used to survey the training room. The place wasn't anything extravagant, just a large dirt field a little less than 50 yards long and no more than 30 yards wide, enclosed by walls and a ceiling of mono-reinforced metal. There was a small pond off to the far left corner of the room, but other than the door on the opposite wall, it was just a large space to train. The sight of Emily enthusiastically waving her arm at us got my attention. "I finished setting up for the most part. There's a bunch I want to go over before you start your training," she said, wiping the sweat off her forehead. Looking down at the equipment that had spawned from the giant wooden box I had carried inside, I was surprised at how familiar it looked. It was a metal panel about the length of my arm span, littered with gauges and knobs. It resembled some sort of ancient control center on a ship from my previous world, with the exception of the crystals on either side of it. One was large and clear while the other smaller crystal had a blue tint to it. The panel had a cluster of wires leading to the wall of the training room. More specifically, a large disc attached to the wall. I hadn't paid much attention when I looked before, but the metal discs didn't seem to be a part of the design. They looked to be embedded into the wall and were spaced out evenly. The panel that Emily gingerly stroked looked like an archaic form of the technology from my previous world. "Ah, one more thing!" Emily exclaimed, practically diving headfirst into the box. She pulled out what looked like pieces of a leather armor, but with the same wires connecting the different parts together. Embedded in the bottom center of what appeared to be the breastplate of the set was the same blue crystal that was on the right end of the metal panel. Emily heaved the leather armor in her arms and walked to me. "Miss Emeria, if you wouldn't mind helping me put this on General Arthur." "Of course." Alanis nodded, and I found myself being dressed in a rather ridiculous-looking get-up. The armor seemed more like a sensory receiver rather than protective clothing. I would be forced to wear the gloves, breastplate, arm and leg bands, and shoes throughout the training. "Perfect. You look great," Emily said approvingly, adjusting my breastplate so that the blue crystal embedded on there would be directly over my sternum, the area where my monocore was located. "Thanks," I replied sheepishly. Completely unconvinced. The armor looked bulky, but it was soft and flexible enough where I wasn't too worried about it hindering my movements. Cathaln and the three elders watched silently, enraptured by the sight of this unusual equipment, until Bund finally spoke up. "So exactly what is the point of all of these toys?" Emily shifted her glasses and spoke. "I don't want to spoil anything, but I guess a bit of a heads up is fair. General Arthur is an anomaly in our continent, being the only known quadra-elemental mage in all, so, while he's been excelling in most aspects of mana manipulation, it's came to my attention that he's begun to plateau in utilization of elemental magic. What about his training with the Azures?" Cathaln asked. "That was mainly technical training for augmented close combat," I answered. "While I did pick up a few techniques, Emily is right in that I've been relying heavily on ice and lightning magic these days. I am hoping that by training with all of you, I'll eventually be able to better utilize all of the elements that I'm capable of controlling." I see. Bund idly stroked his beard before shivering. "Yeah, even thinking about using one other element gives me a headache, to be a quadra-elemental on top of being able to use ice and lightning. Ugh, General Arthur's mental capacity isn't as restricted as yours is, so I'm sure he'll learn," Hester chimed, a smirk etched onto her wrinkled face. Bund whipped his head. "What did you say, Grandma?" "My mental capacity is fully unrestricted." The fire maid shook her head, letting out a sigh. Now, Emily carried the metal panel and gently set it on the ground near us. "Instead of arguing, I'd appreciate it if all four of you place your hands here and infuse some of your mana into the clear crystal to power up the device." She pointed to the left end of the metal panel. Hester and Bund looked at one another, mentally trying to decide which one of them would go first, when Camus stepped up and placed his palm over the clear crystal. "Like this, right?" Suddenly a vast whirlwind ripped out of his body and swirled around him protectively. Emily let out a startled shriek before tumbling to her back from the sudden force. The rest of us were able to brace ourselves and watch as the fear scale condensed into the hand on top of the crystal. The once clear gem lit up in a shade of gray just before the entire panel whirred to life. The gauges swayed erratically before settling into place. "Show off," Bund grumbled. I had been so focused on the panel that when the room suddenly buzzed from all directions, I instinctively raised a layer of mana around my body. "It's just the apparatus powering on," Emily quickly consoled. From the way the other mages present all got into a defensive stance, it seemed they were just as surprised as I was. "I shall go next," Hester said, stepping forward calmly. After placing her hand on the crystal, she muttered a single word. "Burn." A blazing inferno erupted from her body, making her red robe appear to be completely made of fire. The ground around her became scorched, but what amazed me was that when one of the tendrils of flame lashed at me, there was no heat. What seemed like a brazen display of strength turned out to be a demonstration of her control over her element. The metal panel whirred once more, this time a little less so. Also, it might have just been my imagination, but I swore I heard Hester clicking her tongue. "My turn," Bund declared, flexing his fingers before placing it carefully over the crystal that had returned to its transparent state. There was a beat of silence before the ground beneath us began trembling. Loose pebbles and rocks began hovering off the ground as an aura of brilliant topaz surrounded the bearded dwarf. Elders, I love the enthusiasm and all, but this wasn't meant to be a contest," Emily muttered weakly, her voice unsteady from the shaking ground. "To a real man, everything's a contest," Bund grinned wickedly before letting out a sharp breath. Immediately, the earth cracked, spreading from his feet while the yellow aura gathered into his hand. The panel trembled and made its familiar noise before the crystal sucked up and transferred the mana that Bund had supplied. The muscular dwarf let out a satisfied grunt and stepped away. Emily immediately inspected her apparatus to see if any of the elders had damaged it. "Princess Cathaln," she called, "if you would please." "I think just a little bit more will be enough." The princess nodded, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear before sending out a wave of mana as well. Just by the tense expression on Cathaln's face, I knew all too well that she had no intention of backing down from the unsaid challenge between the elders. The temperature dropped to a noticeable degree as a haze of frost swirled around the princess. Some of the rocks near her already began freezing when the frost began taking form into what looked like translucent serpents. The frost serpents slithered in the air around her before coiling down her arm and disappearing into the crystal she had her palm on top of. Emily's apparatus buzzed with fervor while the clear crystal began swirling in a motley of colors. The artificer began to turn a few knobs and flip a few switches before rotating the now colorful crystal until a loud click occurred. "I'll turn it on now," Emily announced, her eagerness unconcealed. She pushed down on the crystal until it was fully inside the panel and I could almost see the mana traveling from the device through the thick wires and into the rods on the wall. Everyone watched as strands of multicolored mana began shooting from one rod to another, spreading exponentially until the strands connected the metal rods to one another in a honeycombed pattern. "What in the world?" Bun breathed. His neck stretched out as he gazed at the walls and ceiling of the room. "The floor has the same sensors buried," Emily added proudly. "Now, before I go over what all of this is, General Arthur, I believe Miss Imria has something she needs to do." I turned to my training attendant, Alanis. She walked to me after putting down the clipboard she had been holding. "It won't take long, General Arthur. Please give me your hand." Curious, I took off the glove, letting it dangle by the wire it was attached to. Alanis gently wrapped both her hands around mine and began chanting with her eyes shut. Once she finished, Alanis' eyes snapped open. Her eyes had surely been pink and blue, yet when she gazed at me once more, her eyes had turned to shimmering silver. A faint emerald aura pulsed around her and began spreading onto me as well. "Please, stand still for a moment, General Arthur," she said, her voice seeming to echo. Alanis' silver eyes darted left and right, up and down, studying me in-depthly until her green aura faded and her silver eyes reverted to their normal colors. "Scans are complete," Alanis announced before walking back and scribbling furiously. "What was that?" I asked. The hand that the elf had held tingled. Alanis looked up from her clipboard and opened her mouth to speak when Emily quickly covered her mouth. "Hee. We'll tell you everything later. For now, why don't we start with the training?" "The lady has spoken," Bund agreed, swinging his arms. My limbs were beginning to calcify from staying still for so long. Hester rolled her eyes. "I hardly think that's possible, but I agree with the dwarf. Princess Catherine had told me much about you, General Arthur, and I'm quite curious to see if you live up to her exceedingly high standards." "It's not like that," Catherine quickly amended, pushing her guardian away. Smiling, I followed her and the three elders to the center of the room. We distanced ourselves roughly 30 feet from each other and I was surrounded on all sides. The princess positioned herself close to the pond in the rear corner with Bun to her left and the silent Camus to her right. My mind raced as I tried deciding which one I should start with my back to. Adrenaline coursed through my body, coalescing with the mana streaming through my limbs. The familiar feeling of my dry mouth and cold sweat rolling down my cheek told me all I needed to about the situation I was in. The pressure that the four of them gave off sent chills down my spine, but my smile only grew wider. I licked my lips and lowered myself into a defensive stance. "Let's begin." Chapter 182, Elders Assessment. As soon as the words left my tongue, the elders wasted no time in their attack. Hester moved first, forming a globe of fire in her palm. With a snap of her wrist, the burning sphere shot toward me, growing larger as it approached. I turned to counter when the ground beneath me shifted abruptly, throwing me off balance. With hardly any time to react now, I spun while withdrawing Dawn's ballad from my earring. In one fluid movement, I launched a shockwave of frost from my blade, exploding the flaming globe prematurely before falling back. "Tripping over your own feet, young general?" Bunt snickered, his hands glowing in an aura of yellow. "For someone with so many muscles, you sure use some cheap parlor tricks," I jeered, pushing myself up from the ground. The dwarf shrugged. "I'm not the one that just fell on my ass," I responded to his snide comment with a smirk, keeping an eye out for the other two to make a move. I didn't have to wait long. Camus casually hurled a blade of wind in my direction. The crescent approached viciously, carving a path in the ground where it had traveled. I swung Dawn's Ballad into Camus' attack when the crescent suddenly distorted before exploding. Lesson 1 of fighting as a conjurer. Be unpredictable, Camus muttered. A blast of wind nearly threw me back onto the ground. This time, however, I was able to react fast enough. I stabbed my sword into the ground, putting more force than I normally would to embed the broken tip of my sword into the dirt floor to brace myself against the blast. I looked back up to see dozens of jagged icicles, each as long as my arm, flying toward me. Siphoning mana out of my core, I swung my free arm, releasing a wave of fire. The large shards of ice evaporated with a hiss from my flames, but before I could continue my attack, 3 triangular panels of stone shot up from the ground around me and collapsed on each other. Trapped within the pyramid of earth, my vision darkened. This is getting annoying, I thought. Fighting against conjurers was fundamentally different than going up against augmenters. For one, they kept their distance and attacked from afar. With a snap of my finger, I ignited a flame to study my surroundings. Just 3 walls coming together at a point about 20 feet above me. I might as well try and fight like a conjurer as well, I muttered to myself, putting Dawn's Ballad back into my ring. I sent out a current of earth mana into the ground, and within a second I was able to make out the rough positions of all 4 of them as well as the 2 figures afar, which I assumed were Emily and Alanis. Bunder must have sensed what I did because almost immediately after, spikes of stone began jutting out of the walls. Crafty dwarf, I smiled. The spikes elongated, closing in. It was now or never. After growing the flame I had used for light, I conjured a wave of frost with my other hand. I clasped the 2 opposing elements together, creating a blast of steam, spreading it until it filled the entire enclosure. Steam's leaking out. Careful for a surprise attack, Hester warned. Princess, take advantage of the moisture from the steam. Oh crap. I beckoned lightning to surge around my body, charging and containing it when I felt the temperature of the cloudy air around me plummet. I could see floating shards of ice forming, but my spell was finished. Burst, I hissed, discharging the currents of lightning coiling around my body. Tendrils of electricity surged out, shattering the ground and walls effortlessly until the stone pyramid Bunder had conjured collapsed. A large cloud of dust, debris and steam covered much of the view, but Camus had somehow found me because the old elf was just a few feet away, swirling gales coiling around his arms. Wordlessly, the wind conjurer pushed, sending me hurtling backward with the full blast of his wind, straight into Hester. The Elder was waiting for me on the other side with a fully formed globe of blue flames ready to fire. With barely enough time to twist my body in the air to defend against the attack, I faced the full brunt of the sapphire flames. Hester Flamesworth had been serving the Glader family for over 2 decades, and while I'd always respected her magical prowess, it was because of her talents that she had the tendency to be a bit prideful. So when I saw Arthur's form being consumed by the very blue flames that had set her apart from all the other fire attribute conjurers of Sapin, I knew that she saw Arthur as a person she had to beat at all costs. My hand unconsciously reached toward Arthur. No more than a few seconds could have passed when the blue flames began swirling. At first I thought it was Hester's doing, but when the cone of fire split with Arthur intact, aside from the few burnt ends of his long hair, I knew that he had somehow dispersed the flames on his own. Arthur let out a cough before speaking. That was a close one. My guardian's eyes widened just a little before feigning composure. Impressive, General Arthur. But it seems like you're taking us a little too lightly. Elder Bundemog raised a bulbous arm. I second that. If this is all you can do, I'm afraid we're going to need a lot more than 2 months to train you. It's hard getting motivated if you so obviously hold back like that, Elder Camus added before letting out a loud yawn and sitting down. I frowned. I was told that Elder Camus was once a distinguished member of the Elven army, but to think he was such an ill-mannered individual. Perhaps if I was Arthur, I might have gotten offended by his conduct, but to my surprise, he started laughing. Sorry, I often find myself trying to match my opponent's level to gauge. Bad habit of mine, he said, calmly dusting himself off. Suddenly, A wave of mana flooded out of Arthur as if a dam had just collapsed. My body instinctively reeled back from the force, and when I looked back up, I could see that Camus was back on his feet, all signs of his lethargy gone, while both Hester and Elder Bundemog had already thickened their aura for protection. In the center of us all was Arthur, except his form had changed. His long hair now shimmered like liquid pearl, and golden symbols ran down the lengths of his arms. If Arthur's presence was strong before, it was outright oppressive now. I won't use this form for the remainder of our training, but since today's sparring serves to get ourselves acquainted with one another, I'll graciously let loose, he said to everyone, his back facing me. The crude leather armor that Emily had clad him in now seemed almost majestic underneath the vivid nimbus of mana enveloping Arthur. He turned around and I was able to fully take in his amethyst eyes. I was having a hard time trying to find the right word to describe them. Ethereal, illustrious, sovereign? Even those words didn't seem to properly portray how those eyes seemed to shake my very core. I had seen this form once before at Xyrus Academy when he battled against Lucas, but it was my first time seeing it this closely. Now that's more like it. Elder Bundemog exclaimed, although the slight tremor in his voice exposed his unease. Spread out. Hester's voice rang with authority as she leaped backward and prepared her spell. She knew, everyone knew, that the tables had turned. The second round had yet to start, but already I felt the advantage we had in numbers was now gone. As Arthur's presence thickened like a shroud, the usual voice inside my head creeped up, saying that all was futile. No, you always do this, Kathleen. Stop doubting yourself. I bit down on my lip, berating myself for my pessimism. Ever since my awakening, I'd been constantly told how talented I was as a mage. Yet I always found some way to tell myself I was lacking. Perhaps that's why Arthur's impression of me back when we had first met during the auction had remained so clear. Even after all of these years, as a child and even now, he was smart, talented, sociable, knew what he wanted, and had a smile that could light up the world. Regaining my composure, I found myself eye to eye with Arthur once again. By his gaze, I knew he had been waiting for me. Somehow sensing that my mind was elsewhere, doing all I could to keep my embarrassment from reaching my face, I quickly nodded and took up a stance. His lips cracked up to form a faint smile and he gave me a nod in return. In that same instant, Arthur vanished, leaving behind only a footprint in the hardened ground and a few tendrils of electricity. By the time my eyes caught on to where he had appeared, Elder Camus had been knocked a few dozen feet in the air until the earth below him molded and cushioned his impact. Black lightning coiled around Arthur as his eyes searched for his next target. Just before he could move again, the ground rose around his feet, anchoring him in place. Stop gawking and help, I told myself. Using the water from the nearby pond as a catalyst, I shaped it into a giant frozen spear. As soon as I launched it, I felt Elder Camus push my 10-foot spear of ice with his wind magic, accelerating it to a speed that I couldn't have achieved on my own. Our cooperative attack tore through the air, spiraling viciously toward Arthur. Except, the man in question was still in place, staring straight at the giant spear of ice with only a hand up in defense. Is he not going to try and dodge? I thought about dispersing the spell, but Commander Virion had stressed how we needed to be serious about this in order to help Arthur. To my surprise, just when the spell was inches away, my spell dispersed. Arthur was still pushed back from the gale surrounding my attack, but the ice spear that I had conjured had shattered. Camus shot me a look as if asking whether I had been the one or not. I quickly shook my head, my brows knit in confusion. I'm sure it wasn't me. Arthur got back to his feet, unaffected, rather with a hint of satisfaction on his face. The elders and I all exchanged glances, no one completely sure exactly what had transpired. Bah! Elder Bundemog stamped his foot, raising a giant boulder from the ground beside him. Show me more. Unless changing the color of your hair and eyes is the only thing you can do. Arthur smiled wickedly. Gladly. My friend and now opponent became a blur. This time, I was able to follow his faint form. Just barely. He sent a shockwave of mana at Elder Bundemog, But the dwarf expected that. He sculpted the boulder by his side to become a giant shield of stone. A crater formed where the shockwave hit the shield, but it had been no more than a diversion. By the time the shield had blocked his spell, Arthur had already targeted Hester with a lance of black lightning in his hand. "He's not attacking you because he's afraid to hurt you, Cathaln," the voice whispered tauntingly. Letting out a sharp breath, I focused on a spell that General Very had taught me. It was a spell I never liked using since it meant that I had to get close to my opponent, but Arthur's concern in this situation was worse. I didn't like to be pitied. Seraph of snow. Layers of frost spread over my body, covering me in its icy grip. My clothing hardened into armor while a layer of white completely covered my body and the bottom half of my face. With my body further empowered, I dashed straight to Arthur, who was being attacked by everyone else. Elder Camus was darting around, sending blades of wind and cushioning Elder Bundemog and Hester whenever they were knocked away by Arthur. Arthur launched a spear of lightning at Camus, but it exploded mid-air thanks to Hester's intervention. Everyone felt the presence of my spell, but Arthur was too preoccupied to notice. The frost covering my arm changed form at my thought, extending and sharpening into a blade of ice. I swung the same way General Very had drilled into me for over a year. My blade cut across his back, drawing blood that already froze. Arthur's head snapped back to me, his gaze more of surprise than of pain. He spun around and launched a blade of wind at me, but the layer of frost covering me mitigated the spell. Without the need to physically block, I continued my attack. Drawing back my other hand, I pushed out, launching a shockwave of frost at Arthur. My opponent quickly blocked my attack, but he was still pushed back, straight into Elder Bundemog. Arthur's instincts were inhuman though, as he already twisted his body and prepared to defend when a gale of wind spun him uncontrollably. The elderly dwarf saw him coming and an excited smile stretched across his white beard. He loaded his fist in position to punch while the earth around him trembled. Pieces of the ground flew, combining together around his fist to form a giant gauntlet of stone. Hester empowered his attack by imbuing a blue flame around the earthen fist. A painful crash resounded as Elder Bundemog's flaming rock fist connected straight into Arthur. Oh, that felt so good. The dwarven elder beamed, shaking out the fire around his fist. I dispersed my spell too, relishing the warmth that soon followed. Arthur sat up from the crater, his body, now back to normal, managed to create in the ground. Stretching his neck, he let out a groan. "You got me good there." Elder Bundemog let out a hearty laugh in agreement. The princess sure saved the day. The three of us were basically in a stalemate, and I suspect the young general wasn't even going all out. I'm not able to keep up that form indefinitely, and I was already running out of steam. Arthur shook his head. "But yeah, I wasn't expecting you to come at me like some sort of ice ninja, Cathaln." I tilted my head, confused. "Ice ninja? Nothing." Arthur let out a wry chuckle, scratching the back of his head. "I shouldn't have taken you lightly, that's all." I blushed. Thankfully, Elder Camus seized his attention, extending a hand and pulling Arthur up to his feet. "Interesting boy," the quiet elder said with the faintest trace of a smile. "It seems we'll have much to discuss," Hester added. "I figure this will be a learning experience for all of us." We all agreed on that. The five of us regrouped back near the entrance of the training room with Emily Watskin and Miss Imria. "Before I go over the analysis of today's little assessment, I just wanted to hear some feedback," Emily addressed. "Of course, our beautiful Miss Elenis Imria has planned out a rigorous training schedule for General Arthur, but overall if there are any concerns, please let me know." Miss Imria nodded, her expression deadpan. "Feedback is crucial. I think it's safe to say for everyone, especially General Arthur, that the biggest issue is concern for safety," Hester noted. "Ah, yes. I'm actually in the works for something to help solve that problem, but it still needs some tinkering," Emily responded. "Can I ask what it is, exactly?" "I'm pretty curious," Arthur asked. "It's a device that basically reads how much mana the wearer is being hit with, triggering a last-minute defense mechanism to prevent a lethal blow," the artificer answered almost mechanically. "If an artifact like that could be built, couldn't it be given to all the soldiers in battle?" Elder Bundemog mused. Emily hesitated. It could, but it would be astronomically expensive, Miss Imria finished. Also, the defensive mechanism would only work for that single triggering attack. In a training environment, the opponent would stop, but out on the battlefield, another attack would be all the enemy would need to finish the job. Elder Bundemog stroked his beard. True, good point. Yes, the artifacts are extremely expensive to make, not just for its cost but for the rarity of the material. Phoenix worm scales are needed to make the artifact, and the Glader family has so graciously bestowed us with a few for the sake of my new training devices, Emily informed, looking at me with an appreciative gaze. I wasn't aware that father and mother still had some left. Speaking of training devices, what exactly is this get-up for anyway? Arthur asked, poking the gem on his leather chest plate. I'm assuming this, and those plates all over the wall aren't for decoration. At that, Emily smiled brightly. Even Miss Imria had a trace of excitement shining in her eyes. Everything, my friend, from the unappealing armor to the weird plates all across this room, is for the sake of recording and measuring everything that has to do with how you magic the hell out of people. Chapter 183, Measuring Magic. Measuring and recording someone magic the hell out of people was a rather unintuitive way of describing an unfamiliar process to a group of elderly mages and two teens. However, once Emily quelled her enthusiasm and began slowly explaining the functions of the discs all over the room and the metal panel filled with gauges, as well as the leather armor I was wearing, I could see the excitement bubbling up on everyone's faces. So the things attached all over the room serve as detectors of some kind to record how powerful a spell is? Camus asked, tilting his head. Emily nodded. The word powerful is a vague term, but yes, the discs were rather tricky to make because each one of them needs to be sturdy enough to receive the impact but sensitive enough to accurately transmit the feedback into my recording panel. That's just one of its main aspects though. The other, I'll explain in a bit. What were those glowing lines connecting the discs earlier? Hester asked. Good question. Emily nodded. Well, you see, a spell is rarely going to be the size of just one sensor, so I needed each disc placed relatively close to one another with sensors in between so that even when a spell is several yards in diameter, the discs can accurately gauge the impact or force of the spell. I made a new term for this measurement. It's called force per unit, or FPU. The glowing trails of mana, that light up once powered sufficiently, in this case, by Princess Cathalin and the four elders, serves as sensors that connect each disc to one another so I can more accurately gauge the FPU of a spell as soon as it's released into the field of discs. I could see more than a few eyes glazed over from confusion by Emily's excited explanation, so I was tempted to remain quiet and let her run out of words to say, but I was curious about something as well. So the discs act as sensors after basically being struck with a spell. What if I hypothetically fired a blast of wind at Elderbund and he blocked it? The spell would never reach any of the discs, so would that spell not be measured? Emily's eyes lit up. As expected, you caught on to one of the shortcomings rather quickly. I realized in the early stages the same problem. If these discs were just targets to be hit, then the impact they receive is enough to get an accurate reading on the force of the spell. But in cases where live sparring takes place, more than half of the spells would be either unreadable or inaccurate at best due to being partially or fully mitigated by a counterattack from the opposing side. I said earlier on that recording through direct contact was just one of the main aspects of the discs. The other is also the reason why I needed to cover the whole room. Each of the discs not only sends visible trails of mana to the discs around them, but also creates a sort of pressure that can be read right at the force of a spell as soon as it's formed. Is that why I had to help you put all those discs so deep beneath the ground? Bund asked, scratching his head. Exactly, and so the discs aren't in the way even when using earth magic. She replied. Thanks to Elder Bund, installing the discs underground was easy. It is through the sensors in the ground, all over the walls, and on the ceiling that manipulated mana can be measured even without the need for any of the discs to actually be physically hit with a spell. Okay, So basically having this room completely surrounded in these discs creates a room where mana can be measured, I simplified. Emily pursed her lips. Well, yeah, if you want to just summarize an entire 6 months' work into a sentence, I guess so. I let out a laugh. Believe me, I know very well what you created here is a technological marvel that'll help mages develop much faster in the future, but I don't think any of the people here have plans on being artificers. True, Emily admitted, still pouting. So you explained what the discs and the panel does, but what about this armor you're having me wear? I asked. Ah, I made that armor for Miss Imria's sake, the artificer replied, turning her gaze to Alanis. My training attendant nodded before speaking. Miss Wykes noted the possibility that this environment might have an effect on my personal ability, so she created that suit so that I can make accurate readings throughout your training. That's a rather vague explanation. If I didn't know any better, it seems like you're trying to keep your ability a surprise, just like Emily with her invention. I teased my robotic assistant. She was, however, less than amused. Her expression remained deadpan. General Arthur, you asked for specifics of Miss Wykes' suit, not my ability. If you are curious about my ability, please tell me so. Will do, I replied, taken aback. My training assistant, unlike Emily, didn't seem very keen on explaining anything and everything pertaining to a certain subject. So, Alanis, what does your ability do? The stoic-faced elf nodded, satisfied by my straightforward question. After making a physical connection with an individual, I am able to utilize nature affinity magic to accurately observe the mana flow of said individual. I heard a snicker from Bund. Taking a peek, I saw the dwarf nearby nudging Camus with his elbow and whispering, hee hee, physical connection indeed. I held back a groan while Camus simply ignored the lecherous dwarf. So does that make you a deviant of nature magic? I asked, curious. While it was common knowledge that the higher forms of wind, water, earth, and fire magic or sound, ice, gravity, and lightning respectively, with metal and magma magic specifically a dwarven specialty, little was known about what nature magic exactly was. It was acknowledged that only elves were able to utilize nature magic, which made magic researchers believe it was a sort of deviant specialty of wind and water, just like how magma was a specialized combination of fire and earth. One example of nature magic was plant manipulation, like what Tess was able to do, but I'd never heard of reading mana flow using nature magic. Whether my ability is an evolved form of nature magic or a specialized peripheral use of it, I am uncertain, she answered. However, Commander Virion tasked me with providing accurate feedback on your mana flow throughout the course of your training like I had for a few of the other lances. You helped out the other lances too? I asked. I wasn't as much surprised by the fact that the others had been helped by her but more so that Virion hadn't told me about Alanis until now. Yes, she disclosed. How intriguing. Hester chimed in. To what extent does this sensory magic show about General Arthur? Alanis took out a small journal, bound by worn leather. She flipped through several pages before reading aloud. General Arthur's rate of mana flow upon manipulation from mana core to extremities measures at roughly 0.46 seconds for body augmentation. For spell casting, there is roughly a 40% increase in time for wind attribute spells and 55% increase for earth attribute spells compared to ice and lightning attribute spells. Fire and water magic were not used enough during the session so no readings could be made. 0.46 seconds is awfully specific. How were you able to accurately measure the time? Camus asked. His interest piqued as well. Alanis took out a small cube-shaped device from the inside of her suit-like jacket. Miss Wykes generously provided me this time-counting device. She pressed a small button on the side and the cube began whirring before she quickly pressed it again. She showed us the top of the cube, and it showed the time, down to a fraction of a second. Never thought I'd see such a useless tool, Bund grumbled, obviously uninterested in the analysis of these numbers. Nonsense. That device can measure how fast you can run from one end of the room to the other with those short stubs you call legs, Hester jeered, a smug grin on her face. Bun let a loud snort. Why do such a plebeian thing like running when I can have the earth underneath me move my feet, you old witch? The two began bickering once again, making me wonder what their relationship was. It wasn't just their bickering, though. Back when we were sparring, all three of the elders had had an uncanny degree of coordination, like they had fought together before. I made a mental note to ask either Cathal or Virion later. Turning my attention back to the two elves, it seemed like Alanis had just finished answering Camus' question, which I'd missed. I see, the old elf replied thoughtfully. I wouldn't want to hassle Miss Wykes too much about this, so I'll procure some materials myself. It's really no problem at all, Elder Camus, Emily chimed in. I was planning on improving General Arthur's suit anyway. Making a few more wouldn't be much of a strain assuming I have the materials at hand. What's going on? I whispered, leaning toward Cathal. Elder Camus asked if it was possible for Miss Imria to do readings for multiple people, Cathal answered, taking a step back from me. Whoops, a little too close for her. I distanced myself as well, remembering the princess had always been wary of her personal bubble. Does that go for you as well? She nodded. I'm curious to know how the speed of my mana flow compares to others. The aspect of comparison brought up a whole load of questions to mind that I wanted to ask Emily, but it wasn't the time to ask that now. Instead, I turned to my training assistant. Alanis, what were my numbers after I used Ralmia? I mean, after my hair and eyes changed colors. Everyone looked at the straight-laced elf expectantly, even Hester and Bund, whose squabbling, maybe even flirting, I had tuned out, stopped to hear her response. Alanis only had to flip a single page in her notebook before answering. General Arthur's spell-casting efficiency, from the mental invocation stage to the physical shaping of elemental mana, increased nearly fivefold throughout all spectrums of elements. And? Bund pressed while everyone held their breaths. Alanis shook her head. My apologies, General Arthur. I did not record your body augmentation after the change in your form. It's okay, I consoled. Was it because there wasn't enough of a difference in times? Oh, number. It's not because of that, Alanis amended, her eyes wide. I did not record you simply because I could not. General Arthur, your body augmentation speed is already normally on par with most of the lances. After the transformation, however, your body augmentation speed was much too fast for me to even attempt to measure. How's your brother doing these days? I asked, hoping to fill the uncomfortable silence in the corridor. We were walking in one of the residential floors of the castle. The clear view of the moon and stars just outside told us that training had gone far longer than intended after our in-depth discussion about the intricacies of Emily's gadgets and Alanis' deviant ability. With everyone either already asleep or down in the lower levels working, the castle felt almost abandoned. Curtis is doing much better now that Father has finally allowed him to leave the castle, under supervision, of course, Cathal replied with a hint of envy. He described in his last transmission scroll how rewarding it was to be one of the assistant training instructors at Lanceller Academy. You're not so lucky, I'm guessing? I had hoped that getting stronger as a mage would allow me a little more freedom. But the image my father has of me remains that of a timid little princess, she breathed. I chuckled. Well, to be fair, you are pretty timid. I have been told that I've become more outgoing. Cathal replied, flustered. Even the idea of participating as your sparring partner was by my insistence. Her voice trailed off. What was that? She quickened her pace, walking on ahead. It's nothing. We walked in silence once more and I found myself paying eerily close attention to Cathal's walking. Her footsteps had an almost lulling cadence, each footfall deliberately made on the balls of her feet to make little sound. She was small-framed but each stride exuded a confidence that seemed well-rehearsed. If I didn't know her, just by her walk, I would have thought she was just another arrogant and pretentious noble. She stopped, and by the time I raised my eyes, I found her looking back at me with just the slightest raise in her left brow. Is everything okay? Realizing that I had spent the past few minutes staring at her legs, I blushed. And no, I mean yes, everything is okay. Your footsteps are very quiet, I didn't know if you were still walking behind me, Catherine said, waiting for me so we could walk abreast. I could say the same for you, I laughed. If I couldn't see you in front of me, I would have thought you were a ghost. Mother was very strict on anything that could be seen by those around us. Curtis and I were forced to receive lessons that covered every spectrum of what is expected of royal blood, Catherine answered. Oh, my mom had Ellie go to those kinds of classes when she was little, except for the only thing she seemed to learn was how to get out of chores by saying they were unladylike. I breathed. Catherine had a faint smile. Ellie is your sister, correct? Short for Eleanor? Yeah. Have you met her? She's usually in the outdoor balcony practicing her archery. I have seen her on occasion but never talked to her, she answered. She can be a bit intimidating with that bear she always takes around, I admitted. I'll have to properly introduce you to her sometime. I'm sure she'd be excited to get to know you. Catherine's smile widened to a point where it actually looked like a smile. I'd like that. We continued talking as we made our way to her room. Hester was originally supposed to escort the princess back, but I wanted to get out of the training room and actually planned on getting something to eat after, so I volunteered. The old mage was reluctant, but knowing Catherine was with a lance and the excitement of measuring the FPU of her spells outweighed everything else. She, along with the two other elders, stayed behind with Emily and Alanis to measure the force of their spells. If someone were to stand absolutely still and stay quiet, it was possible to feel the castle tremble slightly every so often. Catherine's room was just a few feet ahead when I remembered. Does your guardian personally know Bund? She nodded. All three elders know each other. My brows lifted in surprise. Really? How? The three of them played crucial roles in the last war between human and elves. Darv sent soldiers to help Sapin during the war, which is how Hester and Elder Bund know each other. After the war was over, leaders from all three kingdoms were obligated to attend a summit held every couple of months in an attempt to mend broken bridges. I've heard of Elder Camus and Elder Bundemog's name mentioned several times by Hester. They often trained together before. That explains their impressive coordination during the spar, I noted. I wanted to ask more about Hester and the Flamesworth house in general, but we had been standing outside of Catherine's door for a bit now and it felt more proper to ask Hester directly. Will you be okay by yourself, princess? I teased as Catherine carefully unlocked her door with a touch of a palm. My room didn't have a Mana signature reader, but then again, having one probably didn't do me much good. Father took extra precautions with the reinforcements in my room, she said before taking out a familiar-looking pendant from around her neck. I also have this. That's made from a phoenix worm, right? I asked, knowing where I had seen it. I'm impressed you know what it is with such a brief glance, she replied. The artificer, Gideon, made these from the core and scale of a phoenix worm. It's beautiful, I said, omitting the fact that I had bartered two of the same artifacts from Gideon almost 10 years ago for the blueprints on the steam engine ship. Ellie and my mother were still wearing them now, one of the reasons why I could sleep a little easier at night. Thank you. She tucked the phoenix worm pendant back inside her shirt. And thank you for walking me back. I was happy to see Hester so eager, but knowing her, she wouldn't have stayed with me inside. No problem, I responded. It's the least I could do for taking the time to help me with my training. She shook her head. It's training for me as well. No need to thank me for that. Well, then let's train hard and get even stronger. I stuck out a hand. Catherine stared at my open hand for a moment before gingerly accepting the gesture. Both her palm and her fingers were warm to the touch, hot, even, and her hand remained absolutely still in my grip, making sure my friendly gesture didn't linger until an uncomfortable duration. I gently squeezed her hand before letting go. Good night. Without even a pause, she whipped her head away and shut the door. From the other side of her door, I heard a muffled, "Good night, A. Arthur." Chapter 184, Aspect of Unpredictability. Nico slapped the back of my dueling vest. Are you ready, Gray, I continued the last set of my stretches, more out of anxiousness than to loosen my body. We were in the underground waiting area where dozens of other students were either practicing their techniques on the padded mats or restlessly pacing until their name was called by one of the officiators. Ready as I can be, I suppose, I finally replied while swinging my arms. Come on, you're going to have to be more confident than that, more hungry, Nico pressed. I know how hard you've had it, being bullied by everyone from the 2nd and 1st Division. How could you possibly know how hard I've had it? I cut in, annoyed. Moving from Division 4 into Division 3 last year made their pranks, most of which ended in me having welts and broken bones, worse because I apparently didn't know my place. My bad, Nico stammered, taken aback by my sharpness. You're in the first class of Division 1, respected by teachers and peers. While I'm proud of you for that, just don't think that translates into you knowing what I've been through these past years. He nodded. I was just trying to help. I let out a sigh. It's fine. I'm sorry for snapping at you. I'm just really sick of those nobles flaunting their house names as a badge to do whatever they want to me. Yeah, it doesn't help that most of their parents are generous donors of the academy. It only serves to have the teachers turn a blind eye to students with no family to back them like us. At least they treat you well, I said, sitting with my back against the cold wall. Being better at them intellectually doesn't seem to hurt their ego nearly as much as being better at them in combat. Thank God for that, Nico chuckled. At least you can defend yourself. I agreed. I'm just hoping the judges won't be as unfair as they have been and let me finally get into the 2nd Division. Seriously, even if your key level isn't as high, taking into account your overall combat ability should have at least put you in Division 2 last year. I still can't believe they held you back even after you pummeled that mouthy kid. Letting out a scoff, I asked, remember him taunting me before the start of the match, saying he could beat me with one hand? Nico suppressed a laugh in fear that the boy in question was somewhere in the large room. That match was over so quick, he didn't even have time to take his hand out of his pocket. Yet, here I am, taking part in these rigged assessment duels. I thumped my head against the wall, letting the dull pain wash away my despair. About that, Nico lowered his voice. I heard from the other engineering students that there's a new judge this year, said to be cold and impartial. I raised a brow. How would the engineering students know about that? Nico let out a cough and looked away. Supposedly, she's also a very attractive-looking lady. You know how it is with the engineering guys. They're a lewd bunch. Seems like that includes you as well. I smirked. I wonder what Cecilia's going to think when I tell her this. Why you wouldn't? Nico's face blanched. After all I've done to try and help you. Just then, a gruff voice called out my name over the intercom. Cadet Gray to Arena 6. Failure to show will result in an automatic loss. Once again, Cadet Gray to Arena 6. I picked up the blunted dueling sword that was lent to me for the assessment, and winked at Nico. I'll keep you and your engineering dog's little interest to myself. Nico just let out a breath of defeat and motioned for me to go. After waving back at my friend, I made my way up the wide ramp that led to the surface. I had to raise a hand to shield myself from the midday sun until my eyes could adjust. And when it did, I found myself in the center of a wide outdoor stadium. Raised circular platforms dotted the large field of grass. Students and faculty members of the academy surrounded the platforms, some judging or scouting while some were just there to watch their friends or upcoming opponent. The bleachers surrounding the stadium were dotted with people too far away to recognize. Not that I would know any of them. Prior events made it easy to assume most of the adults seated were family members of students participating in today's assessment duels. I made my way in the direction of the sign that read Arena 6, slipping through the crowds congested around the arenas in between. Great, an audience, I mumbled to myself. There was a large group of varying age excitedly chattering amongst themselves. One portly middle-aged man had his arms up on the arena, giving last-minute advice to the boy my age until the slender referee informed the man not to lean on the stage. I barely had room to go up the stairs that lead to the elevated dueling arena, and all throughout the way, eyes bored into me, some cast assessing gazes, trying to size me up to make their own prediction on whether their son, cousin, nephew, or whatever their relation to the boy up on the stage was, could beat me. On the arena platform stood only me, the boy I'd be facing, and the referee. The later rounds in assessments would have a panel of unbiased judges as well, but this was only the first. "Make us proud, Simeon." The portly man from earlier roared. "You can do it, Simi." A curly-haired woman hooted excitedly. "Sir, the barrier will be up soon, so please refrain from leaning forward onto the arena." "I will not remind you again," the slender referee said sternly. "Dad, please." The boy named Simeon groaned, shooing his father away. Without further delay, the referee took out a key and slid it alongside the far edge of the arena. Immediately, a light flickered around us, casting a translucent wall about 30 feet high. "Weapons in position," the referee announced. "Traditional dueling rules apply. Match will end when one of you yields or when the protective barrier around the dueling vest shatters. Points will be earned on solid contact, not glancing blows." "Cadet Gray, Cadet Simeon Cledholm, are you ready?" I kept the blade of my sword low, gripping only with one hand, while Simeon took on a more traditional pose with both hands firmly on the handle and the blade positioned vertically out in front of him. The two of us tipped our heads in acknowledgement, our gazes locked onto each other. "Begin." Immediately, Simeon lunged, clearing the distance of over 10 feet between us in a single step. He had concentrated his ki to his back leg, pushing off and redistributing back to the rest of his body after gaining the momentum he wanted to achieve. Not an easy feat. However, his burst seemed like a wade through viscous waters in my eyes. By the time his sword was lined in position to stab at my vest, I was contemplating between 3 different courses of action. I went with the simplest, pivoting so his blunted weapon would barely glide across my chest. Executing the same technique as Simeon, I concentrated ki into my back leg and torso for support. In one swift stroke, I stepped into range and spun using my leg and hips for momentum. That way, even though I didn't enhance my arm with ki, the strength of my attack was enough to knock Simeon off his feet. Just before my sword struck him, he managed to twist his body so his left shoulder took the force of the blow, not his vest. "Gah!" Simeon let out a pained yell as his right hand dropped his sword and cradled his injured shoulder. I thought for sure he'd yield, so I remained in my position, my eyes shifting between the referee and Simeon. A muted thump drew my attention, and I could see the father banging wildly at the barrier. "Get up, Simeon, get up." After a series of groans and curses, my opponent was back on his feet, his left arm dangling limply by his side while his right arm struggled to hold his long sword. I cast a look of doubt at the referee, but he shook his head. The match wasn't over. In an act of desperation, Simeon tried to catch me off guard while my attention was on the referee. He dashed once more, sacrificing his speed by allocating most of his ki into his arm. With his right arm strengthened, he was able to easily swing the heavy dueling sword. His stubbornness was respectable, but the match was already over. I struck his right hand, causing Simeon to drop his weapon immediately. Without stopping, I spun and kicked his right thigh, which was unprotected by ki. Simeon let out a grunt while he buckled to his knee. The tip of my sword was already waiting for him underneath his chin. I yield," he breathed. "No." His father protested, banging wildly against the barrier. "The boy cheated. No way my Simeon would lose to some no-name drat." "Enough," the referee berated. "Cadet Simeon Cledholm's assessment duels will take place amongst the other defeated cadets while Cadet Gray will move on. That is all." With that, the referee withdrew the barrier and allowed us to leave. Simeon walked down those stairs like his soul had just withered. I almost felt bad for him. His ki control was considered pretty good since most kids in my division were now getting a firm grasp on basic body strengthening, not ki allocation. His mother immediately gave him a hug and gingerly caressed his wounded shoulder while his father stared daggers, as if his son's loss was because of me. I guess it was. So I stared back and did the respectable thing to the portly man of House Cledholm. I smiled politely. Now, if he saw that as being rude or arrogant, That was on him. What were you dreaming about? A familiar coarse voice asked, startling me awake. My eyes shot open to see Virion, his face just a foot away from my own, wrinkled with a wide grin. Gah! I yelped, bolting up and nearly colliding heads with the old man. From the side, I could hear Emily and my sister giggling while even Boo and Sylvie huffed in amusement. Damn it, Virion. Your face is terrifying, I cursed, gathering my wits. You were smiling so widely that I just had to wake you up and find out what it was you were dreaming about, the old elf snickered. Was it perhaps one of those dreams? He continued, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. Are you sure you're fit to lead this continent's entire army? I groaned, fighting back the urge to roll my eyes. The commander, who was casually sitting on the ground next to me with his back against the cold metal wall of the training room like any old elder you might find in a rural town, simply shrugged. I'm pretty sure smiling lewdly while asleep in a public setting isn't very fitting of a lance either. It wasn't a lewd smile, I protested. It was kind of creepy, Ellie chimed in. It was just a dream about when I was younger, you know, when times were simpler. I shot back. It wasn't a lie, just not the entire truth. Ellie exchanged glances with my bond before shrugging. Was it another dream of your former life? Sylvie probed, concern in her voice. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Sylv, I comforted. Turning my gaze away from my vulpine bond, I watched as Cathaln and the three elders finished warming up. Only a day had passed since the first training session, but the fact that I couldn't get any sleep while trying futilely to extract mana out of Udo's horns without the echlorite in my right hand absorbing it first made it feel like a week had gone by. The last thing I had remembered was coming into the training room and seeing my sister and Boo with Virion. While Emily and Alanis prepared the training equipment she had made for Cathaln and the elders, I had sat down and talked with the commander. I had asked him about my personal training assistant and how he even found someone like her and why he never bothered to tell me. Virion had explained how he first met Alanis while visiting a unit stationed near the southern border of Illinois, where the Elshire Forest ended. He had stumbled upon Alanis in one of the medic tents helping a soldier who had gotten ambushed by the corrupted beasts. While she was only a nurse there, Virion apparently saw the true value of her deviant magic and brought her to the castle. During the time I was training in Ephatus, Virion had made all of the lances undergo evaluation by Alanis so they could improve where their mana flow was the weakest or slowest. Virion explaining to me that corrupted beasts were what the soldiers dubbed the mana beasts infected by the Vritra was the last thing I could remember before waking up to the sight of the old man's face hovering over mine. Trying to shake off the lingering weariness, I got up and stretched. Looks like the boy is ready, Virion exclaimed, motioning Emily over. The artificer hurried to me, carrying the training equipment she had managed to upgrade in such a short amount of time. Instead of the full leather armor used to bounce back the mana waves needed for Emily to record the power of my spells without interrupting Alanis' internal readings, I now only had to attach a few bands to my arms and legs and wear a thin chest plate with the gem embedded on it. After I finished putting on the new equipment, my training assistant approached me with her eyes glued to her notebook. General Arthur, I have finished compiling the training schedule for the next 7 weeks catered to improving your mana flow times during body augmentation and spell casting of your lesser elements, she said, raising her gaze to me while handing me her notebook. The first 2 weeks will be one-on-one training, I noticed after a cursory glance. That probably isn't the best use of time considering I only have 2 months, right? I agree, she nodded, taking back her notebook. However, your goal in all of this, General Arthur, by immersing yourself in combat scenarios involving all of the elements, was to acquire the knowledge of which elements can be best utilized depending on the situation in order to apply that in later battles, correct? Her thought process was a lot more technical but she got the gist of it. Correct. While it's commendable that you're willing to become a training dummy in order to achieve this goal, it's impractical for one main reason. Her statement piqued my curiosity. Go on. It is to my understanding after your assessment with your 4 trainers that the main reason for your, forgive my bluntness, problem stems from how solidified your fighting style is already," she answered. "It is to my understanding that you have previously tried to train your lesser elements before by forcibly inhibiting your strongest elements, correct? Yet, even after doing so, once you allowed yourself to go back to your more comfortable elements, your fighting style reverted back to what I gathered as close combat with elemental integration in your attacks." "That sounds about right," I said, thinking about what my core fighting style was. Much of my abilities had improved since my time as Grey, but my core style, which was the use of the sword and body, still existed, albeit improved after my training with the Azura, Ka'urtri. In order for your body to learn new ways of fighting outside of your usual methods, a slow transition is required, along with another important component: unpredictability. I could tell the twinkle in Alana's eyes that she was almost as enthusiastic about training regimens as Emily was about artificing. "General Arthur, you will start off with one-on-one spars against the 4 training partners here today. They will trade places in random time frames so your body will not get the chance to acclimate," she explained in a serious tone. "On top of that, for each session, you will not be able to use one element." "And which element is that?" I asked, looking over her notes. The usually impassive elf had the slightest glimmer of a smile. "That will be chosen at random and switched at random, General Arthur." "Unpredictability, remember? It seems like my original idea of brainlessly sparring 4 versus 1 has become much more convoluted," I chuckled. The training regimens she made for the other lances were just as complicated, Virion chuckled, standing up. After dusting off his robe, Virion headed to the door. "I'll be by whenever to see how things progress." "Alanis, don't break Arthur." "I still need him." Alanis nodded sternly, as if she had seriously considered it a possibility. With that, the old elf bid us farewell. Catherine and the elders, who had just finished warming up, showed their respects as the commander left. "The equipment is all ready to go," Emily exclaimed as soon as the door closed behind Virion. I looked around at the training room, spotting Catherine blotting her forehead with a handkerchief and Hester straightening out the creases in her tight-fitting robe. "So, who am I going up against?" The ground underneath my feet abruptly shot up like a spring, ejecting me into the air. I was startled for perhaps a split second before realizing that it had to be Bund. It had been less than a day since I first met the bearded ball of muscle and he was already becoming somewhat predictable. My body was launched about 20 feet in the air, and when I managed to twist myself to face my first opponent, the old dwarf was waiting for me with a wide smile, his bulging arms stretched out wide as if expecting me to hug him. A smile creeped up on my face as I siphoned mana into my hand. "At least I won't be bored." Chapter 185, Guest Teacher, Switch. Alanis called out just as my wind-infused fist was about to connect with Camus' chest. I muttered a string of curses, stopping my strike. How is it that over these past few days, the matches always seem to stop at such inconvenient times? She has to be doing this on purpose. As if to answer my accusation, my trainer clarified by saying, "Exactly 20 minutes have passed. Elder Camus will be switched for Elder Hester." "General Arthur, please restrict your water magic." I wiped the sweat pouring down my face, trying to get a breather until my next opponent arrived. Having my water magic ban meant that I couldn't use eyes as well. How frustratingly convenient for Hester, who would have been at a disadvantage against those 2 elements. Taking a peek at the audience, I could tell everyone had been paying close attention to my last fight against Camus, my sister particularly engrossed. The elder approached me until we were just about a dozen feet apart. Tying her long gray hair back into a bun, she readied into a dueling stance. Being a silver core mage meant that, while her strength was conjuring, she could easily augment her body. The fact that she wore tight-fitting clothes and chose to use a conjuring ring rather than the traditional staff or wand meant that she wanted the flexibility of both long-range and close-range combat. "Begin," Alanis stated, her voice amplified by the artifact she was speaking into. Hester immediately snapped her finger, a spark igniting between her middle finger and her thumb. The blue ember was just a distraction though. Since I wasn't using Realm Heart, My eyes couldn't see the fluctuations in mana, but I could feel it. My body, enhanced through assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will, seemed to instinctively sense that I was in danger. I quickly propelled myself back, just in time to see a burst of fire detonate where I had been standing. The explosion caused a cloud of smoke, obstructing my view of Hester. She didn't expect to hit me with that. She wants me to lose sight of her. I swung my arms, manipulating the cloud of dust between us to shoot forward. The rock and sand in the air froze still for a second before erupting forward into a shockwave of debris. Like I had predicted, Hester's form came into view. She managed to shield herself with a panel of fire. It was my turn to strike back. Augmenting mana into my legs, I flashed forward, gathering blue fire into my fists. I striked at the panel of fire, expecting my flame to overpower hers. Her spell disintegrated, but to my surprise, Hester was no longer behind the panel of fire she had conjured. That's when I felt it again, the primal instinct that told me I was in danger. This time, it came from below my feet. Blue fire swirled beneath me before erupting into a pillar of flames. For a moment, my vision turned blue as an intense heat washed over me. My aura blocked the attack long enough for me to manipulate the fire from harming me. If I accrued too much damage, the defensive artifact in my armor would activate, making it my loss. Just when the heat was becoming unbearable, I was able to dispel Hester's attack and break the pillar of fire, only to find myself surrounded by a dozen or so fiery spheres, each the height of an adult. Judging by the fact that I couldn't see or sense Hester, and that each globe of fire would be able to fit a grown woman inside, I knew she was in one of the globes. If she was trying to annoy me with all of these distractions, it was working. I stomped the ground, conjuring earthen spikes. Only half of the spikes hit its mark. Note to self: practice aiming with earth magic. The spikes that did hit bore straight through the spheres of fire, causing them to disperse. But it didn't take long for new spheres of flames to manifest and take their place. Before I could strike them down again, the flaming globes brightened before launching their attacks. Each globe seemed to have a mind of its own, as the attacks fired by them were different from each other. One globe shot a barrage of small fire bullets, while another began spinning and releasing burning crescents. I was forced onto the defensive by the barrage of attacks coming from all directions. I erected a stone wall from the ground to block the flame bullets and launched a blade of wind at the burning crescent, detonating the fiery spell prematurely. My mind raced, trying to think of my next move. I couldn't keep staying on the defensive, but I had no idea which flaming sphere she was hiding inside of. The temptation to just release Realm Heart grew, but I knew that was just a shortcut into solving my inadequacy by blowing off most of my mana. Think, Arthur. How would I try to fight me if I was Hester? The only strategy I could think of was to get on my nerves until I let my guard down. That was the answer. I let out a roar of frustration, wildly launching shockwaves of wind and blasts of fire at the globes. Of course, the ones I hit were replaced by new ones, but I continued my seemingly agitated assault. Coalescing tendrils of lightning around my arms and legs, I flashed forward, striking down the spheres of fire up close. For each globe I struck down, another two took its place until over 30 spheres hovered around me. Her mana pool is impressive. The spheres began undulating this time while they glowed brighter. I thought they were all going to explode, but instead each of the flaming globes shot a condensed stream of fire at me. Is this the final attack? I thought, noticing that the spheres grew smaller as they released their flaming beam. I put on my best expression of surprise and horror and waited until all of the beams were just about to hit me before I acted. Siphoning a large amount of mana for my core, I engulfed my entire body in a suit of fire. Absolute control was necessary to keep the fire from harming me, but timing it with Hester's last attack would make it seem like I was hit. Even with several extra layers of pure mana and fire mana protecting me from Hester's barrage, I felt the fire singeing the hair on my extremities. I feared for a second that I might actually come out of this bald, but my aura kept me, and the majority of my hair, safe. I heard Ellie call out to me in horror over the roar of the flames, but I kept my focus on the opponent. I knew Hester wouldn't let her guard down even from this. This next part was the hard part. One aspect to consider for a multi-elemental mage was his strength to not just know when to utilize each of his elements, but how to utilize multiple elements in conjunction to one another. Keeping the flaming barrier around my body, I split off a part of my focus so I could manipulate the ground underneath me. I felt my flames tremble, a sign that my concentration was wavering, almost enduring the growing heat around me as I manipulated a hole into the ground for me to fit inside. I waited until I finally saw Hester's silhouette through the layer of fire between us. Now, I collapsed my protective spell just as I fell into the ground, immediately covering the ground above me so I was completely submerged below. The earth shook at what I assumed was Hester's next strike. Without wasting any time, I pushed at the earth around me, utilizing the seismic perception spell to sense where everyone was. I felt a ripple in the earth from a different location. It was the same perception spell that I had used except far stronger. Focusing back on the task at hand, I shaped the earth around me, allowing myself to slowly move underground. I knew experts like Bun were able to traverse underground as easily as if they were underwater, but unfortunately I wasn't at that level. It didn't matter, though. It was Hester's turn to be caught off guard. I only took 2 seconds to gather mana around my right first for my final attack. As soon as I was ready, I cleared the earth above me and bolted up to the surface by infusing wind mana beneath my feet. Black lightning coiled around my right arm like a vicious serpent ready to strike. Just beneath me, standing on the ground, was Hester, her arms enveloped in a fire fashioned into long blades with thin tendrils of electricity wrapped around them, no doubt her actual finishing move. Hester whipped around to face me just as my body descended. It was too late though. I was within striking range and she wasn't in the safety of her fire orb. We were playing to my strength now. My opponent's lips moved. Whether she was cursing or chanting a spell, I couldn't tell. As she brought up her flaming arm blades, the black lightning tore free from my arm as I unleashed the voltaic charge at Hester. The black tendrils ripped through the air until our two spells collided. A sphere of congealed fire and lightning formed from the impact, growing larger and brighter until it finally exploded with us in the epicenter. The explosion obscured our view of Arthur and Hester. My eyes flitted to Arthur's little sister. I was prepared to conjure a barrier in case the shockwave reached us, but her bond had already responded, pulling her close with its body positioned to block any remnant of the blast caused by the colliding spells. With Arthur's little sister the target of my concern, I forgot to protect myself from the shockwave that detonated. I braced for impact, trying to raise a wall of ice in time, but to my surprise, the ground beneath me sank. I found myself a few feet below the surface, the shockwave passing through harmlessly above me. After the explosion subsided, I was raised back up to come face to face with Elder Bund. "Careful, princess," he grinned before turning his attention back to the origin of the blast. The cloud of debris caused by the explosion subsided and I could see the two figures. Arthur, while disheveled, was standing. My guardian, on the other hand, had fallen back, a soft pink glow surrounding her signaling that the defensive artifact had been triggered. Elder Bund clasped his hands together, obviously excited. "Haha, brilliant." The artifact worked seamlessly. Miss Watson exclaimed from the side, excited for a different reason. "It's worrying that you're this surprised about the same device meant to keep my brother from dying," Arthur's little sister muttered, patting the dust off of her wardrobe. "I wasn't surprised," the artificer protested, "just happy that there were no unexpected complications." Arthur's sister cast one last look of doubt at Miss Watson before turning her focus to her bond. "What was General Arthur's mana flow readings during that battle?" Elder Camus asked Miss Lennis. I listened in, curious about Arthur's improvement over the last few days. Miss Lennis' eyes glowed in a myriad of colors as she assessed Arthur's internal data. Eventually her irises reverted back to their original colors. General Arthur's mana flow for spellcasting Earth and Wind have increased by 4% and 2%, respectively. "And that's a good thing?" Elder Bund asked, his thick brows knitted in confusion. The rate of General Arthur's growth is impressive, to say the least. It has been less than a week, yet the improvements he has made in his peripheral elements is remarkable, she replied before recording her newest findings into her journal. I think you'd be more helpful in the war if you led a larger group of soldiers than trying to push that old body of yours. A familiar voice sounded from behind us. My eyes widened as I realized it was Commander Varian accompanied by General Bayron as well as Master Vary. I immediately lowered my head in respect. No need for such formalities. I'm just here to check up on my youngest general. Commander Varian chuckled. Actually, let me apologize in advance. I raised my head tentatively, locking eyes with Master Vary. My teacher of ice magic regarded me with her strong gaze before turning her attention to the aftermath of Hester and Arthur's mock battle. That passive aggressiveness is beneath you, Varian. I mean, Commander. Elder Camus responded with a slight smile. Part of my job is making sure my strongest assets are being as effective as they can, Commander Varian clipped back, smiling amiably as he squeezed Elder Camus' shoulder. What are you apologizing for? Elder Bund asked. Don't tell me you're going to cut our training time short. I was just about to go next. Actually, Princess Catherine was scheduled to go first. Miss Emilia corrected. Master Vary approached me with a casual gait, stopping in front of me. She tenderly picked out a piece of debris that had become lodged inside my hair. It's been a while, Catherine. You've gotten stronger. Blushing, I quickly combed my fingers through my hair, trying to get rid of any other signs of my unkempt appearance. Thank you, Master. I've been growing in strength while training alongside the elders and General Arthur. She nodded before shifting her gaze behind me. I looked back to see Arthur pulling Hester back up on her feet. I could make out Arthur's lips moving, but it was impossible to hear what he was saying. I just arrived from a mission and have some rare time, she began, unclipping the fur-lined cloak over her shoulders. The rich midnight blue cloth fell to the ground, revealing Master's signature battle attire, a minimal navy armor with gold accents that looked like a gift from the Azuras when she wore it. I stepped out of the way and let her pass, already knowing what she was going to ask. At least the show's going to be entertaining, Elder Bund grumbled as he sat down on a stone chair he had just conjured. General Vary, I'm not sure the artifact has enough fuel to withstand a duel of this caliber, Emily said, raising a shaky hand. Without breaking stride, Master Vary locked eyes with Arthur. Even in his disheveled and worn-out state, my former classmate's eyes gleamed as his mouth curved into a smile. Bayron, help Miss Watskin fuel up her artifact for my little skirmish against our newest lance. Chapter 186. Beauty in Magic. I watched as Arthur and my master stood face to face just a dozen feet apart. Their presence collided terrifyingly, submerging the room in a heavy shroud as they merely waited. Finally, Miss Watskin's strained voice croaked from behind as if she was already regretting what she was about to say. The barrier is ready, I think. Her voice was soft, but Master and Arthur must have heard because the auras thickened around them. A shimmering veil of bluish-silver surrounded my master, unlike Arthur's aura, which was myriad of different hues, no doubt because of his multiple affinities. Commander Varian, along with the elders and even General Bayron, watched in silence, each of them afraid to blink in case they might miss anything. I could sympathize with them. I was standing as close as I could without endangering myself. Just the mere sight of them was awe-inspiring. I felt a sense of pride watching my master and the presence she had in a room filled with masters of magic. I had no doubt that, regardless of the many sparring sessions I could provide for Arthur, training just once with Master was more valuable. Suddenly, Master's body flickered and disappeared. Arthur reacted instantly, his form flashing away just in time to dodge Master's first strike. Where her frozen lance pierced the ground, ice spread. Arthur seemed to want to test his own ice magic against Master, because he responded by hurling a shockwave of frost. With a flick of her wrist, Master dispersed the shockwave, using Arthur's frost to fuel her own magic. The white mist swirled, forming into a dozen spears of ice around Master. She clutched her fist and the ice spears beckoned to her call, shooting at her opponent. As impressive as Master's control over ice was, Arthur's speed in dodging her barrage was even more splendid. His body seemed to have split and multiplied from the after images. I had heard that he was able to go even faster, but that his body wasn't able to handle the stress. Someone beside me clicked their tongue. I turned to see Bund with an expression of frustration. I see the young general was holding back on us. Arthur has a tendency to hold back with anyone he even suspects is weaker than him. Against Vare, he can go at full strength, Commander Virion said, his arms crossed. Why isn't he using that form of his, Realmheart, I think he called it? Hester asked, her face still strained from her duel against Arthur. I think it's so he can enjoy the fight longer, a light voice answered. It's not every day you can see my brother look so happy. Arthur's little sister was watching atop her bond as if in a trance. She had the same gaze I often saw Arthur have when he was truly focused on something. They really did resemble one another. A loud crash drew my attention back to the battle. Where there was once only a dirt field was now a snowy expanse. Master, who had just blocked an attack from Arthur, waved her arm and manipulated the snow around her. A vortex of frost swirled to life, forming into a spiraling serpent. Elder Bund whistled in appreciation as all gazes followed Master's creation. A snowy frost formed the long body of the dragon while the jagged claws and fangs were made of ice. The ice dragon opened its maw at Arthur, who readied himself. Brilliant blue flames coiled around his arms, melting the snow around him as his gaze remained locked on the mighty dragon. Smart move, giving up on playing to her strengths, Hester praised. Arthur lowered his stance, digging his back legs into the ground for support before he unleashed his fiery attack. The coiling vines of blue fire around his arms conjoined before erupting into a devastating blast at the frost dragon. Their two opposing spells crashed, enveloping the two of them in an expanding sphere of steam and debris. Care. Elder Camus grunted, conjuring a barrier of wind around all of us. We all braced ourselves for the shockwave that tripped out from the collision. The ground trembled and cracked while pieces of rock and ice bombarded the protective spell around us. As the cloud of steam and dust faded, I could see two figures in the air. Master was flying with 24 spheres of frost the size of her fists circling around her. Arthur was slowly descending, using wind magic to stay somewhat afloat. With a wave of his arms, Arthur unleashed a torrent of wind blades at Master. However, before the crescents reached her, they seemed to slow and fall off course. Air pressure gets reduced when air cools, Arthur chuckled. Don't I feel stupid for that last attack? Admitting your shortcomings is a step forward, Master acknowledged with the slightest hint of a smirk on her face. With a flick of her wrist, the spheres of frost launched forth toward Arthur but not directly at him. Arthur seemed to sense the danger they posed because he immediately covered himself in a whirlwind of blue fire. He's utilizing both fire and wind to amplify the power of his spell, Hester remarked. Just as the spheres of frost were about to explode, Arthur unleashed his fiery tempest. The blue fire roared to life, engulfing Master's spell. The swirling gale of fire remained, hiding Arthur within. I expected the blue flames to soon dissipate, but instead the embers swirled as if being sucked in. That's when I saw it. The blue flames had converged, coating Arthur's giant spear of lightning in a layer of blue flames. Not bad, General Bayron admitted, his gaze locked on the fearsome spear of fire and lightning. It would have been good if he could manipulate metal for the base of his attack, Elder Bun muttered. As Arthur's body slowly descended in the air, he hurled his spell. Just as the fire and lightning spear was released from his hand, a gust of wind swirled around him and his attack. The spear ripped through the sky, accelerating rapidly from the added wind he had added last minute. Elder Camus nodded in approval. Using wind as a supportive spell, Master was obviously weary of the strength of Arthur's spell because she conjured layers and layers of protective barriers of ice. Unfortunately, Arthur seemed to have predicted this because the layer of fire surrounding the spear of lightning melted through every layer of protection that Master conjured. Most of the people present seemed to be anxious whether or not Master would be able to block Arthur's attack, but I knew better. While I wanted to root for Arthur, I knew that he wasn't the only one holding back. The elemental spear exploded upon contact with Master's body, throwing her back in the air with her form engulfed in fire and lightning. Arthur landed on the ground. His body slumped just a tad forward from exhaustion. So she used that form. General Bayron smirked. Arthur's sister and those who didn't know what he was talking about looked at him in confusion. But I was already expecting it. I had learned that form from her after all. I suggest you take it a step higher as well, General Arthur, Master said, her form now visible. It was the form that Arthur had referred to as an ice ninja, except a few stages higher. Master was now completely clad in frost, as if her very body was carved out of ice. Every strand of hair looked like crystalline thread while her eyes glowed a bright blue. Arthur smirked, looking up in appreciation. I suppose it is time to bring this to a close. He closed his eyes and let out a breath. That casual action seemed to change the entire atmosphere in the room. While Master's form exuded a presence of awe, Arthur was distorting the very space around him. I had seen this form before, yet it still caused shivers to run down my spine. Arthur opened his eyes. His iris now a magnificent lavender hue and his long auburn hair a brilliant white. That wasn't it though. Arthur was muttering something under his breath. Soon after, a surge of black lightning enveloped his body. Oh my, Miss Watson muttered. General Bayron, would you mind charging more of your mana into the artifact? Good idea, Hester agreed. We'll help out as well. Bund, you should make a bunker around us. Soon, the earth around us sunk a few feet so that we all had to stand to see the fight, and the distance were two distinct figures. One looked like a translucent statue carved by a master sculptor, while the other seemed like a mighty deity in human form. So, do you think you can beat Arthur in a fight? Commander Virion casually asked General Bayron. The Lance remained silent as he imbued the crystal on Emily's panel. His hardened gaze focused on Master and Arthur. I turned my attention back to them as well, just in time to hear a series of pops in the space between them. What's happening? Arthur's sister asked, squinting her eyes. I'm not sure either, I thought. General Arthur is spellcasting, but for some reason, it's not visible, Miss Emeria explained, confused as well. The boy is countering various spells before it even manifests, General Bayron answered, gnashing his teeth. How is that possible? Hester asked. It has something to do with that form, Commander Virion replied, his sharp eyes wide in amazement. The pop sounds were that of mana colliding and cancelling each other out. I realized. Arthur's form blurred and disappeared, only to reappear behind Master, his leg high in the air. He struck and a shockwave of mana and electricity ripped out, but was immediately met with a blast of icy frost. Master responded with a swing of her arm. Arthur parried with a hand, but the ground beneath them shattered from the force. Arthur and Master were now engaging in melee combat. Every time Master tried to form a spell, they dissipated immediately. Still, she seemed to be holding her own against Arthur. She had formed a crystalline sword in each of her hands, while Arthur had one as well, except a little thinner. Their ice swords chipped with each block, strike and parry, their broken remnants sparkling from the reflection of the room's lights. Both of their weapons were formed from ice, yet only Arthur's conjured sword seemed to break while Master's sword remained strong. Despite this disadvantage, however, I could tell that in such close-range combat, Arthur had the upper hand. His movements, the ones I could see, were fluid yet unpredictable. Each slash and stab connected into one never-ending combination of attacks, all the while forming a new sword of ice every time his previous weapon broke. Even from my untrained eyes, I could tell that each of his attacks had meaning, like he was slowly guiding my master in an elegant dance. What enraptured my total focus more, however, wasn't his stunning swordplay, but his expression. He was smiling, practically beaming. Ah, he is having fun, I thought, my mind straying to the last moment in time when I considered magic as fun. Unable to recall a particular instance, I concentrated on Master's fight. It's a rare opportunity for Master to exhibit so much of her ability. I need to take notes. Arthur was fighting straightforwardly, while Master attempted to incorporate long-ranged attacks while simultaneously striking at Arthur. However, Because of his ability to seemingly counter every spell, she was left with only close-range combat. Oi, Camus, want to bet? I think that the young general is going to win this one, Elder Bun muttered, his eyes locked onto the battle. It's hard to gauge who has the upper hand, Elder Camus responded, not answering his companion's actual question. General Arthur's speed and reflexes are several steps above General Verrey's, but General Verrey's defense seems to be able to allow for more error. I agree, Hester added. Most of General Arthur's strikes can't penetrate through that ice-clad form of hers, while she seems to have the flexibility of manipulating that armor into whatever shape or weapon she wants. Incredible. General Arthur's mana flow speed is constantly accelerating, Miss Imria breathed, shifting her gaze between her notepad and Arthur. So do you want to bet or not? Elder Bund grumbled. I will wager on General Verrey, Hester declared. General Arthur for me, Elder Camus replied. Verrey for me, General Berrien stated. Commander Virion chuckled. Let's see who wins. Chapter 187, Offensive Mindset. Looking up, I locked eyes with Verrey as she was turning back into her normal form, the ice enveloping her slowly thawing. Good duel, General Arthur, Verrey acknowledged, extending a hand. I grabbed her arm and allowed her to pull me up to my feet. As expected, there's still a gap between us. If you were able to hold that form for an extended period of time, there was a chance you could have overpowered me, the Lance admitted. I consider that form a borrowed power, not my own, I chuckled, patting the dust off of my clothes. I thought I mastered ice to a large extent, but seeing you today makes me doubt myself. Verrey revealed just the faintest glimmer of a smile before heading toward where my sister and the rest of our audience were. As soon as we made it back to the group, the elders, Bayon and Virion, who had been exchanging gold coins with each other for reasons unknown, eagerly began bombarding me with suggestions and tips on what I did wrong during my sparring session with Verrey. Your fire spells are strong, but you expended an unnecessary amount of mana for each of them, Hester began. That's right, Bun chimed in. And there were many instances where utilizing your earth magic would have been more beneficial, yet you chose to revert back to your comfortable affinities. My head spun as I tried to keep eye contact with everyone who was talking to me until Alanis spoke up. Elders, I believe it'd be most beneficial for General Arthur if we spoke one at a time in a more controlled setting. I agree, General Virion added. Let's gather around and examine what our young general did wrong. With that, I found myself on a stone chair, graciously erected by Bun, sitting in circle like a child and his classmates for a group activity. Except my classmates were perhaps some of the most powerful and influential figures in all of this continent. Ellie and Boo joined us in the circle but remained silent while everyone else began pointing out specific instances in my last fight where there was something better I could have done. Using wind to bolster up your spells was a good idea, but your application of it was surface level, Camus explained. For example, instead of using the wind to push the lightning spear, why not integrate it around the entire spell itself? That way, you'd create a spinning force to strengthen its piercing power without using that much more mana. I was mulling over the Elven Elder's analysis when another voice spoke up. It was Bayon. Because of the element's very nature, shaping lightning is much harder than shaping fire. A more efficient attack would have been molding the fire into a piercing shape and coating it with lightning, he said sternly. Thanks for the advice, I said, surprised by his help. I understood that we were on the same side and all, but I was still the one that had brutally killed his brother. Don't get me wrong, Lucas deserved every ounce of what I did to him and more. But that didn't stop Bayon from taking my actions on his family personally. Allow me to just give one insight, Verrey said. Your control over ice is good, but as your opponent, it was too predictable for me that your ice magic merely served as a distraction. I'm sure Princess Catherine saw this as well. The princess nodded. Besides the spell Absolute Zero, most of his ice manipulation serves to divert his foe's attention from his more powerful lightning spells. Have I become that predictable? As if answering my thought, Verrey added, your speed and spell chaining make up for this slight shortcoming, but I suspect that, in a prolonged battle, this can lead to your defeat. I'll keep your advice in mind. Thank you. I shifted my gaze to Cathaln. Both of you. Virian used this opportunity, rising from his stone seat and clasping his hands. Well, I apologize for our little interruption. Carry on with the training, Arthur. My expectations of your growth are high, especially since you're taking time off from the battlefield. The commander shot me a wink before walking toward the entrance with his hands behind his back. The two lances followed close on either side of him and my eyes followed their figures until the large doors closed behind them. That was exhausting, Emily said, letting out a deep breath. Being in a room with two lances and Commander Virian really leaves no room to breathe, my sister added, falling forward on top of Boo's furry back. 3 lances, I corrected. Your brother's a lance too, you know. Well, you're my brother first, she dismissed with a wave of her hand. I got up from my seat and stretched my sore limbs. I'll take that as a compliment. Is training done for today? Cathaln asked, her eyes downcast. Emily walked over to the panel, carefully reading one of the gauges. Well, there's still a lot of mana stored in here from earlier if you want to continue training. Sounds like a plan, Bund exclaimed, shooting up from his seat. I've been itching to stretch my body after watching the fight. You down for little match, princess? Cathaln eagerly nodded and followed behind the dwarven elder to the other end of the training grounds. I think I'll head on up first, my sister said, mid-yawn. Do you want me to walk you to your room? I asked. Ellie shook her head, patting Boo's thick body. That's what I have Boo for. I nodded, shooting her a smile. Good night. Her eyes half closed, she gave me a weak salute. Good night, elders. Good night, Emily. Good night, Miss Emeria. And good night, Lance Arthur. I scoffed. Cheeky girl. My sister batted her eyes innocently before trotting out of the room, leaving only Emily, Alanis, and the 2 remaining elders. Your sister is very different from you, General Arthur, Alanis commented. I couldn't help but smile. She definitely takes more after our father. And you resemble more of your mother? The elven assistant asked, her eyes focused on Cathaln and Bund's figures. I watched the 2 of them as well, adjusting their dueling equipment before beginning their spar. I'm not sure. I'd like to think that I'm a mixture of both of them. Who else would you resemble if not either of them? Hester asked. I simply shrugged, unable to form a better response, when I heard a yawn from behind. Looking back over my shoulder, I could see Emily's head bobbing as she struggled to stay awake. Emily, I called out, startling the artificer. Emily fumbled with the dials on her panel as if she had been working. I'm not sleeping. No one said you were, I chuckled. But maybe you should get some rest. General Arthur is right, Alanis stated. I have basic knowledge of how to operate the device from watching. The artificer let out another yawn, adjusting her glasses. Thank you, but it's okay. I need to collect more data and compare the FPU from General Varre and Arthur's last battle. Speaking of that, you haven't really given us any of the data during my training sessions with the elders over the past few days, I said. I've been wondering about that as well, Camus added, turning his gaze from Cathaln and Bund's duel. I'm curious as to see how my spells measure. Yes, of course. However, the numbers won't really have any meaning to them individually, Emily explained. I currently have a few assistants in several academies testing out lower-end versions of this artifact to get recordings from the students there so we could gather a wide enough spectrum. Ah, so the FPU was more intended to be used to compare amongst other mages? I confirmed. The artificer nodded excitedly. Exactly. I can, however, compare the FPU readings between the mages present here. However, I'd be more confident in the overall measurements after more data. Camus' lips curved into a smile, his eyes hidden behind silvery blonde bangs. I wonder who amongst us oldies is the strongest. The 2 elders soon fell into a discussion on who they thought was the strongest while I focused my gaze back on Cathaln and Bund. The duel was drawing to a close. Cathaln was almost completely out of breath while Bund had just barely broken a sweat. Spikes of ice and earth surrounded them and small craters littered the ground, but neither had accrued any visible wounds besides fatigue. It wasn't until the princess finally dipped her head in a bow that the duel was over. Are you up for a little stretch with this old elf? Camus suddenly asked, turning to me. "I want to show you something." My mana pool was almost completely depleted and my limbs ached, but the elder piqued my interest. "Sure, only if Hester doesn't mind." "Don't mind me," Cathal's guardian dismissed. "I'll stay here and judge you both from afar." The two of us passed by Bund and Cathal on our way to the other end of the training room. I stuck out my hand to the princess, expecting a high five. Instead, all I got was a confused gaze before she shyly clasped my hand between her hands. I suppressed a laugh, scolding myself for expecting a princess to know a casual greeting that might not even exist in this world. "Are you two done?" Camus asked with a smirk. Cathal, who I realized was still holding onto my hand, quickly let go and scurried off. Positioning ourselves a few feet apart, I tightened the bands around my limbs and readied myself to start. Camus lowered his stance, holding out one open palm at me. "Before we begin, I want you to throw a punch at me right here." "What, a punch? Right here in this palm that I have so elegantly held out?" "Just a punch," I confirmed, confused. "An augmented punch, one that you would throw at your enemies." He spread his legs a bit wider. "Come on, I'm ready." "Okay." I shrugged before clearing the few feet of the ground between us. Planting my foot just below his extended arm, I turned my hips, waist, shoulder and arm in one fluid motion. Mana coursed up, flowing in conjunction with the punch to produce a concise, explosive effect without wasting a drop of mana. As soon as fist was about to hit Camus' palm, however, it suddenly felt like I was trying to force my fist through a thick layer of tar. I could see my own fist slowing, barely making a noise, as it fell gently into Camus' open hand. The old elf grabbed my fist and bobbed it as if we were shaking hands. "Hello." I snatched my hand out of his grasp. "What the hell was that?" "You're a smart lad, figure it out," the elder answered. Gazing down at my unharmed fist, I went through what had just happened. After my initial surprise died down, it was fairly easy to deduce that he had somehow used wind to cushion my punch, except I had barely felt any mana fluctuations surrounding his hand. "Figured it out yet?" Camus asked. My brows furrowed in thought. You used wind to slow my punch." A tad broad for an answer, don't you think? The elder let out a chuckle. "I had an inkling during these past few days, but your duel with General Varre was what made me sure." "Can we try that again?" I asked, taking a step back. He held up his palm again. "Sure." I punched him again, resulting in the same effects. I punched him once more, not able to grasp how exactly he was using wind to achieve this effect. "One more time," I said, frustration leaking out of my voice. Basic mana theory stated that collision of like elements weakened each other or cancelled completely based on mana output. Utilizing the theory that I had learned from one of the many books I had read as a baby, I augmented my fist with wind attribute mana. I restrained my mana output since dispersing Camus' technique wasn't my goal. As I punched again, this time I felt it. The air pressure. My fist struck more firmly this time, sounding a solid smack that made the elf take a step back. He rubbed his injured hand. "You caught on quick." "You used air pressure." I beamed excitedly. "You created a vacuum around me and hired the air pressure in your palm to slow down my fist." The elder tilted his head. "You use strange terms, but it sounds like you got the gist of it." "That's brilliant. How did you think of doing that?" I asked, unable to contain my excitement. This was a world where scientific progress was miles away from where I had come from. However, Camus had figured out how to utilize an advanced principles of air pressure on not just himself, but on his opponent as well to create a powerful effect. Why didn't I think of that? I asked myself. I had the knowledge in me, yet I failed to apply it to such an important aspect of this world. Camus' voice snapped me back to reality. "You're probably thinking, why didn't I think of that, right?" I looked up. "Why yeah, it's what I suspected early on," Camus answered. "Hester, Bund, the princess, and myself are all here because you wish to immerse yourself in all elements in hopes that you pick up little bits of how we utilize our magic so you can incorporate it into your own style, right?" "Basically," I agreed. The elder's voice grew sharp. "Well, the problem lies in that your style is so skewed toward offense, That you never even thought to use the myriad of elements that you have at your disposal in defensive measures, aside from the blatantly obvious way of raising a wall. You've only thought of wind in the form of either a blade or a tornado. You think of earth as a spike or a wall, yet truly mastering these elemental affinities mean knowing the subtleties of their nature that might not always be visible or geared toward killing your enemy, Camus chided, his usual sardonic demeanor gone. I saw you studying those marks on the ground during Bun's duel with the princess. Do you know what that's from? The obvious answer would have been a crater from an attack, but I knew that wasn't it, so I shook my head. No, I don't. Masters in earth magic can redirect the force of an opponent's attack into the ground below them. Doing so accurately can negate nearly all of an attacker's physical assault. I stood still, unable to form a response. Camus let out a sigh. You're technically in a higher position than me, so I suppose it's rude for me to lecture, but let me just end with this. Your utilization of the elements is good, great, in fact. However, you constantly choose to shape your spells and attacks around either hurting your opponent or buffing yourself to dodge your opponent, and while that may be good for one-on-one duels, the battles you'll face won't always be like that. The time you have here is short, so let's make it count. I realized it had been a while since I've been lectured like this. It left a sour taste on my tongue, but it was humbling. Camus held out a hand and smiled. You're right. Thank you, Camus. I returned the gesture, clasping his hand. Chapter 188, Dragon Steps. You gotta do better than that, young general, Bund grinned, wagging his finger. Infusing fire into the many gales of wind I had in my palms, I prepared to try and hit the dwarven elder once more when a barrage of wind orbs hailed down from above. With a click of my tongue, I ignored Bund's provocation and focused my attention on Camus's assault. I easily dodged the orbs of wind until the ground beneath my feet rose and stiffened around my leg, rendering me immobile. One of the wind orbs nicked me in the shoulder, but it felt like I had been hit by a cannonball. I held back the need to curse and just gritted my teeth through the pain. That's how you want to play. My initial reaction was to raise up a wall of earth or ice in hopes to block Camus' barrage, but through these past few days, I've been constantly trying to think of better ways to combat certain situations. This oftentimes meant running various scenarios and trying to think of multiple ways around it while taking into account cost of mana and physical stamina. The orbs of wind felt almost solid, but it was actually a whirlwind packed into a sphere. Tossing out my usual response of erecting a solid wall in hopes to deter the wind spell, I enveloped my arms in condensed gales of wind. Rather than trying to block the attack, I used my wind gauntlets to redirect the wind orbs. As I expected, the clash of winds propelled Camus spheres in different directions. You both are going to have to do better than that, I smirked, aiming the wind gauntlets down. With another thought, I shot my gauntlets at the stone cast, trapping my legs to the ground. Interesting concept, Camus said approvingly as he remained floating above me in a swirl of wind. That cockiness will be the death of you, Bund added with an eager smile. The old dwarf began running toward me as chunks of the ground began congregating around him, forming an armor of stone mid-charge. Meanwhile, Camus kept his distance and prepared another spell. I expected another barrage of wind from the elf, but instead, a gale formed right behind the dwarf, abruptly accelerating his charge so that his stone fist was in range before I could blink. Bund was fast, but I still had time to react, or so I thought. When I tried to raise my arm to block his augmented fist, I was met with resistance. Again, the familiar sensation of my body being submerged in a viscous liquid washed over me. Camus, while accelerating Bund's movement, was also increasing the air pressure around me to slow me down. Before I could break out of his spell, my face was met with the loving touch of Bund's giant stone fist. My vision flashed black for a split second and I found myself on the ground with Bund's stone-clad form just a few feet away. Ignoring the high-pitched ringing in my ear, I forced myself to focus. The gears in my mind whirred into overdrive and I found myself thinking about the crevices that formed in the ground whenever Bund sparred. Every time he was met with a physical attack, a crater formed beneath his feet as if a meteor had collided. At first, I thought it was the force of the spells that caused the ground to cave below Bund, but I knew it wasn't as simple as that. "Try to block this," Bund exclaimed, raising a rock arm in the air. The stone that made up the thick armored fist shifted and convulsed as if it was coming to life. Bund's stone-clad arm soon changed shape into that of a giant hammer twice his size. A rush of wind coated the hammer as it was about to drive down into me. "If that hits me, I'm done for sure." The memories of the craters Bund had formed continued to flash in my mind when it suddenly clicked. Still laying on the ground, I raised a hand directly in the path of the giant hammer. I augmented my body, but not in the protective way I normally did. Instead, I envisioned a tunnel-like path of earth and mana both inside and outside of my body. I spotted a trace of hesitation on Bund's face, but there was no way for him to stop his attack now that it was just inches away from me. "If this doesn't work, I'm going to be in a lot of pain," I thought. The hammer struck my palm like a nail and I could feel my whole body protest. Normally, if I attempted to block that strong of an attack with just a hand, my arm would have shattered, but instead, the ground below me took the force. I found myself in the epicenter of a crater the size of my room with my hand still stretched out. My arm, shoulder, ribs and back felt sore, but I had succeeded. Bund, still wearing his armor of stone, looked down at me in disbelief until a smile crept up on his bearded face. "You're a bit scary, General." I stifled a laugh, attempting to get up off my back when a surge of pain rushed up. I lied. It wasn't just a few parts of my body that felt sore, it was every fiber of my body. Oh, I croaked, finally succeeding in sitting up. Bund dispersed his earthen armor and stuck out a burly hand. "It hurts, doesn't it?" "Extremely," I admitted. "You made it look like nothing." "Well, I have better control over the technique than you do, and I wouldn't be stupid enough to try and divert the force of an attack that strong in the first place," the dwarf replied. He tried to straddle my arm over his shoulder, except, my legs were awkwardly dragging on the ground due to our differences in height. "Here, let me help," Camus said as he floated down to the ground. An updraft lifted me up to my feet as Camus dipped his head below my other arm. I was just about to carry the boy like the princess he is. Bund gave me a wink. Rolling my eyes, I leaned on Camus. "Leave me with some dignity." "You took a risk, but I'm guessing it was worth it?" Camus scoffed, his eyes still covered behind his bangs. "For now, yes, but we'll see how my body feels about this tomorrow morning," I groaned, limping alongside the elf. My sister came running to me, her gaze laced with concern. "Are you okay? I mean, I know you're strong and all, but that was a big crater you just made." Emily, who was following behind my sister, adjusted her glasses as she peered out at the sparring zone. "Luckily the crater didn't reach the discs underground." "Thanks for your concern, Ellie," I smiled wearily before turning my gaze to my assistant close behind. "I should be fine." "Right, Alanis." Her eyes shifted into its multicolored hue for a second before turning back to its original colors. "The shock disrupted your mana flow, which is the cause of your internal pains. I suggest you get some rest, General Arthur." "Good idea," Bund agreed. "I remember my first attempts in trying the force diversion spell." "You're lucky to have gotten away with just some soreness." "Or skilled," my sister pointed out smugly. Bund laughed. "Or skilled." "Hester and Princess Cathalyn are away visiting Prince Curtis at Lanceller Academy anyway," Camus mentioned, carefully setting me down. "Ooh, I can just imagine the eyes of those would-be knights glistening with sweat when they see the princess." Emily sighed. "I should have gone with her." My sister nodded wistfully. "Me too. I heard from my friend that a lot of the guys there are good-looking." And toned. "Eleanor, you're only 12. I sputtered. "Don't Eleanor me. I'm a curious lady isolated from the world because of my distinguished upbringing of being the cherished sister of this continent's youngest Lance," she lamented, wiping away a non-existent tear. Emily fell into a fit of laughter while even Alanis looked amused as I stared at my sister. "Don't be so overprotective. I had my first wife when I was your sister's age," Bund snorted. "Well, humans and dwarves have different societal standards for these kinds of things," I protested. "Ooh, you're being racist, brother." My sister shook her head disapprovingly as Bund clutched at his heart in mock despair. Meanwhile, Camus and Alanis had a look of amusement, but neither seemed to have any intentions of backing me up. I clicked my tongue. Well, Lady Eleanor, I'm sure the boys will be flocking toward you knowing that your brother can choose to wipe them off the face of the continent with a flick of his finger. Ellie's face paled as she gasped. You wouldn't. Satisfied with her reaction, I simply shrugged, letting her imagination take over before making my way to the edge of the training room. I took a seat against the cold wall, taking a breath as I watched Emily and my sister pack some of the training equipment while Bund was talking to Alanis. Camus sat beside me. Your sister is quite the character. Yeah, I chuckled. The old elf let out a sigh. You must be worried about her with the war going on. She and my parents are a big part of why I'm a part of this war, I answered, staring blithely at the sight of my sister and Emily laughing amidst their conversations. Understandable, Camus replied. Protecting your loved ones is the biggest motivator for soldiers out in battle, but it's also the loss of the one you want to protect that causes soldiers to stray away. It sounds like speak from experience, I said seriously, turning my gaze to him. An old story for another time. But yes, it's the reason why I remained in seclusion for so long. I blinked. But Virion mentioned you're the head of a unit now, an empty title. After I lost my wife and my vision during the last war, I had no intention of ever fighting again, he muttered. Before this, I just gave my inputs to the acting head. Wait, your vision? I repeated, my brows furrowed in confusion. Camus lifted his silver blonde bangs to reveal two closed eyes with a jagged scar running through both lids. Hold on, you're telling me you weren't able to see this entire time? I blurted, unable to take my gaze off of him. Surprised? The elf smirked, letting his bangs fall back over his face. Of course I'm surprised. We've been training for a few weeks together and not once did I suspect anything. I mean, aside from your combat prowess, your mannerisms and behavior don't give away the fact that you can't see. I can still see, he corrected. Seeing with your eyes is such a plebeian practice when your control over wind allows you to sense even the smallest change around you. I let out a sharp breath, amazed. After a moment of silence, I asked, is that what you've been practicing after retiring? It definitely took a large part of my time, he scoffed. I bet. I nodded, wondering if he could tell what I was doing. At my level, sensing the movement in air from you nodding is easy, he said as if reading my mind. But I can't see the details of expressions, which is why I've been told I can come off as rude or crass. I see, no pun intended. I quickly corrected. Don't be so mindful. I've come to terms with it fairly quickly, he dismissed. I hesitated. Do you ever miss it? Of course he'd miss it, you dolt. Who wouldn't miss having one of their senses? At times, he said mildly. But at the same time, the fact that the last thing I saw with my eyes was my wife allows me to keep her intact inside me. Do not cry, Arthur. Do not cry. That's sad but sweet, I mustered, struggling to keep my voice from trembling. I'd love to hear your story sometime. You're young, General Arthur. Nothing good comes out of hearing tragic stories when there's a whole war ahead of you, Camus replied, clearing his throat. Now off you go, get some rest and come back tomorrow with a fresh mind. I carefully got up to my feet. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Camus waved directly at me. No signs that his vision was impaired. And if I get a whiff of you even thinking about going easy on me, now that you know, I will knock you down so hard. Don't worry, I said, shaking my head. I'm actually a little more scared of you now. The elf's lips curved into a content smile. Good. My sister and her bond followed Alanis and Emily to the artificer's workstation at the castle after mentioning that her bow needed some repairs and fine-tuning. My training assistant had been gathering extensive notes on a daily basis during the training but had refused to share them with me. Alanis said that the training was going the way she had designed and any more information shared with me might deter my training at this point. She promised to reveal her findings on my monoflow growth next week. After more data from Amelie's artifacts has been gathered, walking down the empty hall during the dead of night these days have been a time for my own thoughts to wander. I thought a lot about the memories of my past life that have been resurfacing, which made me think deeper about the even bigger question of what I was doing in this world. My skeptical self refused to believe that all of this was a coincidence, but I had nowhere near enough information to find out how I came to this world or dimension. I knew that the Azuras, mainly Lord Indrat, knew more about me than he had shared, but I'd get any sort of answers from him without something in return. I had some hope that if Tychon came out of this war victorious, Lord Indrat would be more inclined to share some insights about me, but that was only a hope, a more sure way to get some answers, and also the reason why I refused to accept the artifact given to Lances was by surpassing the White Core stage to unlock more of the message that Sylvia had left me after we had parted ways. Hopefully, extracting the mana out of Yuto's horn will lead to my breakthrough into the White Core stage, I thought, doubtful. Sylvie had been in a near comatose state as she hungrily extracted the mana out of her horn. I had been worried at first, but I could feel the relaxed state of her mind through mental transmission, unlocking and opening the door to my room. However, I found myself questioning my earlier line of thought. Sylvie, or rather her silhouette, was glowing in an obsidian light. What shocked me, though, was that her form was shifting erratically. Her wings grew and shrunk suddenly while her tail convulsed before contracting. Sylvie's small vulpine limbs elongated while her paws stretched out into something that vaguely resembled a hand. Sylvie? I muttered, unsure whether to try and hold her or keep some distance. After what seemed like an hour, the erratic changes in my bond's body slowed down before gradually shifting back to her vulpine form. Holding my breath, I waited for Sylvie to do something, anything. Just then, her eyes shot open to reveal two clear orbs of topaz. Letting out a deep breath, Sylvie tilted her head. Arthur, what's wrong with me? I asked. Nothing. Are you okay? What do you mean? She replied, obviously confused. Your body was changing. I motioned with my hands, unable to form an accurate depiction of what I witnessed. I'm fine, she dismissed. I actually feel really good. The mana in this horn is really potent. I scratched my head. Well, at least you're making some progress. I've been having a hard time absorbing the mana. Really? The mana has been flowing inside me naturally, almost like it was my own mana. I was perplexed by the difference between Sylvie's progress and mine, but my fatigue overpowered any notion of investigating deeper into it. All right, well, try and get some rest. My bond shook her little head. No need. I can get by with fewer hours of sleep than Lesser's, more so while absorbing this mana actually. I fell flat on my bed. Well, this Lesser needs his sleep. I suspect I won't even be able to come back up Tommy room over the next few weeks for training, so I need to relish the feeling of this bed while I can. I can feel that your training is going well, my bond said. I can feel the level of your strength rising steadily. With my training progressing how it is, I should be able to hit White Core soon if I can extract the mana from Yuto's horn, I mumbled drowsily. That's great, Sylvie replied, her clear voice lulling me into sleep. Get some rest. You too, I managed to say before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 189. Inside the vault. My thoughts veered back to the sight of Sylvie's form changing as she absorbed the mana from Yuto's horn. It had been a few days since that night, but her unexplainable shift in form worried me. My days had been hectic. If I wasn't training, I was either in a meeting or advising Gideon with the Train project or personally advising Virion on various aspects of the war. Even then, my thoughts always drifted back to what I saw that night. Sylvie didn't seem to feel like anything was wrong, just the opposite. Rather, my bond had become fully infatuated in the horn and the mana it provided for her. After that night, she had asked me for a private space so that she could continue absorbing the retainer's mana without interruptions. I haven't seen her since then, the only thing comforting me being the calm traces of her mental state she emitted through our bound connection. Nerl Arthur. I jolted upright in my seat by the booming voice. only to see that everyone in the room had their eyes on me. The large round table that had replaced its smaller predecessor had the 3 remaining lances aside from myself and the 5 members of the council all sitting in large cushioned chairs. Joining us today for the exciting and fun-filled meeting was Gideon, who seemed to be wholly concentrated on picking something out of his left ear. "Oh right, I was in a meeting." "Are you feeling okay, General Arthur?" King Glader asked, his expression laced more with irritation than concern. I shifted in my seat. "Of course." The king's line of sight lowered to my hand. I followed his gaze, only to realize that the quill I had in my hand had snapped in half from my grip. Clearing my throat, I faced everyone. "My apologies." I was lost in thought for a moment. "Please continue." "We were moving on to the topic of the so-called train that you and Artificer Gideon are planning on. We were hoping the 2 of you would be able to give us an update on how that's coming along," Queen Aralith stated, her gaze switching between me and Gideon, who was sitting a few seats to my left. Gideon and I had discussed just the day before on the final details of the project. We were ready to move on to actually building the vehicle in order to secure a safe and fast supply route from Blackbend City to the Wall. "Ah yes." The artificer smoothed out a crease on his dirty lab coat. "The the train will be able to hold at least 20 times more supplies than utilizing squads of carriages like we have now." "What about the potential dangers while traversing between Blackbend to the Wall?" Vary asked with an inquisitive look. "From what I read, this train seems to have a set path that it's limited to. Wouldn't this make it easy for bandits, or even Elacrians to attack and siege?" "I agree. I'd imagine it being easy to destroy a portion of the track that the train relies on," AI added casually. "Both good points, generals," Gideon exclaimed. General Arthur and I saw that as one of the pitfalls as well and came up with a solution." "Oh, and what would that be?" Virian asked with a raised brow. The artificer replied with a snarky grin. "To put it underground, Commander." There was a moment of silence where the royals and lances present pondered the solution before King Glader spoke up with a gruff tone. "The cost of doing all of this would be excessive, don't you think?" Gideon let out a cough and looked to me, his eyes practically begging me to take over. Being the renowned artificer that he was, Gideon had the wealth and influence to build most of the inventions that he wants. But actually calculating the cost and benefit of creating something as large-scale as this was foreign to him. Luckily, having read numerous books on economics and being personally taught by the shrewd and resourceful leader of the council in my previous world, Marlorn, I had the answer. "You're thinking about it the wrong way, King Glader. The costs up front might seem like a lot, but this project serves to potentially solve 3 problems at once." "I'm listening," he replied with a raised brow while everyone leaned just a bit closer. I took a breath and gathered my thoughts. "Aside from the main problem we're trying to resolve, which is a more efficient way to transport supplies for soldiers stationed at the Wall, building the train helps to work out 2 peripheral issues. One is the detrimentally rising cost of purchasing domesticated monobeasts because of the state that the beast glades is currently in, while the other is the increasing poverty." "Increasing poverty? What nonsense!" Bayron blurted. "Because of the war, business is booming." "Let General Arthur finish," Queen Glader clipped sharply, surprising me. "Thank you," I addressed to Cathone's mother before continuing. "Not to sound cold, but booming business benefits mostly business owners and highly skilled patrons, not those of lower-class citizens." Queen Glader, I'd imagine that your reports from various cities mention increasing number of riots from increase in taxes and prices of basic goods because of the demand from the war, correct? She flipped through several pages of the neat stack of papers in front of her. "How did you know that?" Explaining everything would become cumbersome, so I merely shrugged. "Simple cause and effect. This war is taking precedence over everything else, which means that priorities will be given to people who are a part of this war. To those not part of it simply means an increase in the cost of living while their wage might not necessarily increase. More than that, because of the various attacks near the coasts and borders, fishers aren't able to fish and farmlands have been destroyed." "And so you're saying that this project will be a means to create jobs for those people?" King Iralith finished. I nodded. This underground path using the train will be a big project that can't be finished with just a few competent Earth mages. And while mages will be necessary for security of the tracks in predetermined locations, there are lots of duties that can be done by normal workers during the building process and for maintenance. Those are good points, General Arthur, but what about just using slaves? King later argued. Wouldn't it just be more efficient and cost-effective to have slaves doing the labor rather than paying workers? Rather than answering, I glanced at Virian. One of the many topics we discussed involved slavery, and Blaine's question just now fell into one of the explanations I had given to the commander. Slave labor has its limits as work becomes more skilled, King later. I don't think we should think of this train project as a one-off venture, but the beginning of a new era. The introduction of the steam engine provided a new line of work for laborers that did not need magic. This too, whether it's workers actually building the tracks or the designers planning the routes from one city to another, all require skills that will never stem from what a slave is forced to do, he stated with confidence. The meeting room was quiet for the first time in what seemed like hours until a white-sleeved hand shot up. Everyone turned to Gideon, who was leaning his head on one hand while he raised his other. I didn't know if it was appropriate to speak in this rather uncomfortable silence. Anyway, I just wanted to say that this project will indeed be the beginning of many, and it'll be a breeding ground to foster new skill sets. If possible, I'd prefer not to work with slaves forced to be there, since they'll no doubt be doing the bare minimum, which will cut into the productivity of this rather urgent project. With that, the discussion came to a close and everyone cast their vote anonymously on a piece of paper. After going over the results, I was glad that the hours of discussion on the issue weren't for naught. The project to build the underground route and train was granted, along with several policies pertaining to the project, one of which included the ban on slave labor. I trusted Gideon, who would be the head on this project, to be able to properly manage the chain in command so that the people working on this project will be able to work, if not lead, the next train route project. It was interesting to see a new era slowly that only existed in textbooks in my old world unfold here. This industrial revolution that perhaps started with my introduction of the steam engine was undoubtedly hastened by the war with Alakria. While I would never be one to support the war, I had to admit that it did bring some favorable aspects to the table. Our little talks seemed to be bearing fruit. Virian chuckled as we walked down a narrow hallway barely wide enough to fit 3 people abreast. 2 armored guards followed closely behind while one led the way just a few steps ahead of us. You mean my insightful lectures on war and economics? I corrected. Oh shush, I consider it payment for housing you while you were a wee child for over 3 years. The old elf retorted. I shrugged. I don't mind. I'm sure you would have come to a similar conclusion about using slave labor anyway. Probably not so eloquently as I put it in the meeting though, Virian admitted. Elves have prohibited slavery for over 100 years now, but it was for moral reasons. I hadn't thought about the economic benefits of it until you pointed it out last week. Well, in a world mainly divided by people who can either use magic and people who can't, it's hard to see past a lot of things, I said as we continued our walk down the descending hallway. You sound as if you've been in a world that isn't divided by magic users and normal people, Virian teased. I replied with a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes, opting for some silence that lasted until we reached a thick metal door with only one guard present. The young elf, evident by his long ears sticking out from his cropped hair, was small-framed but toned with flexible striated muscles that minimally protected by armor. I could tell by his rich yellow aura that, like me, any form of thick armor would hinder more than protect. The stationed guard had 2 unadorned short swords that curved at the tip hanging by his waist as opposed to the gaudy spears of the soldiers following us, but even at a glance, I could tell that he would easily wipe out all 3 soldiers protecting us. His eyes that were glazed from boredom perked up when he spotted Virian and me. Good evening, Commander Virian and General Arthur. Or is it morning already? My apologies, as there are no windows here for me to tell. It hasn't been that long, all bold, Virian replied with a smirk before turning to me. Arthur, this is Albold Chaffer of the Chaffer House. His family has been a strong military family that served the Aralaith family for generations. Albold, I'm sure you've heard of who Arthur Llewyn is. I've been told that he might become the new heir to the Aralaith family, Albold said, his sharp eyes sparkling with interest. I let out a cough, shooting a sharp glare at Virian. New heir? Well, you see, General Arthur, when the royal family doesn't have a son, the man marrying into the... I put out a hand. I get it. I'd always wanted to meet the young general in person, but I've been stuck, blessed with the paramount duty of guarding this door, he said, motioning at the thick metal door. I made a guess that it was you coming here, but it's hard to believe that you're even more imposing than I imagined. I tilted my head. I'm pretty sure I've been holding back my presence. The Chaffer family are known for their rather eerily keen senses, Virian explained. What's he doing here then? I inquired, regarding the elf not much older than myself. Your skills would be better suited for the field. No, Albold was out in the Beast Glades until he defied a direct order from his head, Virian sighed. Usually, that would have ended up with him getting a demotion and some strict punishments, but I knew the boy and I happened to be at the scene, so I picked him up and placed him here. And my appreciation for that gesture is as boundless as the northern sea. Albold beamed, bowing deeply. The guards behind us muttered a few words of disapproval but stopped when Albold's gaze bore into them. Anyway, enough about this troublemaker, Virian said dryly. Albold, let us inside and lock the door after us. Aye aye, Commander. The elf saluted before unlocking the door and pulling it open. A foul, musty smell infused with the stench of decay immediately bombarded my nose as the entrance to the dungeon was opened. Have a pleasant stay, everyone, Albold said, gesturing us inside like a tour guide. Virian rolled his eyes and muttered something about telling Albold's father as he followed behind the leading soldier. It was amusing to see Albold stiffen and pale after overhearing about his father. Surprisingly, the first level of the dungeon wasn't as bad as I remembered it to be when I had first come here after the incident at Xyrus. The area was relatively well lit with spacious cells that seemed like they had been empty for a while. If the walls weren't for the mysterious stone walls that inhibited mana manipulation, and if the cells had doors rather than reinforced metal bars, it would just seem like the designers of this castle got lazy after getting to this area and just decided to dub it a dungeon. Still, the lack of ventilation was stifling and, while the cells were mostly empty, it also looked like they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Does it bring up some unpleasant memories? Virian asked, catching me studying the exact cell that I was locked up in. Sort of. I was thinking how funny it was that I just came back from a meeting with the man that plotted alongside the Graysunders and the Vritra to kill me, I explained, ignoring the wary glances of the guards around us. Virian's voice became serious. If it had been solely up to my discretion, I would have locked them up myself, but Lord Alder was right in that we need the Gladers. The Graysunders always had a weak hold on their kingdom, but the Gladers are respected, almost revered by nearly all humans. Sapin would be in chaos if they learned about what had happened. Not something we need for this war, I nodded. Speaking of which, where is that three-eyed Azura anyway? He hasn't shown himself even after what happened with Rahaz and Ulfred. Three-eyed Azura. Is it because of your journey to Ephatus that you can be so casual with the Azuras? Virian let out a chuckle. And I haven't been able to communicate with Lord Alder through the transmission artifact he gave me. That's not good, I sighed as I started walking again to the far end of the dungeon. We'll talk more about it later. Agreed, Virian replied solemnly, following closely. We made our way to the end of the floor where two cells had been fitted to become one large, spacious room. The cell had a large bed topped with stuffed animals and a couch with a decorated tea set laid out on a small table in front of it. Currently occupying the couch was a little girl nodding off to sleep while reading a book. I motioned for the lead guard to unlock the cell and stepped inside. Hey, Micah, sorry for taking so long to visit you. The Lance put down her book and stretched her thin legs and arms. Hi, Arthur. We chatted a little while Virian and the guards waited on the other side of the barred gate. The old elf had a somber expression, undoubtedly guilty of having her holed up here while investigations were still ongoing. Because of her position and the fact that both Ulfrid and Rahaz had betrayed Daikin, the matter had to be examined with utmost scrutiny before she was allowed her freedom. The Dwarven Lance and I talked about unimportant things as I filled her in on how my training was progressing. She tried to give me some tips on gravity magic, but I had trouble following along with her nonsensical explanations. It shouldn't be long until the team that Virian sent has gathered enough evidence, I consoled. Micah shot me a smile. Micah knows. Don't worry about me and do what you gotta do. Micah doesn't blame anyone but that old bastard, Rahaz. Well, I'll tell you now that his cell isn't nearly as nice as yours, I snickered. She nodded. Get Micah out soon, okay? Being alone here without being able to use magic is so boring. Of course, I promised, giving her a hug before walking out of the cell. I waved once more before following Virian and the guards to the cryptic door at the end of the hall. Ready? Virian asked, his expression grim. Let's get this over with. I thought that the stench of the first level of the dungeon was bad, but the lower level was vomit-inducing. I could feel my stomach revolt at the acrid and metallic odor of chemicals and blood. Suppressing the increasing urge to gag, I followed Virian down the dark flight of stairs until we reached a small area that housed the most heinous criminals. I was surprised that I could use magic inside, but surveying the walls and the enclosed vaults in the room, I was pretty certain that the use magic was only limited to the tiny walkway between the cells. A burly man in a bloody apron with his face covered by a black mask greeted us, along with a thin elderly man with a hunched back and a hooked nose. Commander General, we are honored to have you here, the old man spoke with a grating voice. Gentry, Virian greeted back. Take us to Rahaz first. The elder looked at me with uncertainty but responded with a hiss. At your command, the elder rasped. We followed behind the elder as he practically slithered his way to a small cell to our left and gestured with a bow. Here is the criminal. Despite being Elijah's caretaker and basically his father figure, I had little affection for the traitor, but even I had trouble confidently saying that he deserved to be in the state he was in now. The cell was dark and shadows censored most of his injuries, but I could tell by the cuts and blood stains on his stark naked body that he's been constantly tortured. His hands that were tied to the chair he was sitting on were bloody at the tips. His fingernails were pulled, I noted with a wince. More than the physical injuries though, what gave me shivers was Rahaz's blank expression. His eyes were foggy and a trail of saliva ran down from the corner of his mouth. His current state is from the side effects from my questioning, the elderly man said, noticing my gaze. Gentry specializes in wind and sound magic to create hallucinations for questioning, Virian explained. It was at times like these that I thought about the true function of magic. Much like technology, magic could just as easily be used to destroy as it can be used to create something so great. The traitor is strong. It'll take a little more time to break him, I'm afraid, Gentry stated bitterly. It's imperative that we can find out what he knows, Virian replied curtly, casting a disdainful gaze at Rahaz before turning back to old man. Now, what of the retainer? Yes, he's a most fascinating specimen. Very thick skin even with his inability to use magic and a strong mental fortitude. I feel we're close to breaking him though. Keeping him in the small vault so his movement is limited has been driving him crazy, the old man said with glee. Virian shot Gentry a look of disapproval but didn't say anything. Letting out a cough, Gentry motioned for his burly associate to open the thick vault that had runes inscribed on every inch of the box that seemed more like a coffin for a child. Please be careful, Commander General. While the vault will keep the Vritra from using magic, he's still fairly strong and he's in a rather crazed state of mind right now. The vault creaked open and I found myself with eyes locked with a disheveled Udo garbed in restraining clothes. Just one look was enough to tell me that he was far from broken. The retainer broke into a grin as he shot me a wink. Hello, pup. Chapter 190, Solitary Mind Frame. Udo's sinister voice sent shivers down my spine. And although he was restrained and locked up inside an anti-magic vault, I couldn't help but worry. To everyone in this room, I was the one that had defeated Udo, but the truth was that both Sylvia and I together could barely put a few scratches on him. You look a tad uncomfortable, Yuto, I quipped, masking any signs of weakness. The retainer's smile disappeared, replaced by a snarl. What did you do with my horns, lesser pup? Taking the black horn out of my dimension ring, I began casually tossing it up in the air in front of him. Oh, you mean this insolent little... Stop, I cut him off. I'm not here to exchange insults with you. I have better things to do. Yuto's gray face darkened, his eyes wild. I swear to Vritra that if I get out, you'll wish you died that day. I shook my head slowly. I'm sure that more than getting out or inflicting pain on me, there's something more you want. Leaning in closer to Yuto with an arrogant sneer plastered on my face, I continued. I know that the fact that you have no idea how you even lost to me is slowly eating you up right now. I didn't think the retainer's face could get any angrier, but Yuto ground his teeth, jerking desperately to free himself. Close it, I said, my eyes still locked to his until the thick rune-inscribed door shut firmly. What was the... I put up a finger to my lips to silence the confused commander. It was only after the four of us got back to the entrance of this level of the dungeon that I spoke softly. Leave him be for now. Endo and I've been torturing him physically and mentally, but I've never seen the retainer this worked up, Gentry murmured while his burly associate nodded beside him. I doubt hallucinations or physical pain will work on that arrogant sadomasochist, I replied. Virian tilted his head. Sadomaso? What? It's nothing. I smiled faintly before turning to Gentry. Don't open his vault. The hunched elder furrowed his brows. No offense, General, but from my experience, it's best to prod while his mental fortitude is in a disarray like now. Besides, what if he does find out how he lost to you during that time? He won't, I assured, and that's going to slowly drive him insane. Let him stew until I decide to come back. I don't like that look you have, Virian muttered. What are you planning? I'll be the one to interrogate him when the time comes, I answered. Are you ready? Emily asked from behind her increasing number of panels. She looked like she was inside the cockpit of an airplane of my previous life. Almost, I replied as I finished strapping in the last of the bands on my arms. I winced when I tightened the strap around my arm too tightly. Damn it. We will move on to the 3 versus 1 scenario starting today, so please be focused, General Arthur, Alanis informed, noticing the blank expression I had on my face as I thought back to today's earlier visits in the dungeon. I stood up and swung my arms, ready to let loose. Got it. What element will I be restricting for the first part? My training assistant's eyes glowed in its familiar array of colors as she scanned me before looking down at her notes. Water, and its deviant form, of course. I walked up to the other end of the training room, stopping just about a dozen yards away from Camus, Hester, and Cathal. Meeting Yuto had made me antsy. I was confident back in the dungeon that Yuto wouldn't find out how I beat him because I wasn't the one that beat him. What sort of lance am I if I can't beat a scythe, let alone a retainer? As soon as Alanis gave the signal to begin, I flashed toward Hester, leaving only a single imprint on the ground. In a single, fluid motion, I condensed a layer of wind around my hand, shaping it, sharpening it into a transparent blade before I swung horizontally at the fire mage's torso. Hester's eyes widened a little in surprise, but unlike other mages, she was competent enough to respond even to my blitz attack. Knowing that fire was weak to such a compressed form of wind, she opted to block my strike by grabbing my arm while strengthening her body with mana. You may have an advantage in knowledge over fire magic, but if you think you can try and beat me in hand-to-hand combat, I let her grip my arm, but grabbed the arm she was using to hold on to me. Hester was in a stance that helped her withstand a pushing force, so when I pulled her back instead, she stumbled forward. Utilizing that momentum, I pivoted and positioned my hip underneath her center of gravity to flip her to the ground. Hester let out a sharp breath as her back hit the ground. Just as I prepared for another strike to activate her lifeline artifact, a blast of water completely drenched me. Before I even had the chance to turn to my attacker, the water covering my body froze, restricting any sort of movement. I augmented my body in a layer of fire, thawing myself free. But Hester had already used my brief moment of incapacitation to distance herself. Ignoring Hester for a brief moment while she recovered, I dashed toward the princess while trapping her legs with the ground beneath her. Taken off guard, Kathleen immediately clad her body in ice like she had before, no doubt a technique she had learned from Vere. With her body strengthened, she attempted to pry herself free from the earthen shackles. I didn't give her the chance. As I approached her, I continuously manipulated the ground around her to reinforce and work its way up. It was an idea I had gotten from watching Ulfrid, the coffin of magma that he had trapped and executed Sebastian in. Of course, I had no intention of doing the same thing, but just like how many earth mages clad themselves in an armor of rock, one could easily encase another in the same armor without giving them the freedom of mobility. Kathleen struggled to free herself as I continued my spell. Every time she would break off a piece of stone, a large slab would take its place, slowly working its way up her small body. The princess was covered to her neck while a layer of frost slowly attempted to weaken the integrity of the earthen restraint. It was too late though. I charged mana into my fist, forming a gauntlet of crackling lightning. A twinge of guilt rose as I raised my fist to strike the finishing blow. She has the lifeline artifact, Arthur. Besides, you can't afford to go easy on anyone if you want to even hope to win this war. Kathleen regarded me seriously, no trace of fear. Just as my fist was about to make contact with her, however, a gust of wind pushed me back, in the center of a whirling formation of wind just above the ground. Erupt. Kama sparked, taking advantage of my brief imbalance by unleashing the powerful cyclone that he had been preparing for. My vision was obstructed by walls of wind around me, and for a moment, everything was deathly still. Any sort of sounds were washed over by the constant roar of the tornado. I soon found myself panting, gasping for air in this funnel of low air pressure. Annoying, I muttered in between a strained breath. The walls of the twister closed in, threatening to whirl and throw me wherever it pleased, but thankfully, the remaining oxygen I had left in me allowed my brain to retaliate. My initial reaction was to burrow myself underground. That would have been the smartest choice. However, maybe because of the diminishing oxygen supply, I found myself picturing Yuto in front of me. His savage grin that seemed to say all you can do is run or hide in the face of something greater than you, ignited a rage that I hadn't felt in a long time. To hell with strategy. If I can't even face this, how am I going to go up against the scythes? After anchoring my feet to the ground using earth magic, I began conjuring an opposing current to negate the powerful wind spell slowly closing in. As my spell clashed against Kama's spell, tears began forming. It seemed like I was close to neutralizing it when a dull pain radiated across my back, knocking me forward. With my feet attached to the ground, I bowed awkwardly, pushing off with my palms to put myself back upright. I cursed in my mind, afraid to waste any unnecessary air, as I gazed at the object that had bludgeoned me from the back. It was a large boulder of ice. Worse yet, it wasn't the only one. Swirling around me, riding the tornado, were several dozens more of the chunks of ice, each at least twice the size of my head. Still, I continued my attempt in negating Kama's tornado spell. Sure, it could be my stubbornness. I was adamant, desperate to win against this foe that towered over me. As the tornado closed in on me, the more my body became a punching bag for the ice boulders. I had to hand it to Kathleen for the creativity in her chunks of ice. Some of them were just heavy bludgeons, but some had sharp edges that cut through my clothes and drew blood. Despite the repeated blows, however, my body felt numb. I was lightheaded and a strong feeling of fatigue washed over me. The only thing that kept me going was the notion that overcoming this spell head-on was somehow winning against Yuto. My mind continued to think these irrational thoughts until I noticed too late that the boulders of ice had disappeared and in their stead was a growing fire that coalesced with the tornado, fusing into a flaming cyclone. That's when my vision began to spot and my imagination of Yuto had become a full-blown hallucination. It only lasted for about a few seconds until I blacked out, my last thoughts blaming the lack of oxygen for my senseless actions. It felt like I had only blinked, yet when I opened my eyes again, I was looking up at Catherine with the ceiling of the training room visible behind her. I was laying down, a cool sensation radiated from my forehead. I realized it was an ice-cold handkerchief when I fumbled with it. Your body is still a bit hot. Keep it on, Catherine urged, putting the cloth back on me with just a tinge of worry on her brusque face. Thank you, I muttered, and sorry for back there. She shook her head. We were training. Although the elders might be of different opinion, damn straight we have a different opinion. Bun's familiar voice boomed. Just a moment after, his bearded face popped into my view. You fought like a child throwing a tantrum. I know you knew that there were about 12 different ways for you to get out of that situation without you trying to face it head on. Yeah, I knew, I said through gritted teeth, but I wanted to see if I could overpower their combination spell. If I can't even do that, how am I supposed to defeat all of the retainers and scythes left? Bund opened his mouth as if he were about to say something, but remained silent. It was Camus that spoke. You're feeling the pressure, aren't you? He said softly. I didn't answer. I couldn't. To them, I may simply be a young prodigy, but I had the memories and intellect of when I was a king. For me to admit to Camus' remark meant that even despite my advantage, I was weak. A war isn't fought alone, Camus continued, letting out a sigh. Although holding the title and responsibility of a lance might make it seem otherwise, Hester spoke, her chastising voice coming from a bit farther away. You're not important enough of a figure for this entire continent to solely rely on you. You're right, I chuckled. Catherine placed a finger on the cloth she had placed on my forehead, cooling it with magic. Just as the people of Daikathan rely on the lances, you also need to trust in your soldiers that they'll make up for what you can't do. I lowered the cloth, allowing its coldness to permeate into my eyes, and for a minute I said and did nothing, gathering myself. I feel like I'm in therapy, I laughed, bolting up to my feet. Surrounding me was not only Catherine and the elders, but also Emily and Alanis. The two of them had remained silent, but had traces of worry on their faces. Thank you everyone, for helping me with my training, and for keeping me in check. Hester's stern face softened as she nodded. I think that we can skip out on today's debrief since I'm sure the young general knows exactly what he did wrong. Get some rest. I'm going to be itching to go crazy tomorrow. Bund agreed as he punched his open palm. I'll make sure to have the lifeline artifact back to its normal state by tomorrow, even if I have to stay up all night, Emily assured. I nodded. I'll see everyone tomorrow then. Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't even realize I had been walking until noticing that I was in front of my doorstep. Too tired to wash up, I sank into bed, my eyes searching for Sylvie until I remembered she was isolating herself in another room. Everything okay, Sylv? I reached out. My bond didn't respond, but the faint trace of her calm state of mind was enough for an answer. Laying on my back, I stretched out my hand toward the ceiling. This hand, this body that I had grown so used to for the near 20 years that I had lived as Arthur, felt so small when I thought back to my time as Grey. My thoughts flashed back to my former life and the several times I had fought in the Paragon duel, a one-on-one battle between two king duelists from their respective country. While the Paragon duels lacked the atrocity and gore of normal wars, the weight of such battles were much heavier. Letting out a sigh, I reminded myself, this war isn't fought alone. Arthur, Chapter 191, Magical Percentile. Opening my eyes, I slowly released my grip of Udo's horn. I took another moment to introspect, examining both the state of my monocore and my body. I was close. The road to Whitecore stage that had once seemed so long was nearly palpable. I'm glad I didn't accept Virian's artifact after becoming a lance, I thought. Getting out of bed, I touched Sylvie's mind, making sure nothing was wrong. Satisfied with her calm silence, I began stretching, my body brimming with energy. Letting out a sharp breath, I performed a series of strikes I had learned from Cordry while training under him in Ephatus. It wasn't some stringent combination of moves per se but more of a utilization of the body's every movement while maintaining speed and precision, connecting each punch, kick, elbow, knee while remaining flexible for whatever the outcome. A true master of this fighting style, like the Four-Eyed Azura, could take down a whole unit, and the only thing the soldiers would see is a simple monk strolling amongst them. Synchronizing the timing of my monoflow, which had improved substantially during my training with Cathaln and the elders, with my strikes created shockwaves in the air. I wanted to move faster and with more agility, but I wasn't a pantheon like Kaerdre, much less an Azura, incorporating mana into muscle fibers and ligaments to utilize maximum power and speed with the least amount of physical movement, similar to what the Thyists clan did, would just lead to the same results as that of burst step to my legs. Maybe reaching the realm above white core will strengthen my body, I thought hopefully amidst a combination of kicks. Right as I pivoted my body to end the sequence with a palm strike, Boo's gigantic head was poking into my room from the doorway, right in the path of my attack. Boo was hit with a shockwave of wind from my palm strike, causing all the saggy skin around his muzzle and ears to flap wildly. My sisters bombed and I stared silently for a moment before he let out a grunt and shook his furry head. PFFT. I buckled forward and broke into a fit of laughter. Ellie's head poked into my room. What's so funny? Boo was supposed to scare you. Unable to form words while I tried unsuccessfully to stifle my laughter, I motioned for my sister to come to me. Confused, she squeezed past her bond's burly form and came into my room. Watch, I chuckled, this time conjuring a gust of wind at Boo's face. The bear's ferocious face rippled like liquid, the flaps of skin above his upper jaw flapping up to reveal a set of teeth beneath a pink layer of gum. My sister chortled before breaking down as well. Her bond wasn't nearly so amused. It took the both of us nearly the entire walk down to the training room to recompose ourselves. It was probably childish to laugh so hard at something so trivial, especially considering my mental age, but who cares? I hadn't laughed that hard in ages and it helped loosen some tension and stress. You two seem chirpy for such an early morning, Emily said, yawning, her hands robotically setting up the panel as if they had a mind of their own. Or is it still nighttime? Did you pull another all-nighter, Emily? My sister asked, concerned. It's been a back-to-back all-nighter actually. It's your brother's last training session, so Miss Imria and I wanted to have all of the data from these 2 months compiled by today. She chuckled, her eyes half closed. Remind me to properly thank the both of you for your efforts, I said, my eyes scanning for any sight of the Kurt elf. Where is Alanis now? Aw shucks, I learned a lot from this as well, so no thanks necessary. As for Miss Imria, I practically had to force her to get some sleep, Emily answered, letting out another yawn. She should be here soon. Ah, here comes everyone now. Coming through the thick metal doors first was Bund and Camus. Bund was stretching his arms, smiling as he said something to Camus. Behind them were Hester and Cathaln. The elder of the Flamesworth family was straightening out a crease in Cathaln's tight-fitting training robe. The princess spotted me and turned a shade brighter as she tried to pry herself away from her guardian. Alanis, who usually had the mask of a professional businesswoman, looked soulless today. Her normally deliberate steps were sluggish as she trailed behind the rest. It took several minutes for everyone to get their protective gear on, but I was soon positioned in the training grounds with Cathaln, Camus, Hester, and Bund surrounding me. Their expressions were serious, as was mine. I've come a long way in these past 2 months, enough to have beaten them a few times. They knew that if they weren't completely focused, they could lose again, and they couldn't let themselves be defeated on the last day of training. What was the bet again? Bund shouted from behind. Virion is going to throw us a feast in celebration of the end of my vacation, I smirked, looking back over my shoulder. Of course, having him pay for the cost of everything is no fun, so I suggested that the loser of this last battle will pay for the entire party. Hester rolled her eyes. Consider it paid for by the gracious Flamesworth house. How much can a dinner possibly cost? Alanis, overhearing our conversation, spoke using a sound-enhancing artifact. Accounting for the cost of the 70-year-old casks of alcohol fermented from rare grains found only in the outlands of the Beast Glades, as well as the approximate costs of the abundance of fine meats, all of which the prices have escalated since the start of the war. I have already calculated for Commander Virion the cost of the celebratory feast as amounting to somewhere around nearly 20,000 gold. Hester's eyes widened after hearing the exorbitant cost. She let out a cough as she attempted to feign composure. Well, I believe it'll ruin the gratifying experience of winning if I were to simply pay for the meal outright. Perhaps it is best to determine who pays for the feast with this match. That way, it'll be much more memorable to everyone. I couldn't help but smile, watching the usually composed elder being so flustered. I won't go easy on you just because you're young, General, Camus said, smiling. This old man's pride won't allow it. I agree with Elder Camus, Kathleen added. Perhaps besting you now will give my father and mother enough of a reason to let me help in the war. How cold, Princess? Using me as a stepping stone, I responded, lowering my stance. Since this is the final mock battle, General Arthur will not have any elements restricted. Alana's voice sounded again. Please begin, for the alcohol. Bun's gruff voice roared, charging from behind. Seeing that I was surrounded, there were a limited amount of options I had. With my senses heightened from mana and the rush of adrenaline, I focused on the biggest threat. Although Bund was charging in while forming a giant stone mace and Camus was backing away while gusts of wind gathered around his arms, it was actually Catherine's mana levels that posed the biggest threat right now. An old but effective trick, I loosened the stone ground around me and lifted the debris to form a cloud of dust around me and at Catherine. Manipulate the earth under my feet to spring me forward just as I push off, and expel the wind resistance as I dash, I recited to myself. It wasn't as instantaneous or subtle as burst step, but doing these two steps, namely, utilizing earth and wind, allowed me to enhance my initial acceleration without burdening my body. I felt my body charge forth, the air slipping by me harmlessly until Catherine was just a few feet away. The princess inhaled sharply in surprise and attempted to cast her spell, but I didn't allow it. Utilizing wind once more, I created a vacuum in my palm, pulling her straight into my grip. Grabbing Catherine's wrist, I twisted and threw her over my shoulder directly at Bund. Feeling a sting on the hand that had touched her, I glanced down to see a layer of frost around my fingers. She reacted quickly. I cast a wave of heat to thaw myself while taking note of Catherine's position by the pond. Just then, the room lit up as dozens of crackling orbs dotted above. Memories of Lucas Ember Wisp's spell back when I was about to be an adventurer came to mind. Except, these wisps weren't of fire, but concentrated globes of electricity. Again I took note. Camus took the opportunity to launch his spell as well, hurling two giant spears of wind that swirled fiercely like a drill. I quickly moved, dodging one of the wind spear that drilled a hole into the ground before dispersing. The other one, however, was able to change direction, following me as it carved a trail into the ground where it passed. I'm really beginning to wonder if that old elf is actually blind. I continued sprinting, but it wasn't aimless. I charged toward Bund with the wind spear close behind me. I did my best to seem as though I wanted a head-on confrontation, and it seemed to have worked. The bearded dwarf clad himself in armor and anchored himself to the ground while he held his mace high like a professional baseball player of my old world. I charged at him, condensing the blue fire in my palms. I feigned long enough for Bund to begin his swing. That's when I released my fire spell at the ground below me as I jumped up. The force of my flame launched me into sky like a rocket, causing Bund's giant mace to collide with Camus' wind drill. My moment of content lasted all but a brief second because immediately, a barrage of ice shot up from Bund below the same moment that Hester decided to fire off the globes of lightning. Why can't they just fire their spells one by one? I grumbled to myself, my brain worrying for the best way to handle this. A smile crept up as a glimmer of an idea flickered through my mind. I had to act fast though. Without any restraint for mana expenditure, I released a shockwave of fire toward the splinters of ice approaching rapidly. The ice bombarded the wall of fire, producing steam and a high-pitched whistle. My peripheral view caught sight of the increase in brightness from the lightning orbs about to fire, but I couldn't worry about that right now. Wasting no time, I manipulated the moisture caused by the collision of Cathon's and my opposing elemental attacks while slowing down my descent with an updraft. I shaped the water that I had gathered into a large barrier of water around me, just as Hester's spell cast a barrage of lightning my way. The water manipulated from Cathon's spell that had utilized the mineral-filled water from the pond was a perfect conductor. The water bubbles surrounding me began bubbling as the blast of electricity hit. A deep buzz filled the training room while the lightning tendrils flickered on the surface of the water around me. I need to get rid of this thing before I hit the ground. Manipulating the electrically charged water, I shaped it and fired it off in a stream directly at Bund, the one that would be the weakest to this combination of elements. Bund didn't have a chance. His lifeline artifact activated, forming a pink protective barrier, just moments after the compressed stream of water hit him and electrocuted him. Needless to say, after Bund was out for the count, the tides of the battle had changed. While it still took a while, after negating Cathon's eyes lance through a combination Camus air cushioning technique and Bund's kinetic redirection, I was able to knock Cathon out of the battle. Someone really doesn't want to pay for their own celebratory feast, Camus smirked. I don't even know if I can afford the feast, I retorted with a chuckle. With only Hester and Camus remaining and the fact that I had full access to all of my elements, by another 20 minutes, I was able to subdue them. I plopped back on the ground, my chest heaving and my monocore aching. I win. Camus let out a sigh, leaning against a wall as he caught his breath. Congratulations, but there are more pressing matters. I agree, Hester nodded beside him as she blotted the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief. Who's going to pay for the exorbitant cost of the feast? Wasn't it decided that the losers were going to pay? Bund asked, confused. I sat up. I thought so too. True, but why hurt many when you can just break one? Camus added, a smile forming on his face. I vote that Bund pays for the meal since he's the one who got out first, causing the rest of us to lose. What? Bund bellowed. From whose sore ass did you pull that quote out from? I second Camus' vote, Hester replied immediately with a show of hand. Hester. The dwarf's eyes widened before turning to Cathon. Princess, you don't think the same way as those old bats, do you? Cathon, who had been with my sister and Emily, averted her gaze from Bund, and raised her hand as well. I could see the bearded dwarf's jaw drop as he began counting the theoretical cost of the extravagant meal with his fingers. After a minute, Bund straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Gentlemen, ladies, we are in times of war. We should be sparing resources for our beloved soldiers out there on the field. Isn't that right, Miss Immer? Arg, damn bat, release my earlobe. What good will giving soldiers 70-year-old alcohol do, you old fool? Don't try to get out of this. Hester snapped while dragging her companion by his ear as the rest of us laughed. After everyone had calmed down, we settled around in a circle for our last debrief. It was a bittersweet feeling. 2 months flew by, but I formed bonds with the elders and had gotten to know the aloof princess a bit better during this period. Toward the end, Cathon had started conversing more with Emily and Ellie, even hanging out together in the castle together from time to time. A small part of me wanted to forget about the fact that there was a war raging below us, but with Tess and my parents out there, I knew I wouldn't truly be able to relax until the war was over. Now, the moment I'm sure that everyone has been waiting for. Emily's chirpy voice sounded, snapping me out of my thoughts. Alanis has recorded the progress of Arthur's monoflow utilization while I compiled the data of General Arthur, Princess Cathon, Elders Camus, Hester, Bund and cross-referenced it against the data I've received from my assistants from students at a few academies and some soldiers. Emily must have noticed the traces of skepticism written on my face as she mentioned the sample diversity and size. It's been pretty hard to get a wider range of participants, this continent being in war and all, she said glumly. This measurement is something I'm planning on standardizing and actively promoting with Master Gideon's help. So getting data will be an ongoing process. For now, you'll have to make do with the 200 entries I've received from various mages. Bund fidgeted in his stone chair. Well, on with it. Girl, only about a fifth of my ass is on my seat right now from all this anticipation. I suppressed a chuckle. The bearded elder's reaction reminded me of a student anxiously waiting for their grades to be handed back by his teacher. Emily didn't find Bun's impatience as amusing as I did and began quickly sifting through her stack of paper until her eyes brightened as I assumed she finally found what she was looking for. Okay, I'll start with Elder Bund. Since he seems to be the most curious, Emily began. Please be advised that this data does not take into account mastery over mana, simply the raw output of force that your average spell contains during battle. The young artificer flinched when she saw Bun's intense gaze drill holes into her as he waited for her results. Clearing her throat, Emily spoke. Based on how much higher Elder Bun's FPU is compared to the average of limited data we had acquired, he is roughly in the 91st percentile. 91st percentile. What? No way that 91% of the population is better than me. Bund blurted, stamping his feet on the ground. I chortled, unable to suppress my laughter as Emily looked at the old dwarf incredulously. Hester merely let out a sigh and shook her head. It means that only 9% of the population has a higher FPU than you, Camus answered, unfazed by his companion's naivete. Oh. Bun's posture straightened and a smile creeped up, spreading his beard like some sort of frilled lizard. Hey, oh. Hester rolled her eyes as I spotted my sister trying to cover her smile with her hand. Again, this data can't be considered completely accurate since the data pool is so small and very biased towards certain demographics, Emily explained. Most likely, everyone's percentile will increase as more data is gathered. The words seem to have gone in through one ear and have left through the other as the word pride was practically written on Bun's face. Emily continued, turning to Camus. Elder Camus FPU is in the 93rd percentile. Bund seemed to have snapped back to reality because his brows scrunched when he heard the score. Camus simply nodded in acknowledgement. Hester. Wasn't so nice. Elder Hester's FPU is actually the highest of everyone at a 94th percentile. Ellie let out a faint whistle while Bund's eyes widened. Hester took this exact moment to cast a downward glance at the dwarven elder, coupling the look with a haughty smirk. Bah, the data isn't considered completely accurate, remember? Bund recited, fuming. I didn't say anything. Hester shrugged. She erased the smirk on her face but the twinkle in her sharp eyes still showed her content. I guess the high affinity for magic runs in the Flamesworth family, I thought, being reminded of Jasmine's competence in magic, albeit not fire magic. Emily turned to Catherine, smiling. Princess Catherine, your FPU is in. The princess raised a hand, shaking her hand. I'd rather not get caught up. Knowing me, comparing myself to others will hinder more than help. Alanis regarded the princess in approval but remained quiet as Emily finally turned to me. Lastly, Arth. General Arthur's FPU is in the 90th percentile. Bun's eyes lit up once again as he trotted to me and put a hand across my shoulder. You'll grow in time, young general, but for now it seems like my FPU is just a tad higher than yours. So it seems. I smiled, expecting as much. From the beginning, the elder's raw mana output was stronger than mine. I had the advantage of being able to utilize all 4 basic elements and the higher form of 2, and fusing multiple elements into a single attack would often have more devastating results than single elemental spell, but on average, I had known the elders would come out on top. Big talk for someone that got knocked out first in a 4 versus 1 match against the young general, Hester scoffed. Bund scowled, turning red. Do you want to take this to the field, you old bat? Hester's brow twitched in anger. Again with the old bat. Enough with the bickering. Camus cut in, sitting straight in the stone seat that Bund had conjured for all of us. Miss Emeria, did our time spent with the young general bear fruit? The stoic elf dipped her head respectfully. General Arthur's mana flow rate has hastened a noticeable amount. I believe these 2 months have been utilized to its full potential. That's good, Camus sighed, turning to me, a gesture I found odd now that I knew that he could see just as well without facing me. I figured it was more a gesture for me than himself. Alanis walked to me, handing me a small journal bound with leather. This is for you, General Arthur. The detailed recordings of my analysis over this period are written in here. I have taken the liberty of pointing out areas for potential growth so that you can have a more guided training while I am not with you. Thank you, I said sincerely, gingerly holding the small booklet. You've really outdone yourself. It was my pleasure working with you, she responded with a courteous nod. Bund clasped his hands together, drawing all of our attention. All right, I don't know about all of you, but I'm starving and my mind keeps going back to those 70-year-old caskets of alcohol. Yes, Hester agreed, and the thought of Bund having to pay for all of it is sure to make everything tastier. I could hear Bund grumble as the three elders headed toward the door. I ushered the rest to follow after them as well. They all deserved the time to unwind and have fun. Are you sure I can go? It seems like a party for the really important people, my sister asked, hesitating. I pat my sister's head. Of course you're invited. I better see you and Boo eating enough to make Elder Bund homeless. Her gigantic Bund let out a grunt in confirmation before scooping Ellie up with his snout and trotting off. Smiling at the sight, I looked back to see the young artificer scrambling with some artifacts inside her little cockpit of panels. We're the last ones, Emily. I'm almost done cleaning up. You go on ahead. Not wanting to make her rush more than she already was, I took her advice. You better be there unless you want to make Ellie lonely at the party. I quickly gathered the array of paper that were scattered all over the ground behind my FPU measuring artifact, working name. After carefully placing the panel components into the wooden box, I placed the papers carefully on top, noticing Arthur's name on the top sheet. It was the FPU readings that I had managed to gather while he was in that angelic form of his where his hair turned white. I thought I had lost it. Letting out a chuckle, I shook my head, crumpling up the sheet of paper. 99th percentile. That can't be right. Chapter 192. Eat, drink, be merry. After another failed attempt at trying to coerce Sylvie to take a break and come join me for the dinner, I conceded. As soon as I stepped through the towering double doors of stained wood, opened for me by two guards clad in silver, my worries were replaced by wonder. It felt like I had stepped into a different place. Maybe I had. I looked back over my shoulder to make sure that I hadn't stepped through a teleportation gate disguised as a doorway. Confirming that I was still indeed inside the castle, I took my time to relish the sights, sounds, and aromas around me. While the size of the dining room wasn't anything extraordinary, the details in the decoration took my breath away. The vaulted ceiling itself made this room feel like a separate structure from the castle, and the ambient light cast from the floating orbs above brought to life a scene straight out of a princess picture book. Unlike the flamboyant party where the witch-like retainer's frozen body had been showcased as a morale booster for the many noble houses that attended, this event emitted a cozy, intimate atmosphere, with a little sprinkle of a surreal fairy tale mixed in. I picked up 2 glasses of whatever lavish drink the purple liquid might be from a meticulously dressed butler poised almost as still as a statue, handing one of them to Emily, who was besides me. When my sister tried to take one as well, I pulled her back. It's alcohol. Ellie clicked her tongue and continued walking. It didn't take long for her discontent to diffuse. Everything looks so magical. Ellie marveled, unable to form a better word to describe herself. It smells amazing in here, but where's all the food? This is still a dinner, not a party, I explained, pointing to the long rectangular table covered with a seamlessly white tablecloth and topped with perfectly arranged empty plates and glasses. The food's going to be brought out once everyone's here and seated. The alcohol, I noted with amusement, lay spread out against the back wall in large wooden kegs. I'm getting hungry just sniffing the air here, Emily sighed, nearly drooling. I nodded in agreement. The air was thick with a concoction of spices, sauces and herbs that strangely seemed to harmonize alongside each other rather than clash. To blend and mesh the variety of kitchen ingredients together was the subtle oaky scent of the fire crackling and popping in the hearth at the far corner of the cozy dining hall. Ellie pulled on my sleeve. Are you sure we didn't need to dress up for this? The place is a lot fancier than Virion had led on, but yes, I'm sure, I assured. This is supposed to be a comfortable dinner to celebrate before I go back out to the field. My dearest sister, I'm your only sister, she retorted, her eyes still curiously gazing about. Then you know I'm telling the truth, I said blandly. Ellie let out a groan at my witty response. Whatever. I can imagine how comfortable it'll be already. With the council, the Lances, and the elders all gathered in one place, Emily chimed in, her sarcasm practically palpable. I simply smiled, breaking off from the two of them to enjoy my purple drink in peace. Despite being one of the last to leave, Emily, my sister, and I were the first to arrive. As I sat in the back to enjoy the warmth of the fire, I saw Catherine coming inside escorted by Hester. Both wore evening gowns that, while minimally adorned, still looked undoubtedly elegant and expensive. Ellie and Emily didn't hesitate to shoot me glares as they saw this, mentally blaming me for their comparatively informal attire. I winked and lifted my glass, now half empty. Catherine thought I was gesturing to her and raised her glass slightly as well, smiling shyly before turning her attention to Emily and my sister. Elder Hester strode toward me with a glass in hand as well. Seems like you've already made yourself comfortable, in both attire and demeanor. I thought this was supposed to be a casual dinner, I sniffed, holding my glass out toward her. Is this not casual? She smirked, clinking my glass with hers in a casual toast before the two of us took a sip. Casual is wearing your slightly larger pants so that you can comfortably indulge in whatever exquisite cuisine we're presented with tonight, I said with confidence. Hester looked at me with a curious gaze before chuckling. I often forget that you're not from a noble house. No offense. I chuckled. None taken. It's always amusing seeing some of the nobles trying to hide their contempt when a lens like myself does something blatantly improper. Proper etiquette is ingrained in everyone since infanthood, Hester admitted. My mother would faint if she saw you in that attire at an occasion like this. Truth be told, my mother would probably faint as well if she knew I was attending this kind of dinner wearing this. I chuckled, feeling a pang of guilt and sorrow at the mention of my parents. We sipped our drinks in silence for a bit, watching the chaotic movement of the fire as if it was a show. Finishing off the last of my purple liquor, I asked Hester a question that had been on my mind since I first met her. Hester, if you don't mind me asking, what is your relationship to Jasmine Flamesworth? Hester, who had been watching the fire as intently as I had been, shifted her gaze to me. You two are acquainted? I nodded. She took a few moments to gather her thoughts before letting out a sigh. Then I guess it's safe to assume that the Flamesworth family has made a rather negative impression on you. It's gotten a little better since I met you, but yes, I confessed. Jasmine is the daughter of my younger brother, my niece, she began, idly twirling the remaining liquid in her glass. Hester proceeded to tell me a little about the Flamesworth family. The story of Jasmine wasn't anything I hadn't already been told or guessed myself. Basically, the younger brother, the one with the most pride in their family's line of fire mages, thought of Jasmine as an embarrassment to the Flamesworth house. At first, he did all he can to try and draw out any latent potential in fire affinity, hopeful that she might even be a dual elementalist. Once her father realized that wind was the only affinity that his daughter had, he isolated her until she was old enough and kicked her out soon after. Hester's remorseful tone throughout the story helped quell some of the anger I had toward their family, but there was still a bitter taste in my mouth. Your brother, where is he now? I asked. Trotius is a captain, his division being one of the main forces at the wall, she answered. You don't plan on? No, I have no intentions of harming your brother, I scoffed, turning back to see some familiar faces. I was just curious. Oh, and about your comment on every noble having proper etiquette ingrained in them. Bund and Camus had just walked in through the doors. While Camus wore a traditional elven robe, Bund had apparently decided to attend the event disguised as what seemed like a farm worker. Hester, following my gaze, rolled her eyes as she saw the dwarven elder finish a glass in one gulp and proceed to grab two more before walking to us. There are always outliers, I chortled. An outlier indeed. It didn't take much longer for the rest of the guests to filing in. Virion congratulated me on my training with a hug and a snide comment about Tess not being able to make it. I greeted Muriel and Alduin Aralith, Tess' parents cordially, exchanging a few pleasantries. Alduin sort of digressed, talking about the war and some of the dilemmas he's been having in allocating the elven armies around Illinois when Muriel scolded him for talking about that here and dragged him away. My exchange with King Blaine and Queen Priscilla? Or is it Mr. and Mrs. Glader? Although the royal families all dropped their titles as kings and queens, it was always uncomfortable in discerning how to exactly address them. Were even more succinct. While Cathone's mother was brusque by default, I knew that the former king of Sapin still found it uncomfortable to be around me, a human that became a lance for the elves, most likely someone he considers disloyal to his home kingdom. Needless to say, by the time I'd finished talking and toasting, thereby drinking, with the elders and the council, my inhibitions had been lowered to a noticeable degree. It was only noticeable to me when I clasped an unwilling Bayron into a hug and repeated that there were no hard feelings. The lance tried to pry himself away without drawing attention, but I utilized one of the techniques I had learned from Camus to create a vacuum between him and me. Finding real-life applications for spells is the next step in mastery after all. After saying my fill, I released the fuming lance and proceeded to greet Vare and Diane. The two lances had just come back from a mission near the border between Sapin and Darv after sightings of another retainer. Unfortunately, the final retainer was gone by the time they had arrived. We continued talking until an unexpected surprise showed up. Garbed in a bright yellow dress that looked like it might have belonged to a child was Micah. "Micah!" I exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. The dwarf, obviously unaccustomed to such a fluttery dress, flushed at the attention. Rather than shrink, however, the dwarven lance stuck out her chest and held her chin up and made her way to me. I pulled the dwarf into a hug, which was a little awkward considering she was about half my height. Virian came by and placed a hand on her shoulder. Our scouts in Darv found enough evidence to ensure to the rest of the council that Micah, or should I say General Micah, was not involved in Rah's and Ulfred's plot with the Vritra. Virian explained with a smile. Micah's allegiance will always be to the country, the lance confirmed. But Micah is a bit confused since there are no dwarves in the council and Lord Alder is missing. We have much to discuss and positions to fill, but that can be saved for tomorrow, Virian comforted. Tonight, we enjoy the food, the drinks, and the company we have tonight. Virian left us to continue his rounds talking to everyone else in the room while Micah and I chatted a bit more. We kept our conversation light-hearted. I teased her about her frilly dress while she retorted that I looked like I had come straight from a training session. She laughed when I told her she was right. The pleasant chime of a bell signaled for everyone to gather around the table. Butlers and maids escorted all of the attendees to a predetermined seat. Supposedly, being one of the main reasons for having this dinner put me at the far end of the table, directly across from Virian with Cathone to my right and my sister to my left. The council was spread across the table toward the other end near Virian while the lances and elders sat toward the center. After everyone had taken a seat, Virian tapped his spoon on the glass flute to get everyone's attention before speaking. I'll make this short since I know I'm not the only one hungry. I believe it's important for even our strongest soldiers to have the opportunity to rest and be merry. Yes, we're at war, but war or not, there will always be a battle tomorrow, so make some time to enjoy today. Drink, eat, laugh, so that you can all tackle tomorrow with fire anew. We all clapped, while Bun's gruff voice shouting, "Hell yeah!" sounded in the midst of it. Our applause brought forth an organized stampede of servants carrying dishes. It was a full-course meal starting with a creamy soup garnished with edible flowers and leaves placed with precision. My stomach that had been uncomfortable, most likely due to the copious amounts of alcohol I had drank, welcomed the warm, rich flavors. A subtle kick from an unfamiliar spice complemented the thickness of the soup while the leaves and flower garnishes added a surprising hint of freshness. "This is so good," Ellie exclaimed in between spoonfuls of the soup. The ceramic bowl of soup had been taken away, replaced by a silver platter with 2 strips of what looked like raw fish. The morsels of translucent flesh with dashings of 2 different sauces practically melted in my mouth. Both the green and the brown sauces were unfamiliar, but it was a mixture of a nutty and slightly acidic taste that served to mask the unwanted brininess of the ocean dweller and bring out its desired flavors. While swallowing the second piece of the fish, a pang in my abdomen caused me to buckle. Did I drink too much? I wondered, casting a side glance at the large cask of priceless liquor that had been conveniently placed just behind Bund's seat. "Are you okay?" Kathleen asked, her plate completely clean. "I'm fine," I smiled, putting down my fork. Ultimately, my stubbornness refused to pass the opportunity in drinking such expensive alcohol. I held up my glass, taking another sip and rolling the deep brown liquid in my mouth to savor the taste. I let the aromatic flavors coat my mouth before finally swallowing it, letting the pleasant burn pass down my throat. "Can I try?" my sister begged once again after seeing me relishing the drink. I was about to turn her down again, but paused. "Fine, just a sip." Ellie?" Emily chimed in, her eyes widening as my sister grabbed the rounded glass. "You sure about this?" Ignoring her, my sister immediately brought the glass to her lips. As expected, she most certainly did not take just a sip and instead gulped a big portion of the liqueur. Already prepared for what was about to come, I cast a small circular vacuum of wind that sucked in the spray of liquid that shot out of my sister's mouth as she coughed. The servants nearby immediately took action, handing my sister a new napkin while they opened up a container for me to dump Ellie's sprayed contents into. "Why, you jerk," Ellie hissed, trying not to draw in any more attention than she already had. "You knew that would happen." Suppressing the laugh that was nearly leaking out, I looked at her, deadpan. "Of course, that's why I said no so many times. You could have warned me," she protested, drinking the cup of water the servant behind her so sensibly placed next to Ellie's plate. "I could have," I agreed, leaving my sister aghast. Emily steered my sister's bitterness, telling her about some of the modifications she made to Ellie's new bow. After the plates were cleared, another, smaller, dish took its place. Even before I looked down to see what it was, the smell had already caused me to reach for it. A handful of shellfish with its black shells laid open, its meat basking in a savory broth that I could practically taste through my nose. Supplementing the shellfish was a side of sautéed mushrooms that looked like they were actually lit on fire. The servant covered the mushrooms with a crystal cup to extinguish the soft fire. As soon as he lifted the cover, a rich flavor of whatever liqueur the chef had used to ignite the mushrooms with permeated the vicinity. Raw fish, and now flaming fungus. Interesting and tasty. I overheard Emily as she whispered to my sister, who nodded furiously in agreement. Conversations drifted in the air while soft music played by a trio of musicians cast a comfortable tune to accompany the dinner. I leaned forward, taking in another whiff of the complementing aromas of the shellfish and mushrooms when another sharp pain stabbed at my sternum. Am I allergic to something? I thought, bringing a mushroom close to my nose in suspicion. With the pain gone as quickly as it had come, I decided to lay off the purple alcohol while shoveling in a mouthful of the mushrooms. The firm suppleness of the mushroom as I bit down into it dispelled any of the remaining suspicions I had of the food. If I'm allergic to this mushroom, so be it. I'll suffer knowing that it was for a good cause. Throughout the next few dishes, I ate in silence. Kathleen wasn't much of a conversationalist, and the few times she did talk was to respond to whatever my sister and Emily were conversing about. My thoughts began veering toward the war, and the upcoming battles, my only solace being the exquisite dishes that never seemed to stop and my glass of liqueur that never emptied. From tender meats that I was able to cut with my fork, and even a whole boar that was carved so precisely that I doubted I could replicate the task even with my mastery of the sword. There were other, more bizarre dishes that showcased the more unwanted parts of particular monobeasts as supposed delicacies. It was when the dinner was becoming more lively, most likely due to alcohol in everyone's system, that I encountered another episode of pain in my stomach. This time, it was a more gripping pain, as if someone was slowly squeezing, twisting, and wrenching my insides. That was when I realized it wasn't my stomach or even my liver like I thought it had been. It was my monocore. Is something wrong, Arthur? You seem pale, Virian said, noticing my state from the other side of the table. I rose up from my seat, feeling more than a tinge of regret as I stared at the untouched steaming crab down at my plate. My apologies to everyone, but I think I'll have to call it a night. Virian got up as well, his expression laced with concern. Holding up a hand to stop him, I made my way to the door, careful not to stumble. Please, enjoy yourselves. I've been a little tired today and I think I just had too much alcohol. Without looking back, I headed to my room, one hand using the wall as support while the other pressed down on my solar plexus. Is something wrong with my monocore? Cold sweat beaded down my face as the gripping pain became more intense. By the time I reached my room, I curled into a ball on the floor, unable to reach my bed. My fear and worry grew alongside the pain, until a thought crossed my mind. Sending a pulse of mana into my ring, I withdrew Yudo's horn and instinctively began absorbing its contents like an infant reaching for its mother's milk. Slipping in and out of consciousness, time elapsed like it was caught in a jar of sap. Everything seemed slow and the cold, gripping pain escalated until it soon became unbearable. Two things happened in what seemed like a span of a second. First, I felt a surge of unmatched energy and power throughout my body. I could feel it in my pores and the tip of my hair. Then, I passed out. Chapter 193, Broken Seal. I looked up at the row of judges peering down from their platform that overlooked the main stadium my opponent and I were currently on. Sitting in the middle of the row was a tall, shapely woman with blazing red hair that curled down her back. Two sharp eyes that would make even a wild lion flinch regarded me with interest as the rest of the judges murmured amongst themselves over the results of the match. I thought to myself, what exactly there was to go over. My opponent, a Division II candidate testing for a First Division spot, was passed out behind me while the medics approached with a stretcher. There was a sinking realization as the judges continued discussing that they might very well be determining whether to send me up or keep me at Division 3. I could see Nico and Cecilia in corner of my eyes, waiting just as intently for the verdict as I had during my first competition while attending this academy, back when I still believed fair results could be achieved through hard work. After what seemed like ages, a thin elderly man with a white mustache groomed a bit too meticulously, probably to compensate for his bald head, cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Cadet Gray, no surname. While your match was impressive, especially your demonstration of martial arts, the poor level of utilization of your ki throughout the tournament made it clear that some basic fundamentals are clearly lacking and need to be thoroughly reviewed. Therefore, Cadet Gray will move up to Class 1 of the 3rd Division. I could feel my blood boil underneath my skin as I did all I could to suppress my rage. I clenched my fists, gnashed my teeth, curled my toes, anything to stop myself from lashing out at the judge and this entire academy system. Just then, a roar of laughter echoed throughout the entire arena. My burning rage was instantly quelled as I looked up, dumbfounded, as the red-haired judge continued laughing heartily. It wasn't only me that was shocked by her actions though. The rest of the judges whipped their head toward their colleague with expressions ranging from shock to anger to embarrassment. The audience that had been quietly waiting for the results from this final round muttered amongst each other hoping to get some answers from the turn of events. Finally, after the red-haired judge calmed down enough, she let out a sigh while wiping away a tear. My apologies. I thought Judge Drem was pulling that kid's leg by telling him he needed to review his fundamentals. At the mention of his name, the mustached judge, who I assume was Judge Drem, flushed red all the way the top of his shiny head. Lady Vera, in the sanctity of the annual assessment duels, your behavior is unacceptable. No, the red-haired woman that the judge referred to eerily respectfully despite the gap in age, cut in flatly. What's unacceptable behavior? And embarrassingly pathetic, is this blatant attempt at holding that kid back because he's not from a distinguished house. Clearly unprepared to be verbally assaulted by the woman, Judge Dem stammered what he hoped would be words. What? How dare? I did no such. Then how can you possibly justify Cadet Gray as being anything less than Division 1? Lady Vera interrupted again. At this point, I really hoped that this lady had either the strength or the backings to justify her blatant lack of respect for the older judge. Judge Dem tried his best to gather his wits, letting out another cough. Like I stated earlier, Cadet Gray's key utilization is wrong. She instantly cut off again, causing the older judge to practically fume in frustration and embarrassment. The boy's key utilization is at least a step above even the Class 2 students in Division 1. What you call lacking in key utilization is actually him making up for his lower key level to an almost impressive degree. The other judges sitting behind the panel were obviously lower in terms of rank than Judge Drem because the only thing that they'd been doing at this point was wordlessly shifting glances between Lady Vera, Judge Drem, and me. Lady Vera, the old judge said through gritted teeth, while I am grateful for your insight into the matter, I have been a judge for nearly 20 years now. Please reciprocate the respect that I've shown you by showing me the respect that I've earned in this field. Lady Vera thrummed her fingers on the panel she was sitting behind, contemplating for a moment before she nodded. Fine. I'll respect your verdict, Judge Drem. Before I even had the opportunity to be disappointed by this, though, Vera's form flickered out of sight. What in the... She appeared above me and landed with a soft thud. Despite the fact that I had witnessed everything, I was still somehow doubtful that she'd just cleared the span of 2 stories as casually as I would step off a sidewalk. Kid, like Judge Handlebars said, you'll still be in Division 3. But what do you say about me becoming your personal mentor? I thought for a moment. I even turned to Nico and Cecilia to make sure what I was witnessing was real. I didn't know who this woman was, but the way she held herself and the impressive movement skill she had used to clear the distance that most elite soldiers wouldn't dare replicate made me take the risk. Ignoring the aghast row of judges as well as the stunned crowd, I took her hand. I accept your offer. I woke up on the floor with my hands stretched out in front of me, much like how my dream had ended. However, rather than Lady Vera's seemingly fragile hand in my own, I was gripping tightly onto Udo's horn. The once obsidian stone that once glimmered like a sinister jewel now had cracks and splinters strewn across its dull gray exterior. It took a moment of idle wondering of how I came to be in this position when I suddenly remembered. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, I shot up to my feet. I took in my surroundings for the first time since waking up, relieved that I was still in my room and that my room was relatively intact. Looking at the window, it was still nighttime, which meant I was unconscious only for a few hours. Pulling my senses inward, I focused my attention on my monocore. My monocore that did not have the glimmering silver sheen that it once had, but instead radiated brightly like a white sun. I did it, I muttered incredulously. I maintained concentration on my core for a few minutes, just taking in the new, alien feelings that came with my breakthrough. The paranoid part of me did it just to make sure that I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't. I was now a white core mage. Ecstatic, I sent a pulse of mana throughout my body. The flow of mana was seamless and near instant. I hadn't gotten the chance to read through the notebook that Alanis had written for me, but I had a feeling that she might have to update some of the readings. Without stopping, I held out my hand, palm up, and began shaping the mana. I started out with something relatively easy, making a small orb of pure mana. This was the equivalent of stretching before a run. After that, I proceeded into more complicated exercises. I enlarged the orb of mana and shrunk it as quickly as possible. Then I split the mana orb into 2 smaller ones. After I had about a dozen small mana orbs floating above my hand, I ignited some of them by coalescing fire affinity mana particles in the atmosphere while I froze another set of orbs and so on. By a few minutes into the exercise, I had several dozens of different elemental spheres all orbiting around my palm. Throughout it all, I had a wide smile on my face that I only noticed after my cheeks began cramping. There were hundreds of variations of these manipulation exercises, all meant to help mages get better at organic magic, a term that had many names but all meant one thing: magic that did not need gestures or chants in order to cast. Much of the magic that beginning classes in Xyrus Academy taught centered around stagnant magic, which were essentially spells limited in variations and uses in order to reproduce consistently and easily. The gestures and chants that so many mages used and still use today help in guiding their subconscious as they mold their mana into the spell that they want. The downside was that most of these gestures and chants basically told opponents, "Hey, I'm going to throw a fireball at you." It was fairly easy for any decent mage to counter such stagnant magic. The organic magic that I had so naturally grasped from an early age thanks to my understanding of mana from having lived a previous life, was much harder to cast and control. Every time I launched a blade of wind at my opponent with a simple swing of my arm, my brain was basically giving detailed instructions of the mana that I imbued into the spell in order to get the shape, size, speed, trajectory, angle, etc. all correct. Breaking into White Core stage wasn't as awe-inspiring as I sort of hoped it would be, but it was definitely a huge step forward, more so than any of the previous breakthroughs into the next core stages. My control and finesse over mana had definitely been taken up a notch, almost as if the advancement into White Core also affected my cognition. I thought back to several instances in the past when the Lances demonstrated some of their prowess in magic. Ulfrid's ability to cast eerily lifelike golems of magma as well as Micah's superb control over an abstract element like gravity were all reasons that supported my claim. Putting Aelie aside, I've never had the chance to see Aya fight. Bayron was able to mold lightning into a giant spear that looked about as detailed as a masterfully crafted weapon, and just recently, I came face to face with Varys' dragon made completely of ice. Is this why all the Lances are so skilled in manipulating mana? I thought, sighing. Another thought occurred to me as well. Flying. Usually, skilled flying meant constant attention to your body and mana output all the while having your attention on something else, like fighting. That was why most mages didn't fly even if they were able to. What use was flying when it took complete focus to sustain it and the mana expenditure wasn't cheap? If manipulating mana became this easy, then I could see how the Lances were able to easily fly while casually talking to me or even casting spells. Eager to know what my limits were, I was tempted to immediately head down to the training room and test a few theories out. I was especially excited to activate Realm Heart just to see what I could do. However, a sharp pain flared in my head, wrenching me out of my thoughts. "Hey Arthur, something's happening." Sylvie's voice rang in my head, but sounded muffled and distorted. "Sylvie, what's wrong?" I called out to her several more times but didn't get a response. Feelings of excitement and elation were immediately replaced by worry and fear as I headed down the flight of stairs to the small training room she had isolated herself in. I turned the cold metal handle of the door, but it was locked. "Sylvie, I'm here. Can you hear me?" No response. I shook harder, hoping it was just jammed, but seeing as it wasn't, I punched a hole near the knob, rendering the lock mechanism useless. Pushing open the door, I stepped inside only to stop completely in my track at the sight ahead. Standing in the back of the dimly lit room was a wide-eyed little girl in a simple black robe with two black unmistakable horns jutting out from the side of her head. I thought I was seeing things at first. I blamed the poor lighting and the shadows cast by them for playing tricks on my eyes, but when I stepped closer and the girl looked up and we locked eyes, I knew. "Sylvie, is that you?" The girl cracked open an uneasy smile, a trace of fear and excitement evident in her bright topaz eyes. "Hi, Arthur." The two of us stood there. Neither one of us knew what to do, what to say, how to react. I still couldn't believe it. My eyes told me that I was seeing a girl that looked no older than 8 or 9 with long choppy hair that was the same pale wheat color as her draconic form's underbelly. Looking closely, her messy hair looked more like soft feathers than actual strands of hair. Little of the girl's small face was covered by her hair, since her bangs barely covered half of her forehead. Her round yellow eyes shifted uneasily under my scrutinizing gaze until she sent a mental transmission. "How long are you going to keep staring like that?" Caught off guard, I flinched, but not by the words themselves but the emotions that were intertwined into them. Unlike before, I could feel the emotions she was feeling while she communicated through my mind, like now, how she felt uncomfortable and embarrassed, but at the same time excited and anxious. It was odd feeling foreign emotions through my brain. It was never like this before. At most, Sylvie could send one, extremely strong, emotion to me that felt more like she was telling me how she felt. It was never this intimate, for lack of a better word. Sorry, I said aloud. I'm still digesting everything right now. What exactly happened? After absorbing the retainer's mana from the horn you gave me, I was able to finally break the seal that you and Grandpa said that my mother placed on me to keep me hidden. The disparity between her childish voice and her words threw me off, but I nodded in understanding. So by breaking the seal, you were able to unlock the human form that Azuras were able to transform into? Yeah, she said, looking down at her small hands. To tell you the truth, I haven't had the chance to really study the changes in my body, so I can't tell you exactly what's happening at this moment, but... Sylvie abruptly lurched and staggered, nearly falling forward before she regained balance. Sylvie, you okay? I asked, concerned. Sylvie stood in place for a moment, frozen. I cautiously made my way to her, unable to even fathom what was wrong, when she slowly looked up. When our eyes locked again this time, however, a chill ran down my spine. Her appearance was the same, nothing had changed, but her presence, her demeanor, her gaze were completely different, so much so that I had involuntarily stepped back from her. Sylvie straightened herself, swaying her neck side to side as if she was stretching it. Ah, she said, clearing her throat. You can hear me? Yes. I raised a brow, not knowing how to answer. I'll take that gesture as a yes, she said dismissively. Who are you? I asked, my eyes narrowing. Sylvie smirked, an expression that looked unnatural on her face. I'm grateful that you happened to be in the same room when the connection was finally established. It makes things so much easier. Who are you? I repeated. Her smirk widened to a smile. Agrona, Chapter 194, Man Behind the Veil. I could feel the blood drain from my face, but I held my ground. Despite the casual disclosure, I could tell that Agrona was carefully observing how I'd react. The same two gleaming yellow eyes that looked so innocent and confused just moments ago were now bright ruby and carried an unwavering confidence and authority. He could have just as easily said he was some sort of sentient shapeshifter from a different planet and I would have been compelled to believe him. Giving no indication that his words had any effect on me, I made a simple gesture with my hand, casting multiple spells simultaneously. The door closed shut and a thick stone slab sprouted to barricade the entrance while a swirling layer of wind surrounded the two of us, muting any sound that might leak from the room. I also layered the floor around the room's vicinity in case anyone came close by. Is Sylvie safe while you're in control of her body? I asked. Sylvie. A good name. Agrona breathed as if savoring the sound. Yes. What I'm using to speak with you like this is a harmless spell that I've embedded onto her while she was still an egg. Sylvie's simply sleeping. 2 stone chairs popped up from the ground and I took a seat, gesturing at Agrona to do the same. Agrona sat down, leaning back in the seat contently. Thanks for the hospitality, and for keeping your wits together. Makes communicating so much easier without you trying to kill me. You're possessing my bond, so hurting you like this wouldn't be very effective, I replied calmly. He shrugged. I wouldn't have been able to put much of a fight regardless since I can't use any mana arts like this, but I digress. Shall we talk about something a bit more important than the various flaws of this method of communication? Seconds ticked by in silence, with only the faint whistle of the field of wind surrounding us while the two of us stared at each other. My brain whirled with activity, trying to make sense of the sudden change of events while devising a clever way to take full advantage of it. After all, it wasn't every day that you could calmly have a one-on-one meeting with the enemy's leader in the middle of a war. But whether it was because I was still having a hard time believing all of it or because my worry over Sylvie was constantly nagging at me even with my calm facade, My mind couldn't keep a coherent train of thought, so I asked the one question that had bugged me ever since he first took control of Sylvie. You said you were grateful that I happened to be in the same room when you made the connection. Why did you only seek me out? Fair question. First reason, and the more obvious one, is that I'm sure most of the members of your leadership wouldn't take too kindly of me intruding on their home turf in the form of a little girl. Assuming that they even believe me, it would scare the living shit out of them given the fact that I could intrude their most secured location in the continent, he answered. Although it would be amusing to see their reaction. And the second reason, because he leaned forward and grinned. You're the only one on this continent that I'm interested in. I didn't expect that answer. What did the leader of a rogue Azura clan that was hundreds, if not thousands, of years old find interesting about me? Whatever it was, it couldn't be a good thing. My expression must have betrayed me because the Azura abruptly let out a laugh. Don't worry, I'm not going to just suddenly pin you to the ground and have my way with you. Assuming my tastes suddenly skewed that way, it'd still be a little inappropriate in this form. No, I rolled my eyes as the supposed mastermind behind the Intercontinental War, unable to make heads or tails of his character. You're a lot more eccentric than I imagined. Almost sociable, I commented. Agrona raised a brow, amused. Did you perhaps see me as some poised dictator hell-bent on making the world all mine while donning a silken cape? Something like that. He put on a grave expression while leaning forward. Well, you're partly right. Agrona flashed a smile. He leaned back again, as if unable to find a comfortable position to sit still in. Don't let this pleasant demeanor fool you. I have my goals and ambitions and a face I show my people in public. But as for my personality, after spending generations upon generations amongst you lessers that seem to change your ethics and social mores on a whim, it's a pain to keep up with appearing dignified and cultured. For instance, even in my continent just a couple hundred ago, it used to be normal to have public torture and executions. Hell, they even brought snacks and watched it as free entertainment. Now, it's somehow become shockingly horrifying to them. He waved a hand dismissively. I have my people to handle and run the lessers based on their ever-changing sense of right and wrong. Wow, he talks a lot. Still, there was a lot of knowledge contained in his little rant. From what I've seen facing the Alacrian soldiers and, truthfully, my own prejudice based on the crazy Vritras like Udo and the Witch, I imagined that the enemy continent would be some horrid wasteland full of lessers enslaved to do the Vritras' bidding. But from what Agrona just said, Alacria seems to be like any normal developing land with leaders that actually care for the citizens. That look you have right now. He pointed a finger at me, that annoying look of pleasant surprise. You were thinking that it's weird that I actually give an ass about the lessers in Alacria, huh? Well, from what the Azuras told me, you've been conducting experiments on the lessers and breeding with them before you were even kicked out of Ephaotis, I remarked. I expected him to get mad, at least annoyed, but instead his expression turned somber. The best lie is only telling half the truth, I suppose. Kezis or that lackey of his, Winsome, never told you the reason why I did all of this, did they? So Lord Indrat's first name is Kezis, I noted internally before replying. It was to build an army capable of bringing down the other Azuras? No, that's all of they told you? Agrona rolled his eyes, tapping his fingers impatiently on the chair's armrest. Arthur, do you think I one day just woke up wanting to commit genocide against my brethren? Any reason you have isn't justification for what you're trying to do, I stated firmly. He let out a scoff. I should have more or less expected you to have the same mindset as Kezis and the rest of his underlings. Annoyed, I asked, what do you mean? Let's suppose you lived in this continent without being able to use magic. How differently would everyone you know have treated you today? The royal families that you know, they wouldn't bat an eye in your direction. Your peers from Xyrus, you would have never met them and probably just befriended thugs and farmers from your own social class. Your family, well, they might be the only ones that love you, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't be inwardly disappointed at your lack of talent. I raised a brow. And this hypothetical person is supposed to relate to you? Basilisks in general were notorious amongst other races, But imagine if your very clansmen and family looked down on you for the minuscule talent that you had no control over. The same Lord Indrat that approved of you in that brusque and lofty way of his didn't even find it worthwhile to breathe in my direction. Agrona spat, his fingers clawing away at the armrest. And you found it justifiable to inhumanely toy with the lives of countless lessers in order for you to get stronger? I shot back. He tilted his head. Do you shed tears for the ants that you step on? Rage smoldered in my stomach, but by his tone and expression, it didn't seem like he was looking down on me. He truly felt that lessers were bugs to him. I let out a breath. It was naive to think we could have a rational conversation. Agrona spread his arms, looking at me with a proud smile. What I achieved through those experiments have benefited not only myself, but the lessers in Alakria to such a degree where they worship me, not out of fear, but out of reverence. To them, I am their savior. Savior? I let out a scoff. Did you somehow wipe the memories of killing and torturing your people's ancestors or something? Killing and torturing. I could taste the bitterness in your words from here in Alakria, Arthur, he said, feigning a hurt expression. Why, I've merely utilized the many lessers that were available to me in order to strengthen my own kind's inherent abilities. I'm sure those test subjects are grateful that I made use of them in order to accomplish something unimaginable for their future generations. I wanted to slap the snide look off his face, but this egotistical maniac truly believed what he did was right. What have you managed to accomplish for their future generations that is so great that it supersedes decades of you conducting experiments on the inhabitants of Alasira? I asked, playing along. I'll answer that question with another question. He gestured. I know that the rough statistic of mage to non-mages in Daikathan is 1 in 100. What do you suppose the statistic is in Alakria? I remained silent. Agrona smirked. It's 1 in 5. 1 in 5? I sputtered. Unimaginable by your standards as well, right? He gave me a wink. I'll admit that what you managed to do is impressive, but aren't you afraid that with so many of the population as mages, that those who still hold a grudge will band up and revolt? Agrona looked at me for a second in silence before he burst out laughing. Oh. You weren't joking, he said in between laughs after seeing my expression. Like I said earlier, my people, whether they have some of my genes or they're still full-blooded lessers, revere me because of the structured process of awakening that I devised for them. So many of them can utilize magic to improve their mundane lives. You're telling me that you spent the time and effort to devise this method for what? The actual benefit of Alakrians? I asked, skeptical. I've heard from the Azuras, but since they're apparently so skewed in their views, I want to hear it from your mouth. What is your goal in all of this? Ooh, is this the part where the villain falls into a monologue and reveals his nefarious plans to the righteous hero? He replied excitedly, steepling his fingers. I shook my head. You're insane. Insanity is relative, he said, unwavering. And as for your question, I have no intention of telling you anything. You said you were interested in me earlier. I assumed it was because you wanted my help, but withholding your goal in all of this hardly makes me want to jump to your side. I pushed, hoping to get an answer out of him. Agrona leaned back. I never expected you to come to my side through this little conversation. I told you all of this because in hopes that you will remove yourself from the war. What? Why would I? Agrona held up a hand. Before you say no, consider this. Thus far, I've been progressing very conservatively in this war, refraining from unnecessary civilian deaths since I have use for them, but that does not mean it'll continue being this way. You've barely clung onto your life till now, but this is just the start. Statistically speaking, how likely is it that your side can win this war with your family and other loved ones alive after everything? He paused before speaking again. You can hide, seek refuge in Alakria, anything really, just as long you don't become an opponent to my army. Guarantee that. And I will guarantee that you and your loved ones will be left untouched. It'd be a lie to say a small part of me wasn't tempted. What do you gain from me doing this? Telling me to keep hidden or go to Alakria obviously means you want me alive. Why? If I'm not on your side, aren't I a threat? Despite how I may have been perceived and what I've done to get to where I am today, I don't believe that allies can be made through force. If I want you on my side, I won't do so through threats." The two of us stayed silent for a bit. He was waiting for me to respond, and I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to refuse. I should definitely refuse, but for some reason, his words carried a weight that made me truly think. "It actually seems like you're thinking about it," he chuckled. "As a small thank you for that, I'll divulge a few things that you may or may not have been curious about." Agrona smoothed out the wrinkles of the black dress that Sylvie's body had been wearing. "First, your parents were attacked not too long ago while transporting supplies to your forces at the wall, correct?" I bolted up from my seat, mana coalescing around my entire body. Agrona raised his hands in a placating gesture though, still seated. His eyes, however, were fierce. "You may not believe me when I say this, but your parents were left untouched because I willed it. Lastly, the Azuras have been out of touch with your leaders, right?" He didn't wait for me to respond. The Azura possessing my bond rose to his feet, maintaining his poise. "It's because a few Azuras, including Alder and Winsome, tried infiltrating my castle in Alakria, hoping that they'd succeed in killing me while my forces are divided." "Tried? That means that they failed," I replied, my heart beating faster. "Doesn't that mean the treaty is broken?" Agrona shook his head. Neither my side nor the Azuras in Ephaotis wish for it, but they had to pay for disrespecting the treaty, so we made another deal." I was afraid to ask, but I did anyway. "What is the deal that you made?" "The Azuras in Ephaotis can no longer aid you in any way throughout this war," he answered, stepping a bit closer. "Winsome, Alder, and the rest of the Azuras that you've met have abandoned you and Daikon." I want to say that I remained unfazed and took the news in stride, but that'd be a lie. In my head, I was using every curse I knew to express the frustration and panic that was bubbling up inside. Finally, after I gained enough composure to form words again, I spoke. "Why are you telling me all of this?" "To appeal to you, of course. I'm trying to ultimately get you on my side willingly, remember?" Agrona winked. "Frankly, I don't get where your loyalty to those Azuras came from. Kezis and the other Azuras that helped train you only did so for their gains, and you simply went along because you needed to get stronger to keep your loved one safe. Seems more like a business arrangement to me." I shook my head. "Even so, you've said that you've been conservative during this war, but while you come off as well-mannered so far, your retainers have massacred soldiers with glee." "Exactly as you said, soldiers," Agrona pointed out, snapping his fingers. "And really, I think it's hardly fair to bring that up when your side has treated my men with just about the same amount of hospitality. I'd say freezing my poor Jogret and displaying her corpse like some sort of trophy in front of your nobles is hardly any better than what she or any of my other soldiers have done." I was at a loss for words. I wasn't even surprised that Agrona somehow knew all of this at this point, just that he was right. Silence enveloped the room, bringing to attention the sound of the wind whistling around us. "What we've discussed today isn't something you can organize in a span of a few minutes, so I'll give you some time to think about everything," he finally said, breaking the silence. "Besides, Sylvie seems to be stirring from her sleep, so after you've thought about it, give me an answer after reciting this spell to Sylvie." He muttered a string of foreign words through mental transmission, allowing me to remember it. "I advise you to make a choice soon, though. Like I said earlier, we're progressing into the next stage of this war, and I assure you it won't be to your side's benefit. Giving you this deal does not grant you immunity from harm should you refuse or withhold your answer." "Wait," I called out. "What you told me earlier? That I was the only one on this continent that you were interested in. You never told me why that is." "I suppose it does no harm in telling you." Agrona tapped his chin with a finger, thinking for a moment. "Let's say I've enjoyed talking with an old friend of yours, King Grey." Chapter 195, Next Stage. "Oh, great Vritra," I muttered under my breath, watching a shield lose his footing, almost getting trampled in the process. "Shields, keep up those defensive panels. Don't let any of the beasts stray off," I barked out before looking down at the mysterious black ore I had been ordered to break once the beasts were all inside the Elshire forest. I watched as hundreds of corrupted beasts were herded through the walls of translucent panels casted by teams of shields. It was a peculiar sight as monsters that would normally be nowhere near each other walked sluggishly abreast. Hound-sized spiders, large wolves and even serpents with heads on both ends marched together, unaware of what was going on. Several Unids served to protect each of the shields just in case any of the beasts broke free. Even Unids have their purposes. Better one of them dies than a mage. I cast my eyes on the ironclad Unids wielding ordinary weapons of steel, unable to even strengthen them. Pitiful. I turned to the sentry assigned to my force. A lanky man with bangs that covered his eyes. "Can you get a read inside the forest?" He put his palms to the ground before clicking his tongue. "My range is cut to a fourth inside there." "Looks like you'll have to go in with us," I sighed. He stepped away from me. What? That's not what." Before he could finish, I grabbed the precious sentry by the scruff of his neck. "Look, I don't care if you sentries think you're precious because of your perverted voyeuristic magic. You'll be safe with my personal shield and caster." All right, but if anything happens to me." The boy's idle threats were laughable by his trembling. Merciful Vritra, how can he even see himself as a soldier if he's scared to go anywhere near a battle? "You'll be fine," I stressed, letting go of his collar. "Now form the mental link with me. And me only." "Something tells me you're not very good at multitasking." The sentry nodded, placing 2 fingers on my temple and concentrating. "See, can you hear me?" A familiar voice rang directly in my head. "How is it that you stutter even inside your head?" I thought. "Just so you know, I can only do a one-way line of mental communication, so I won't be able to hear back from you." "Okay," I said aloud, holding back the urge to roll my eyes. Despite his shortcomings, having a sentry is a big bonus in that my shield and caster won't have to stay as close to me and rely on feedback from the sentry. Turning my attention back to the task at hand, I watched as teams of mages stood on standby as more and more of the corrupted beasts disappeared into the thick, hazy forest that was home to the elves in Daikevn. As soon as the last of the monsters herded out from the northern beast glades were deep inside the dense array of trees, I held up the black ore. "Yuna, non-mages, front line positions with weapons out. Strikers, behind them with your shields and casters nearby. Prepare to charge at a given notice." I ordered as everyone shuffled into place. I didn't know how those corrupted beasts were sedated, but the artifacts entrusted to me seemed to work like a charm. As soon as I shattered the ore, releasing the effects of my control, vicious growls, snarls, and roars broke out from within the forest. Several Unids carrying supplies began handing out the vials of rancid liquid for everyone to spray on their clothes. Expensive and temporary, but it was the only way the corrupted beasts would not attack us. Moments of tense silence ensued as everyone waited for my signal. I flexed my hands, eager to get in some action with my newly unlocked crest. It had yet been even a passing of a season since I had trained my initial mark to form my crest, truly praiseworthy for someone that had just turned 18, yet I found myself thirsting for more. Just like my father, I also wanted to be granted the privilege of entering the Obsidian Vault to hopefully acquire an emblem. I looked forward to returning to Alakria. I knew my father would survive the trials the Obsidian Vault gave to those that entered, and I wanted nothing more than to see what sort of emblem he would come out with. Perhaps he'll be blessed with a legendary regalia. If that happens, our House of Vale will soar within all of Vekor. Perhaps even within all of Alasira. I knew that my father wouldn't be able to get a regalia. While considered young, he was still only a mid-tier mage after all, the same as me, albeit twice my age. While I respected his strength and talent, he was still a shield. I allowed myself a faint smile that only lasted but a brief second when a loud crash resounded from the distance. With my basic senses enhanced by my crest, I was able to hear faint yells from what could only be by the elves patrolling the area. Taking a glance behind me to make sure that the signaling artifact was in place to guide us back out of the forest, I readied myself. "Charge!" I roared out, cladding my whole body in mana. Another perk of my newly acquired crest. The non-mages charged without any doubt or reluctance, while even the mages strode forth with unusual vigor. Taking just a quick moment to look down, I realized it was probably the soft glow emanating from my body that filled my troops with confidence. Confidence that stemmed from both my strength and mentality. It didn't matter if the Dicothians had strange, versatile magic. For me, this was just a mission to succeed in and to receive more achievements. Achievements that will further my blood waiting for me back home. I weaved through the maze of trees, unable to even see my own feet because of the dense fog. However, it was easy to spot the battle between the elves and the corrupted mana beasts we had let loose on their land. Though outnumbered, the elves were holding their own fairly well against the rabid beasts. Glowing arrows shot with astonishing accuracy fell beast after beast, small or large. Several elven soldiers were even able to control the trees around them to trap and choke several of the larger beasts. One enemy mage stuck out, an older female with blonde hair that flowed out of her helmet. She had no weapons, but from her hands came out deadly blades of wind that were able to splice several beasts at once. That was my target. Siren, focus shields on me and stay at a distance with Mari. Scent, Ashton, stick close to them and relay my position in case I'm in danger, I ordered, picking up my pace. Polygonal panels of mana hovered around me, ready to defend against any projectiles, while a faint hum sounded from behind as Mari began charging her magic. I channeled mana through my crest, an action that was as natural as breathing by now. Unsheathing my sword, strengthened by a famed instiller, I ignited the weapon with a jagged fire that tore and seared rather than burned. I circulated more mana through my crest and out to the rest of my body to strengthen my limbs. Power rushed through me as I dashed forward into the thick of the battle like a true striker. My sword buzzed, glowing brightly like a beacon to my troops as I neared the first elf in my path. The lean elf with short hair and stern brows turned to me, eyes widening. His mouth moved and wind began gathering around his dual daggers, but it was too late. I guess it's true that mages of Dicothan, while versatile, were slow. How inefficient and primitive. My sword tore through the daggers that he had crossed together to defend himself with before slashing into his torso. Unexpectedly, I felt my sword go through a layer of mana, so even weak mages like him were able to clad himself in mana. How odd. I didn't waste another breath as I finished off the impaired elf. Taking a quick moment to look around, I saw that many other of my mages had already engaged with the enemy elves. As predicted, the tides were rapidly turning in our favor. The corrupted beasts were deadly in that they didn't care for their own safety and viciously attacked anything in their way. As I neared closer to the elf using wind blade magic, Ashton's voice rang once more in my head. Her mana readings are a bit different, but she should be around the lower end of a mid-tier mage. Your caster is readying her spell to single target. Proceed with caution, and I'll let you know when to get out of the way. So this is what it's like to have a sentry, even a half-baked one, accessible. No wonder they're considered valuable despite not having a single form of offensive or defensive magic. The flame magic that had been unlocked through my mark after the awakening ceremony allowed my flames to take on a jagged quality that tore away at anything in its path. A rare, upper mid-tier mark. However, after I had mastered this magic to the point that I could evolve it to a crest, I was able to utilize it in a whole new way. Dropping my speed, I sheathed my sword and circulated more mana through my crest. My body erupted, covering me in an armor of fire while releasing 4 floating sickles of jagged flames. They orbited around me, ready to strike with a very thought as I concentrated entirely on controlling them. The female elf clad in armor let loose another blade of wind, killing yet another 2 beasts before turning her full attention on me. Unlike the previous elf I had just killed, her mouth didn't move while she let loose a blade of wind at me. As shield prepared to guard the attack. Proceed, the sentry informed. I stepped off, my movement empowered by the flames enveloping my body. The polygonal shields layered in front of me, prepared to take on the wind blade. The first panel broke upon impact and the second one cracked, but withstood the attack before wind dissipated. Using that opportunity, I was able to get in range to send my sickles out to my opponent. Arrow incoming from left. Duck. Without hesitation, I fell to the ground. That broke my concentration in controlling the flying sickles of flame, but I was able to dodge the mana-clad arrow as it whizzed above me. Just by the sound it made, I knew that relying on the shield was a risk better not taken. I need to end this fast. I don't want to waste too much mana on just a single enemy. The drawback of using the full form of my crest was that it took a lot of mana to keep up, not to mention that each of the 3 sickles took up additional mana to maintain, something I need to improve upon if I want to be able to control more sickles. Pushing off with both my hands and feet, I dashed toward the elf, who was just about to release another blade. I sent a single sickle down on her gathered hands. Despite the speed of my blitz attack, she was able to dodge my sickle in time to save her hands from getting sliced off. However, that allowed me to bury a flame-clad fist right into her breastplate, shattering it and sending her flying backward and into a tree. Releasing my flame-clad form to save mana, I drew my blade to end the elf when a terrifying presence gripped at my very soul. Stefan. Get out of there. Now. I wanted nothing more than to get out of here, but I found myself on my knees, clawing at my chest because I couldn't breathe. What in great Vritra's name is this suffocating presence? I tried to crawl away. That was all I could manage. I cared not to save my appearances. If I didn't get out of here, I knew that I wouldn't even live to feel shame. That was when a person landed in front of me. I looked up to see the boy, his long auburn hair tied messily behind him with striking blue eyes that radiated power. He gazed down at me with an annoyance that wasn't even directed to me. I was the son of Carnal Vale, heir to the House of Vale, yet in front of this boy that appeared no older than me, I was nothing. My body trembled and convulsed as a palpable power radiated from him and weighed down on me. Just then, however, I heard a slight hum before a beam of pure frost bombarded the boy. I flinched and tried to roll away to not get caught up in the blast. A fleeting sense of hope allowed me to get back on my legs as I tried to run away, but before I could even get in 2 steps, a searing pain radiated from my right arm and the ground slid out from under me. I toppled forward, unable to get up. Looking behind me, I could only see a pool of crimson spreading from where my arm used to be. Desperate, I used my only able arm to try and crawl, somehow unable to get up. My eyes searched for my teammates, only to see Siren, Mari and Ashton fleeing away. My vision dimmed as I found myself eye level with the roots sprouting from the ground, my last thoughts being how it wasn't supposed to end like this. I surveyed the surroundings. The once lush green forest was splattered with blood and corpses. Even the thick fog did little to cover up the aftermath of the battle. "Thank you, General Arthur, for your aid," the female elf that I had barely saved said, her voice hoarse and in pain. My eyes fell to the elven soldiers that had died trying to protect their home. "I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. This could have all been avoided had I arrived before the beasts were herded into the forest." The elf shook her head. "Please don't apologize. The outcome of this battle would have been very different had you not come at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to help and gather my men." Keeping her armor on, the elf ran off, checking for any signs of life while more elves arrived to help. Is this what Hagrona meant when he said the war is progressing to the next stage? This marked the first attack on elven territory, and even if this particular strike had failed, it had done its job. Until now, only Sapin had taken the brunt of the attack, which made it easy to allocate resources to a central place. But now that our enemies are striking elsewhere as well, how will the council choose to handle this? I'll have to check up on General Ayat to see if she needs help, I thought before looking down at the Elacrian that I had managed to keep alive. I had severed his dominant arm but otherwise kept him able. The healthier he is now, the longer he'll last during the information extraction. "You, soldier carrying the weapons," I called out to a nearby elf who had been assigned to collect his fallen comrade's belongings. The young elf looked down at weapons in his arms before realizing that he was the one being called to. "Why yes, General Arthur, I pointed down to the Alacrian on the ground. Bring this one to the camp and wrap up his wounds so he doesn't bleed out. There was a look of disdain that passed through the elf's face, but he quickly hid it and dipped his head in understanding. Oh, and make sure he doesn't kill himself before I interrogate him, I added as the elf picked the wounded enemy up. Yes, sir, he said with renewed vigor, knowing that his enemy will perhaps have a fate worse than death. Chapter 196, Questioning. Letting out a sigh, I sank down on deep moss and leaned back against a tree. I pulled out a water skin and took a long sip, letting the cold water sit in my mouth before I gulped it down. There was a faint glow now as the sun came up. Looking at the sky covered in trees, I took in the view of lush green with specks of orange peeking through to provide a little warmth in this damp and cold forest. Distracting my mind from thinking of the upcoming task that I would have to undergo, I thought back to a few days ago. Despite the weighty conversation that I had with Agrona, things seemed to be getting better. My core had advanced to white, and every moment my body acclimated to the change, I felt stronger. The scars around on my neck and wrist hadn't disappeared but had become noticeably lighter. My legs that had endured several substantial injuries felt lighter than before. I knew that my body hadn't physically changed. This meant that I still couldn't use any sequence of Mirage Walk, including Burst Step, without accruing damage to my lower body, but using organic magic, magic that didn't have a set purpose predisposed by gestures or chance, had become infinitely more natural and with it a method of becoming even stronger. Sylvie, on the other hand, didn't have it as easy. While she looked younger than my sister in her new form, she had the coordination of a toddler. Her frustration was visible as she frequently tripped over her own foot or lost balance for no apparent reason while standing still. Perhaps even more amusing than her stumblings was her attempts at using her newly acquired thumbs. More than once did a maid have to clean broken plates and shelf decors in the room. I let out a chuckle, still clearly able to picture the faces of everyone when they saw Sylvie in her human form for the first time. Everyone had taken it a different way. Catherine's eyes had widened as she bolted away from my door while repeatedly apologizing for the intrusion, leaving Hester with an amused grin as I tried to explain. My sister had pointed at me with a trembled finger, asking when Tessa and I had a child together. While I didn't blame her since Sylvie did have this sheen wheat-colored quality to her hair that might have been a result of a shade of brown mixing with gunmetal silver, but I responded as any older brother would. I smacked the back of Ellie's head and asked her how Sylvie could have been my child if she looked only a few years younger than her. At the mention of Sylvie's name, my sister turned ecstatic and the two have been spending more time with each other ever since. Virian's reaction had been relatively muted. He seemed to have sensed it was Sylvie the moment he walked into the room. That didn't mean he was going to pass up the opportunity for a witty remark though, rubbing his chin in thought while muttering that he now knew my preference counted as such. Surprisingly, though, Emily's reaction had disturbed me the most. The way she turned beet red and covered her mouth was reasonable enough, but she just stood there in the doorway, her curved lips peeking out from behind her hands. It was a duly noted reminder to me to introduce a boy to the poor lonely artificer. Squeezing my eyes shut, I let out a deep breath. I had left Sylvie behind since she was still getting used to the changes to her body in her new form now that the seal her mother had placed on her was broken, and while I felt isolated here despite the activity going around from the aftermath of the recent battle, I knew I made the right decision. I didn't want her, I didn't want anyone I knew, to see what I would have to do to the boy I had kept alive. I just hope that things are better on General Aya's side, I thought. The two of us were ordered to confirm and aid in the defense against the attacks of the Alacrians, assuming that the messenger's news was correct. With my eyes still closed, I took in the symphony of sounds. Birds sang in varying notes while insects harmonized with their chirps and drones, all accompanied by the background of rustling leaves. Maybe it's actually more peaceful here than in the castle, I muttered optimistically, imagining the chaos in the meeting room right now as the members of the council fought for the proper distribution of soldiers and mages now that significant attacks weren't just happening on Sapin's doorsteps. General Arthur. A familiar voice called out from a distance, prying my eyes open. It was the elf that I had ordered to carry the Alacrian. He ran toward me deftly, never missing a footing despite the unevenness of the ground. The Alacrian has awoken. I rose to my feet, patting the dirt off of my clothes. I prepared my mind, reaching out for the emptiness that would help me interrogate the enemy without remorse or sympathy, all the while trying to bury the memory of my past when the situation was reversed. Strip the prisoner and remove everyone else from the room. The encampment of the elven troops was in the middle of a small clearing that seemed unnatural just a few hundred yards north of the battle, or so I thought. My senses even at Whitecore weren't fully accustomed to the direction-disturbing effects of the Elshire forest. By the holes in the ground that had been packed with fresh dirt and the trees that seemed to be unusually dense just outside the camp, it seemed like the elves had a mage with strong wood affinity to manipulate the trees like this. Tents of thick fabric filled the clearing while elven soldiers moved about in activity. A few bowed when our eyes met, while others glanced wearily at the human kid that was perhaps several times more powerful than the entire camp combined. The elf pointed ahead. "This way, General. The Alacrian is in the tent at the rear. Our head is waiting just outside." I saw the large canopy made up of twisted roots and branches and a thick cloth draping over it. A swirling dome of wind covered the wooden tent, and waiting with her attention to the entrance of the tent, arms out and mana continually circulating inside her, was the same armored woman that I had managed to save from the prisoner himself. Upon seeing our arrival, she visibly relaxed and held out a hand. "I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Lenna M. Aries, head of the Southeastern Unit in Illinois, Arthur Llewyn." I shook her hand before turning to the tent. "He's able to talk?" A look of disgust traced Lenna's face. "He's been screaming and yelling since waking up, which is why I had to put up a wind barrier. It'll also give you some privacy." "Thank you." I took a calm breath, dissociating myself from the events about to unfold as I walked through the sound-protecting barrier without disrupting the spell, a feat that was much harder than it appeared. I wouldn't think of myself as Arthur right now. I was an interrogator from this moment. Inside, my ears were already filled with an angry boy shouting idle threats. "My arm, where's my arm? If you primitive beasts know what's good for you, you'll untie me. I am of Bloodvale, a distinguished family of the..." My hand cracked across his face, snapping it back with the force of the blow. The boy looked at me, stunned. "Why you slapped me. What's your name? I'll have you." I bent forward after slapping him once more to lock eyes with the boy. "I don't think you truly understand the gravity of the situation you are in, so allow me to enlighten you." I stepped down on his pinky toe until a sharp crack could be heard. The boy screamed and flailed, but the chair he was tied to never faltered. I stared, deadpan, as he struggled to cope. A few moments later, I could feel him cycle mana to his broken toe, trying to heal and alleviate some of the pain. "Good. The boy will last a while." Despite strengthening his body with mana, I broke another one of his toes. Again, a shrill cry tore out of the boy's throat as his eyes watered. I removed my foot from his toe and waited another moment. Then, I stepped on and broke another one of his toes. His shouts and curses soon turned to sobs and pleas to stop, but he wasn't completely broken yet. I moved my foot from his toes, just below his ankles, and stepped down. A series of cracks and snaps resounded along with the boy's piercing shriek. "PL please." "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" "I'll give you anything," he muttered in between sobs as he stared at his mangled left foot. "Your name?" I demanded without emotion. "Why do you need to know?" The boy let out another howl as his left fibula snaps in two. "Stefan. Stefan Vale." "Please. No more." "Stefan." Even from a glimpse, I know your family, or blood, as you call it, is distinguished, meaning you are as well. Unlike the other soldiers we've captured so far, you've made no attempts to kill yourself and wish dearly to live. Am I correct so far?" "Yes," he blurted, not giving his interrogator an excuse to break another bone. I chose my words carefully before speaking. "I won't kill you if you cooperate. In what condition you make it back home, however, will depend on how helpful you are and how honestly you answer my questions. Do you understand?" He nodded fiercely. "A few of your troops have survived and safely escaped, but I strongly advise you get rid of the hope that the number of forces they can muster up and bring back here will not be strong enough to aid you." The mana that I had grown accustomed to restraining was set loose. The thick roots and branches making up the tent cracked and snapped under the full weight of a white core mage letting loose. The ground splintered as rubble shook below our feet. As for Stefan, he was having a hard time breathing even while meager amounts of mana cycled profusely throughout his body. His bloodshot eyes bulged as his mouth gaped like a fish out of water until I withdrew my mana back. I understand," he stammered, unable to even muster up the strength to be embarrassed by the foul, acrid stench emanating from between his legs. "Good." I nodded, taking a step away. I thought of going straight to the more pressing questions, but I wanted to see if he was actually telling the truth. "List all of the males in the Vale house and your relationship to them." The boy looked fearful for a second, most likely thinking that I would use this information to kill off his entire house. But with a quick reassurance that killing his family wasn't my intention, he succumbed. Stefan rattled off a list of names that had no meaning to me besides that they were some distant cousin or uncle until one name that I could verify came up. Izara Vale, my mother. Cardinal Vale, my father. Lucia Vale, my sister. I put up a hand to stop him. "What is the awakening process?" "The awakening is the ceremony that unlocks the children their first mark so that they can become a mage," Stefan answered, his voice hoarse. "What is the difference between a crest and a mark?" I asked, remembering the terms from my glimpse into Yudo's memories through his horn. The boy recited his reply like he'd memorized it out of a textbook. "A crest is stronger, symbolizes a greater understanding of the specified route of magic that the mark enables the mage to utilize." My curiosity was beginning to win over me. I wanted to learn more about Stefan's continent, but I could tell he was starting to withdraw. It would be a lot harder to get him motivated to answer my questions the longer this went, and without an emitter to keep him alive, it was a risk I couldn't take now. Again, I chose the words very carefully for this question. I wanted Stefan to think I had a partial idea and only wanted him to confirm. That was the best way to get truthful answers out of him. "What stage is above marks and crests?" I said, gripping his leg in warning as his eyes began to shut. "After crests are emblems, and then regalias," he said hurriedly. "How strong are mages with regalias compared to retainers?" I don't know. My family's highest power is my grandfather, and he's only an emblem mage." "I swear on the name of Vritra." "Swear on the name of Vritra," I echoed distastefully. "I've heard a saying similar inside the cavern in Darv. It seems the Vritra are considered almost like gods in Alakria." "Do you know how many emblem and regalia holders are on Daikatan currently?" He shook his head. "My commander is an emblem mage, but I know that he answers to a regalia holder. I don't know the exact numbers." I let out a sigh. This boy is too low in rankings to be of any use. From the sound of it, the House of Vale that he so proudly proclaimed wasn't even very high up in Alakria either. Asking a few questions pertaining specifically to the orders that had been given to him, I found out that several other troops were heading north to Elshire Forest just like I had feared. The last question I asked was more for my own curiosity, but it turned out to be the most useful knowledge that I had gained from Stefan. "Please let me go now." "You promised." "I answered every one of your questions truthfully." The boy's shoulders sagged, and the stump that used to be his right arm was bleeding through the bandages. "Like I said, I won't kill you." With those last words, I left the tent. Waiting for me was Lenna, the elven woman that led the troops here. I took in the sights of the encampment. Waves of elven soldiers were arriving, some carrying bloodied allies, while others moved what was left of their comrades' corpses. I stepped forward, stopping beside her. She flinched when our eyes met, but she remained silent, waiting for my orders. 58. My gaze remained cold, not wanting even a shred of emotion to get in my way as I spoke. "I'm done. Feel free to dispose of the Alacrian how you see fit." Chapter 197. torn. My eyes shot open from a sharp sting on my cheek, only to see a blinding light aimed straight at my face. Immediately, my heart started to pound as my mind scrambled to make sense of what was going on. I tried to get up, but both my hands and feet were bound to the chair I was sitting on. "Gray, can you hear me?" A dark silhouette behind the fluorescent light used in hospitals asked calmly. "Where am I?" Who are you?" I managed, my throat dry and burning. "What is the last thing you remember?" A different shadowed figure growled, ignoring my questions. He had a larger frame than the one who had asked the previous question, but I couldn't make out any other details aside from that. My head throbbed as I tried to recollect the memories, but eventually I was able to sort them out. I had just won the tournament. I was slowly adjusting to the light, able to make out more details of the room I was in and the figure standing in front of me. "What else?" the man said calmly. "I accepted an offer to be mentored by a powerful person," I let out, hoping my ambiguity would go unnoticed. "What is the name of this powerful woman and what is your relationship with her?" the man asked. The fact that he knew she was a woman made me think he was either testing me, or he already knew the truth. I pulled at what felt like a thick metal wire tied around my wrists. Seeing as even my strength reinforced with ki did nothing, I answered. "I only know her as Lady Vera, and I just met her." "Lies." The larger man, that I now could make out had long slicked back hair, hissed. He raised a hand, as if to strike me, but the thinner man stopped him. "What happened after you won the tournament, Gray?" he then asked, his voice never showing any signs of emotion. I winced, trying to remember. I think I headed back to my dorm room. Right after, Lady Vera had said before we parted that she'd contact me once things settled down, but better to not tell these men more information than they ask for. I was jolted out of my thoughts when the larger, long-haired grasped my entire neck with a single hand and lifted me, and the chair, off the ground. "Again, lies," he said, his face now close enough to mine to make out more details. He had scars all across his face, making his already intimidating face even more frightening. "It'd be wise to just tell us the organization that sent you to protect the legacy." "Organization? Legacy?" I couldn't make sense of their accusations, but with my throat unable to even gasp for air, I was left gagging in the man's grasp until his thinner companion smacked away the hand that was choking me. Anchored down by the chair I had been tied to, I fell helplessly on the ground. I lost consciousness for a split second when my head snapped and hit the cold hard floor. When I came to, I had been put back upright, face to face with the thinner man that somehow scared me more than the large scarred abomination. He had short cropped hair and eyes that looked more hollow than a dead fish. A single look into his eyes made me doubt that the man even had emotions to hide. His eyes remained locked on mine for a split second before his lips curved up into a smile that didn't quite reach his dead eyes. He turned around and walked away. "Strip him while I get the white phosphorus," the larger man sneered as he tore off the old shirt I had worn to bed and the gooseprint pajama pants that Headmaster Wilbeck had gotten me as a joke for my birthday. "I believe you have some information that we need. Fortunately for you, this means that we need you alive for now." The thinner man came back, wearing gloves. In his hands was a small metal cube. "If you're truly who we suspect you are, then you might have prepared for this. If by some mistake, we've made an error and everything that we considered as evidence was simply coincidence, then well, you'll be experiencing something that you'll never forget." What are you talking about?" I said, still bleary from the recent head trauma. "This will be easy," the thin man smiled as he dipped a gloved finger into the metal cube. "I won't even ask you any questions yet." He smeared a line of shiny silver paste just below my ribs, and brought out a lighter. "Wait, what are you doing?" "Please," I begged, still unable to even process how everything was unfolding. The man didn't talk, he just lowered the small flame onto the silver paste. As soon as the fire touched the substance, a pain that I didn't even know existed erupted. A scream tore out of my throat as my body convulsed from the searing torment that remained concentrated to where the paste was smeared. I had gotten burned before, but compared to the sensation eating away at my skin right now, Those memories actually felt pleasant. It seemed like hours as the pain somehow seemed to grow worse. During this time, my screams turned hoarse and the tears that flooded down my face had dried and crusted. Finally, the pain began to subside, only for the thin man, the demon, to apply another line of the silver paste on a different section of my body. Please, I wept. Don't do this. The man remained silent and lit another hellish fire on my body. I screamed. My mind screamed. Every part of my body spasmed and twitched, doing whatever it could to expel this torment, but all for naught. Thoughts questioning whether I was going to die soon turned to thoughts hoping I'd die. I couldn't tell how many times the demon sauntered back to me with that wretched silver paste of his. But this time he stood still. He didn't immediately smear my body with the paste again, but rather just locked eyes with me. I jumped at this chance. If it meant that I would be free of the pain, I would do anything. I'll tell you whatever you want. Anything. Everything. I pleaded, my voice barely coming out as a whisper. That's better. He smiled sincerely, somehow making his face even more twisted than before. Now, I'm going to paint you a little story and you're going to help fill in the gaps for me. Any attempts at lying or withholding any truths will unfortunately lead me to put this in places more sensitive. Am I clear? The thin demon held up the container of what he called white phosphorus and waved it in front of me. Without even the necessary saliva to swallow, I simply nodded. Your name is Gray? With background checks confirming you to be an orphan under refuge by one of the many institutions of this country. Headmistress Olivia Wilbeck had been taking care of you since infancy and the orphanage was what you considered home. Am I on track so far, Gray? I nodded again. Bring the boy a glass of water, the thin man replied, seemingly pleased by my obedience. The larger companion held a dirty cup against my mouth. The water was stale and musty, as if they'd wrung a wet dog, but it still felt like bliss against my parched mouth and throat. The bulky man pulled away the cup when I had only finished half, making me crane my neck forward to try and suck as much water before he pulled it completely out of reach. Moving on, and this was where I was hoping you'd start filling in the gaps, he said as if I had a choice. What military institution trained you to be the legacy's protector? Because there wasn't anything on official records. I furrowed my brows, confused. I've only barely finished my second year at Witham Military Academy. I've had no previous training before. So you're telling me that you managed to defeat 2 professionally trained key combatants without prior training? The thin man asked, his voice getting dangerously low. I had help from my friends, but yes, I said, mustering up as much confidence as I could. And so you're telling me Olivia Wilbeck, that calculating shrew, allowed the legacy to simply walk out in public with 2 children that had no prior training? What is this legacy you keep saying? I've never seen that thing in my life, I pleaded. The thin man regarded me silently for a moment. There are just 2 things I really want to know, Gray. What organization sent you to protect the legacy? And to what extent is the country of Tradden providing assistance to you and the legacy by publicly announcing Lady Vera as your mentor? My mind spun for answers. I had no idea what organization he was talking about and what the country of Tradden had anything to do with whatever this legacy was. Before I could answer, the man let out a sigh. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as he walked toward me. I really hoped you'd stay true to your word and cooperate. If you hesitate like this, I can only assume you're trying to make up an answer. He dipped his gloved fingers in the cube and smeared a line of the silver paste on the inside of my bare thighs. Please. I don't know, I pleaded once more, fresh tears rolling down my cheeks once more. I don't know. Hellfire ignited on the soft flesh of my thighs, the heat reaching up to my crotch. I couldn't tell if I was screaming after a while. My ears seemed to have tuned out my own yells. I thought the pain was unbearable, but I guess my body didn't think so. No matter how badly I wanted to lose consciousness, I stayed awake, enduring the full brunt of the controlled flames. But that wasn't even the worst part. It was the part where the thin demon would come after a while and pause before wordlessly igniting another part of my body on fire. Every time he walked toward me, I was both afraid and hopeful. Afraid that he'd induce more pain, and hopeful that this would be the time that he'd finally talk again and relieve me from this hell. Time seemed so foreign to me, I couldn't tell whether it was going by fast or slow inside the stark, windowless room. The bright light aimed constantly at my face didn't allow my eyes to make out details of the room. No distraction to help me ease the pain. What snapped me out of my stupor was the sound of footsteps approaching me. I readied myself to plead, to beg at the thin man, but I realized a third person had come inside the room. What th? The large man slumped after taking a quick strike from the third figure. The thin demon lashed out with a weapon I couldn't make out but was suddenly sent flying back. The third figure walked toward me, turning off the light. The world splotched white until my eyes were able to adjust. "You're safe now, kid," the figure said, kneeling down. It was Lady Vera. Gales of wind tore past me as I flew above the clouds. Reaching White Core had come with an abundance of perks, and manipulating ambient mana effectively enough to take flight was one of them. Had I tried to do something like this while still in silver, I would have drained my own core minutes into a journey. Now, I was filled with the surreal feeling of the mana around me lifting me up into the sky. Still, while the sensation was exhilarating, my head swam with thoughts from last night's dream. I had assumed that interrogating the Alacrian was what brought out that unwanted memory, but with how frequently I've been having these detailed memories of my former life, I couldn't help but grow worried and frustrated. Still, I had made a vow when I was born into this world that I wouldn't live a life like my previous one, and until I could get a better explanation of why these memories were coming back, I decided to just consider them as reminders of my failures. Besides, it wasn't like I could see a therapist here. I mustered a smile at the thought of myself laying on a couch, talking about my problems to a professional with a clipboard. When I looked back at Tordelshire Forest, a tinge of guilt surfaced in my stomach for leaving them so hastily. Lenna and her soldiers are better off with Generalia staying behind since she can actually navigate within the forest, I reassured myself. After meeting up with the Elven Lance, we exchanged our findings in depth. We had decided that I was to report back to the castle while she remained as support until further orders by the council. I didn't exactly report back to the castle, but I did send a brief report through a transmission scroll that Lenna had on hand and informed Virion that I was going to make a small detour. The transmission scroll will give them enough to work off of, and the information I learned from the Alacrian will be more useful here, I thought as I stared at the snow-capped peaks of the Grand Mountains jutting out of the clouds. Even this high up, I could hear the distant echoes of battle raging beneath. Muffled explosions, hums of magic, and the faint cries of various undistinguishable beasts resounded, muddled by the screams and yells of people fighting them. For some reason, I was nervous. The lances rarely came to the wall because there has yet to be any sightings of any retainers or scythes. The day-to-day battles that raged on by the wall were mages and soldiers alike facing corrupted beasts that mindlessly tried to charge through and break the line of defense. I'd read many reports coming from the wall and even made some changes to their fighting structure. Yet, this would be the first time I'd be there in person. This was where battles were going on almost daily, producing seasoned soldiers out of new recruits that were still wet on the nose, if they survived. More importantly, this was where Tess and her unit were stationed. They were part of the assault division responsible for infiltrating dungeons and getting rid of corrupted beasts below and wipe out any teleportation gates that the Alacrian have been planting to transport more soldiers. Reaching the Grand Mountains, I slowly descended through the sea of clouds until I got a full aerial view of the battle ensuing below me. Streams and bolts of magic in various colors rained down from the wall while soldiers below fought of hordes of beasts that had managed to live through the elemental assaults. Some stronger beasts unleashed magical attacks of their own, but its number and volumes paled compared to the collective efforts of all the mages in the wall. I continued my descent toward the wall, concentrating on the numerous types of beasts on the battlefield that was dyed in shade of red darker than normal blood when I sensed a spell approaching me from behind. Looking back over my shoulder, I saw the blast of fire as large as my body in diameter shooting toward me. A tinge of annoyance was all that I managed to muster up before swatting at the spell. dispersing it effortlessly before speeding my descent to the upper levels of the wall. Softening my landing with a cushion of wind, I was met with a crowd of soldiers kneeling. Closest to me was a barrel-chested man clad in full armor that was dented and dirty from obvious exposure in battle. He knelt down a few feet ahead of me, his hand holding down the head of a man that looked to be only a few years older than me. "General, my sincerest apologies for my subordinate's grave blunder. As we had not received word that Alance would be blessing us with his presence, he assumed you to be an enemy. I will reprimand and see to his punishment immediately," the man clad in armor stated. His voice wasn't loud but carried a presence that told me his battered armor wasn't the only thing that showed he was a veteran. I pried my gaze off the man that I assumed was the leader and looked at the boy whose head was forcibly pushed down into a bow. He was trembling while he gripped at his staff with enough strength to whiten his knuckles. "It's been a while since I've been treated like this," I mused, taking a moment to savor the heads bowed in respect and probably fear. It grew old after a few seconds. I cleared my throat and walked toward the large man in armor. "No need. I came unannounced and from the Beast Glade, so I can see how your subordinate thought I was an enemy." I paused, and bent down to match my gaze to the conjurer that had fired the spell at me. "But, next time when you see an unidentified and possible threat, you should immediately notify your superiors so that they can make the judgment." "Understood?" "Understood, General." He bolted upright into a salute, nearly clipping my chin in the process. With a grin, I turned back to the armored man. "Name and position," I stated, walking past him toward the stairs. "Captain Albanth Kelris of the Bulwark Division." He trotted close behind. "Well then, Captain Albanth Kelris, let's talk strategy." Chapter 198, A City Within. I took a seat on the cushioned chair of gnarled wood, casting a wary gaze at the two royal pairs already poised to lash out at each other. The only thing keeping the four of them silent was their respect for me. In front of me was a transmission scroll that held the contents of today's meeting sent to me by Arthur. A creeping suspicion that the boy in question had decided not to come straight back in order to avoid this meeting bubbled inside my head, but I let it go with a sigh. "I forgive you, Arthur." "I don't want to be here either," I thought, taking a moment to appreciate the luxuriously decorated room. With a cozy fire burning in the hearth and several light artifacts set in gold sconces along the walls, the room was cast in a warm, friendly atmosphere, as if to mock the subtle hostility surfacing from those present inside. The last shred of natural light from the window to my left dimmed as the sun dipped below the clouds. I took that as my cue to start the meeting. "Take a seat. Let's begin." There was a moment of silence while the four in the room with me looked at one another before the head of the Glader family cleared his throat. "Well, we've all been briefed on General Arthur and General Aya's report, so I say we get right to it. I believe we should keep our forces as is and send reinforcement to the Elshire Forest on an as-needed basis," Blaine said. Despite the human king's sunken cheeks and unshaved state that covered the lower half of his face with the same crimson color as his hair, he spoke resolutely. I remained silent and neutral, as was my job until all sides, which in this case, too, have explained their arguments. "Councilman Blaine, sending reinforcements on an as-needed basis to the border between the Beast Glades and the Elshire Forest suggests you don't see the Elven territory worthy of defending," Muriel intoned coldly. Years of being part of the council had shaped my once lively daughter-in-law into a sharp and cold diplomat. "Oh, don't twist my words, Councilwoman Muriel," Blaine rebutted. "The report stated 2 separate attacks, but it was coordinated to happen at the same time. This means that, so far, only 1 attack has been made into the Elven territory. Compare that to the near-daily attacks happening on the Wall. Shouldn't it be obvious that protecting Sapen's borders takes precedence?" "No one is saying that the defense of the Elshire Forest should take precedence over Sapen," Alduin said, composed. "However, much like how there are Elven soldiers stationed at the Wall to help protect Sapen, there should be at least some form of defense on the forest borders, don't you think?" "The Elshire Forest is a form of defense," Priscilla Glader added, pointing with her finger to the lower portion of the forest on the map laid out in front of them. The mana-laden fog itself has been a form of deterrence to everyone but elves since its existence. Even the attacks attempted yesterday would have failed eventually if you chose to ignore the intruders. The Alacrians and beasts would have gotten lost and starved themselves to death long before they reached any outskirt cities of Illinois. The forest itself is a part of the Kingdom of Illinois, and there are still tribes of elves housed outside of the cities, Alduin stated, his voice growing louder. With that same reasoning just now, Sapin would also be better off abandoning the wall and the small outpost cities near the border so that there's less land to protect. How can you even call that an adequate comparison? Blaine roared, slamming his palms down on the round table. The easiest way to the major cities of Illinois is through the northern range of the Grand Mountains. From Sapin. If Sapin goes down, even the outer cities, the Alacrians will have far easier access to your lands as well. Watch your tone, Councilman, Muriel snapped, her bright blue eyes growing dark. You act as though the elves are in your debt when we have sent plenty of mages to help your forces fend off the Alacrians from your waters. If even a fourth of those soldiers were stationed to guard the forest borders, we wouldn't even be needing this meeting. The former human queen spoke, her chilling voice soothing the heated argument. The truth remains as it is. While you can say that the Elshire Forest is part of your kingdom, no cities or even towns have yet to see battle. Until such a need grows, sending troops will only weaken the borders that are continuously facing battles. Alduin rubbed the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. When he opened them, his emerald eyes locked into mine. All we're requesting is sending some of our men back to Illinois so that they can defend their home. There is no your men. Did you forget? The council was formed to unite the three races because we predicted an outside threat. Our job is to stay impartial and lead the entire continent into a victory over the Alacrians, not just Illinois, Blaine rebutted before turning to face me. I implore Commander Varian that he remains impartial for the sake of this war. You talk of impartiality when you've been single-mindedly focused on what's best for your kingdom. Alduin argued, the tip of his ears turning red. And if the whole sake of the council was to unite the three races, yet one of the three races isn't even present, doesn't that defeat the whole point? Enough. Those present in the room felt the palpable pressure that I cast on the place. Even Priscilla, with her core on the verge of turning silver, paled as she struggled. I've heard both sides, and before you further degrade yourselves by arguing like spoiled children, I'll inject myself. Both Blaine and Alduin flushed with anger and embarrassment but remained silent. I cast a sharp gaze to everyone inside before speaking again. Based on the number of attacks, Sapin remains a priority for the Alacrians. As Councilman Blaine mentioned, the easiest way to the major cities of Illinois is from crossing the northern range of the Grand Mountains from Sapin, and since there have been small strikes near that area, we are to proceed under the assumption that the Alacrians know this as well. We'll send more troops to solidify that area's defense. That still doesn't. Another pulse of mana sent Alduin's jaw to snap shut. As for the defense of the southern borders of Illinois, we'll have several units of the Trailblazer Division stationed to only make expeditions down the dungeons nearby so that they can resurface and act as additional support in case of more attacks in the forest. The room remained tense, but everyone seemed satisfied, just barely. Good. I nodded. Now, as for the biggest issue, our alliance with the dwarves has remained neutral at best the best of times, and hostile for the remainder. Even with the formation of the council, the dwarven representatives have always had their own agenda and priorities, but I'm hoping that will soon change. I turned my head toward the single door, and everyone followed. After a moment of silence, I cleared my throat. You can come in now. Oh, damn. I missed my cue. A gruff voice sounded from the other side of the room. I could feel a smile forming on my lips. The ornamented knob shook harshly before a brawny dwarf with a thick white beard and a decorated robe that seemed a few sizes too tight walked inside. With a childish grin, he took a seat in the empty chair closest to him before introducing himself. Bundemaglonuit. Pleasure to meet ya all. Walking down the never-ending flights of stone stairs, I remained entranced by the bustle of activity all around us. I couldn't help but think how misleading the name The Wall was. It was so much more. Each flight of stairs led to a different floor within the wall. The highest stories remained relatively minimal, with reinforced metal and stones continually being maintained by human and dwarven mages. There were also teams of conjurers and archers stationed on these upper floors, responsible for firing down at the enemies below through the numerous embrasures. Adjacent to the multiple staircases spanning the entire height of the wall were dozens of pulleys that hauled arrows, provisions and other supplies to the upper levels. The sound of tools clashing against stone and steel was actually drowned down by the footsteps of soldiers and workers alike, that never remained still for even a moment. "Please excuse the noise, General. I've been told it's quite overwhelming for those that aren't used to it," Albanth shouted, his voice barely audible from the clamor. "Overwhelming indeed." I drew in a breath. "I regret taking this long to actually visit the wall. It's amazing. While I'd like to take the credit, I'm fairly new here myself." The senior captain that I, along with a few others like myself, report to is the one responsible for the whole system and structure of this place, he explained, waving at a few workers that saluted to him. We continued our walk down the stairs until we reached a gate accompanied by 2 soldiers standing guard. "The floors from here on out are accessible to civilians as well," Albanth explained, flashing a badge at the guards. "Captain." The 2 saluted before turning an uncertain gaze toward me. "Fools," Albanth barked. "Were you taught to stare in the presence of a lance?" The armored guards' eyes widened, their faces paling. "General." They immediately bowed in unison. The captain scratched the back of his neck. "My apologies, General. Some of the lower soldiers still can't recognize the lances on sight." "It's fine," I smiled, looking at the soldiers. "And a salute is enough." "Yes, sir," the soldier on the right replied, standing back upright in a salute. The other one followed his companion. "It's an honor to meet a famed lance." "Just open the gates," Albanth sighed, shaking his head. The 2 scrambled to unclasp the metal hinges, and we continued our descent. By the next floor, I found myself sweating and my eyes stinging slightly. "Is there a fire somewhere?" "In a way, yes," the sweating captain said, tugging at the neckline of his gorget to cool himself off. "We're arriving at the level that contains our main forge." Another flight of stairs and I was able to see the full glory of the forge. Smoke was ventilated through the narrow slits near the ceiling, but the floor was still covered in a dense dark cloud. A thick layer of heat constantly radiated from the multiple forges spaced out evenly amongst teams of blacksmiths. Tools hung in racks as dozens of brawny men hammered down on their anvils. A few dwarven metal mages I spotted actually molded ingots like they were made of putty. Apprentices ran around busily, some holding buckets of water while others carried crates of finished weapons to deliver to other floors, while workers continued to maintain the back wall that protected them from the enemies on the other side. "Please bear with the heat for just a bit longer," Albanth chimed in. "We're almost there, General." The further we traveled down, the more people there actually were. Aside from the soldiers and different types of workers were a fair amount of merchants and rogue adventurers present as well. "There's an entirely separate economy here," I mused. "Absolutely," Albanth agreed, wiping his sweat away with his gloves. "Because there is no law mandating service for the war, we've set out rewards for adventurers who clock in time out on the field or on the upper levels. It's easy money for them, and we get an almost never-ending supply of able-bodied mages and fighters. The only drawback is that there are sometimes quarrels between the soldiers and the adventurers, but it's fairly rare since any problems get the adventurers banned from taking jobs here." "And the merchants are here because of the adventurers?" I guessed, surveying the lines of stalls and tents set up on the ground floor. "Yes, sir. They're restricted from the main route where our soldiers' supplies come in from, and they're also taxed quite heavily for doing business here, but they still come in droves." Albanth chuckled. "A rather brilliant idea by the senior captain, if I do say so myself. Because of that, most of the adventurers that take on jobs here are actually paid for by the money that the merchants pay to do business here for the adventurers." "Brilliant," I echoed, nodding to the guards that bowed deeply upon recognition. It was a resourceful idea that spoke volumes about the senior captain in charge of this entire city-like structure. Albanth led the way, parting the crowds on the ground floor for me. I'm sure flying down would have been much faster, but I hope this little tour helped you become familiar with the wall. I appreciate it, Captain Albanth. The captain smiled, his crow's feet deepening. We walked for several more minutes until we reached a more quiet area. An unusually large canvas pavilion stood out against the mountainside, several mages standing guard. Albanth gestured toward the lavish white tent. This is the room that the captains and heads use to hold meetings. You came at a good time since there's a meeting going on right now. I was actually about to head down just before you arrived. I'm glad everything worked out, I replied. Funny how things work that way. He chuckled, flashing his badge once again at the guards. Senior Captain Trotius, along with the other captains and several heads, are inside. Trotius, I thought, vaguely recognizing the name from somewhere. The guards opened to flap, and I walked inside behind Albanth. Inside was a large round table with a detailed map of what looked like the Beast Glades. On the map were several wooden figures shaped differently to indicate various positions of the dungeons and troops. There were 7 people seated around the table, all in battered armor and disheveled robes and currently in discussion. At the far end of the circular table sat a man that I could only describe as the perfect image of a traditional gentleman. Handsome, with shiny black hair meticulously cropped, dressed in a flawless military-style suit that looked like it had been made just this morning. His eyes were sharp and deep-set, his irises glowing with a slight tint of red. The man stopped mid-sentence upon noticing our arrival and stood up. He dipped his head after looking directly at me. General Arthur Llewellyn. The rest stood up and bowed as well upon hearing my title. Captain Albanth saluted at the man who had just greeted me. My apologies for being late. Given the nature of the task, it's of no consequence, the man said, showing no emotion. Please, have a seat and allow me to introduce myself. I am Trotius Flamesworth, Senior Captain in charge of the Wall, Chapter 199, Return. Currently, there are 5 units in this region and another 3 further east approximately in this vicinity based on their last transmissions, the captain of the Trailblazer Division reported, pointing to the relative markings with an outstretched finger. Jasmia Kruer, her name given to me via a brief introduction, was the captain of Tessa's unit. She was a beautiful woman, in a terrifying sort of way, with long blonde hair that draped over her shoulders in waves and a figure that her tight-fitting armor only accentuated. I could only imagine how many men have tried to court her once they worked up the nerves to do so. The captain always had one hand resting on the pommel of her saber, as if always ready to strike, and her surly expression never seemed to soften. I had imagined that the captain leading its division into the dangerous wilds of the Beast Glades would be tough, but Captain Jasmia looked as though she could frighten away mana beasts with just a sharp gaze in their direction. Trotius shifted his gaze from the map to a sheet of paper he was holding. Captain Jasmia, the log sheets for clearing the dungeons, how accurate is this timeline? The captain of the Trailblazer Division straightened her back before speaking. Fairly accurate, even taking into account the number of Alacrian mages surrounding the teleportation gate and how much the corruption process has taken over the dungeon levels. My unit has never taken longer than a week. A week is too long, the senior captain stated coldly. The number of corrupted beasts attacking the wall has yet to decline. Have your units on a strict deadline of 4 days for each dungeon. But sir. Captain Jasmia bolted up from her seat. Rushing the expeditions to that degree will only cause more casualties. Some of these dungeons have never been cleared before, and extreme caution has to be taken, or an entire unit can get wiped out. That's an order. Captain Jasmia Kruer. The wall is the last form of defense on the eastern border of Sapin. If a soldier from your unit dies out in the Beast Glades, that soldier's family isn't in danger. However, if the number of beasts becomes more than this fort can handle, those monsters and the Alacrian mages controlling them will have free rein on the civilians of the towns nearby. Captain Jasmia's expression as she returned to her seat was even more sour than it had been before. The brawny Captain Albanth, on the other hand, had all of the intensity of a bear cub sitting across uncomfortably from the blonde-haired bundle of seething fire. Despite his warrior-like build, most of the captain's division comprised of workers and blacksmiths responsible for maintaining and further constructing the wall. He himself had been a retired A-class adventurer that opened up his own forge in Blackburn City. With the continued success of the wall under his direct guidance, Albanth had been recently promoted from his position as a unit head. However, with a relatively new captain mostly overseeing the development and maintenance of the wall, and with Captain Jasmia hardly staying in one place since most of her troops are constantly in different parts of the Beast Glades, Trodius Flamesworth had been assigned to this area as the senior captain that both Jasmia and Albanth directly reported to. I continued listening silently as the two captains continued their reports to Trodius, as the few heads present in the meeting occasionally chimed in to give more detailed accounts when asked. Trodius looked up from his notes. "And what is the progress on the new routes for our Trailblazer division?" "We've just finished securing the fourth tunnel. It's the longest one yet, and the entrance is hidden in a small crevice along a river bank. A team of Earth mages is still reinforcing the tunnel, but it should be accessible to units within a week," Albanth explained, drawing a line with his fingers that indicated the rough layout of the tunnel. "Pull back a fourth of the workers and have them work nights instead," Trodius stated. "We were forced to flood another route just last week because its location had been compromised by the Alacrians. Securing more underground routes is priority." The senior captain then turned back to Captain Jasmia. "Are there new updates on finding any transportation gates?" The captain shook her head. "I have only a single unit working on locating it. I'll need more time." "Teleportation gate?" I asked, my interest piqued. "Yes," Trodius answered, his red eyes shifting to me. "With the constant attacks on the wall, the best way for our soldiers to access the Beast Glades are through our underground channels. However, with the new mode of transportation that is being built to connect the wall to Blackburn City, a train is what I believe they're calling it, we would have far better access to the city's teleportation gate. If we are able to locate and connect that gate to any gates in the Beast Glades, then troops wouldn't have to waste hours marching through underground tunnels." My eyes focused on the map. "How are you certain that there are even teleportation gates in the Beast Glades?" "We're not," he replied matter-of-factly, "which is why I've limited the resources into finding it. Many of the ancient texts we have on the gates point to some being hidden within the Beast Glades, but whether it's true or not remains a mystery." The teleportation gates were an interesting subject for me. Along with the floating castle and Zyra City, the gates were another relic left behind by the mages of the old. It was always fascinating for me to read how these ancient mages used magic to do things that even the strongest mages of the present couldn't even fathom replicating. The stone arches engraved with indecipherable runes looked so simple, yet entire cities were built around them and relied on them as modes of transportation. Presently, artificers have only unlocked how to connect teleportation gates to each other and change their destinations. As for actually building on themselves, it was a distant dream. "What sort of method is the unit using to track down the gates?" I asked, assuming that you do not just have them blindly wander around. A faint smile cracked open on the lips of Trodius Flamesworth. "I prefer not to waste even the smallest of resources on ventures like that. The gates constantly emit a faint fluctuation of mana particles. Normally, this wouldn't be detectable to even the best trackers, but these fluctuations occur throughout the whole spectrum of elements." "Interesting," I accidentally said aloud. I thought back to my time trying to track mana fluctuations in Darv. It was hard, but that was because I had blindly searched for any deviations in the ambient mana through Realmheart. If it's to find fluctuations of all the elements, then finding it would just be a matter of flying over all of the Beast Glades. Never mind, I thought. A waste of time considering there might not even be any gates. My thoughts were interrupted by Trodius, who began stacking away his notes. He spent a good few minutes meticulously organizing and perfectly setting his piles of papers before meeting my gaze. "My apologies for having you sit through this meeting." The senior captain of the Flamesworth family stood up, motioning for the rest of the people present to leave before I stopped him. "It'll be better for them to hear this as well," I stated, still in my seat. It didn't take too long to explain what I learned from interrogating the Alacrian. That, and with the scene from Yuto's memories filling in some of the gaps, I was able to give an in-depth analysis that had even Captain Jasmia furiously scribbling on a piece of paper. "Intriguing," Trotius mused. "General, you say that the Alacrian mages have a very limited, specialized form of magic manipulation, but what is stopping a striker, for example, from blasting out his mana into a ranged strike?" "It's as the senior captain says. I can't exactly give this information to my troops, only to have them injured or killed because a striker launched a ranged spell or a shield was able to conjure a mana blade," Jasmia added. "I won't tell you to be entirely confident in this information. Better yet, don't tell your troops or only inform the heads and have them observe. Our enemies use magic very differently from us, but that doesn't always mean it's better. Study and exploit the flaws," I stated. "The council will be expecting reports based on the information that I'm giving you now." The council wasn't actually aware of this information yet, but they will soon, and they're undoubtedly going to want reports back. I told the ones present in the meeting the rest of what I knew about the marks, crests, emblems, and regalias. More captains will be given this information and be expected to contribute reports on what you find out in the battlefield. I stood up. "That'll be all." I took my leave, not wanting to stay inside any longer than necessary. Throughout the entire meeting, I paid careful attention to Trotius Flamesworth. Growing up with his daughter helping my family and me so much, I couldn't help but resent the Flamesworth family after hearing firsthand from Jasmine how she was discarded by her family. My animosity had narrowed down to only Trotius Flamesworth after getting to know Hester and hearing about the relationship between Jasmine and her father from her, but after meeting the man today, all I felt was a weary callousness. After my initial surprise in running into the head of the Flamesworth family, I had tried to stir up as much animosity for the man as I could. But I had come here as a lance, not as Jasmine's friend. He may be a piss-poor father, and he may be cold-hearted to a certain degree, but his leadership was solid. Not long after I had left the tent, my surroundings had become loud and busy. The ground wasn't paved, so a layer of sand and dust constantly dwindled in the air from the myriad of footsteps. Workers, caked in dirt and grime, mingled with merchants and adventurers, some still holding their shovel or pickaxe after being recently relieved from their shift. Tents and carts of various vendors that have traveled a long way shouted out their products while entertainers performed in the intersections on platforms with either an instrument case or an upturned hat in front of them to collect tip. A drone of chatter between buyers and sellers blended into the clamor that came from the wall. The whole fort felt almost autonomous. Every person here had come for a reason, and their steps and actions portrayed that. More than once was I called over to a stall by a merchant so that they could sell me something. "Oi, lad, your shoes look mighty thin for someone in these parts," a burly man in a leather apron called out. "Might I interest you in a pair of fine leather boots for your poor feet?" The man waved his arm at the array of leather footwear displayed in wooden racks. Feigning interest, I leaned forward and touched a few of the boots that looked my size. "The section you're looking at all have a layer of compressed wool inside. I swear you'll feel like you're walking on a cloud," he said excitedly. Curious, I slipped out of my thin turned shoes and edged my feet into a pair of the merchant's boots. I hopped a few times before taking them back off. Placing them back on the rack, I gave the merchant a grin. "I've walked on a cloud before and this wasn't quite the same. Nice shoes though." It was fun walking through the busy streets of the fortress, dressed in nothing but a loose robe with minimal decorations and no weapon. Most regarded me as a merchant's son. Biting into a skewer of charbroiled meat that had the texture of chicken thigh, I stopped by every stall that caught my interest. There were merchants carrying more mundane items like cloth, furs, spices, and alcohol, which was unsurprisingly popular with how many overworked soldiers and workers there were, while some, more interesting, vendors carrying enchanted armors and weapons. A merchant tried very hard to get me to buy an enchanted handle that shot out a blast of fire and smoke from a small nozzle, mainly used for self-defense by weak nobles, until I conjured a sphere of fire from my finger close enough to singe his front hair and gave the man a wink. As the sun began to set, I thought of maybe spending a night at an inn that catered towards the visitors of the wall when a deep horn sounded from a distance. Turning my gaze, I saw a large metal gate about 20 feet high where the horn had come from. I wonder what's happening, I thought just before another horn blew. Following behind a group of uniformed workers as they marched toward the gate, I saw it sliding open with a groan. A crowd had already formed around the gate as carriages pulled by mana beasts began filing in, with mages and warriors walking beside them with weapons unsheathed. Their exhaustion was evident in their posture and expression as the workers took over and started slowly taking crates out of the carriages. I stepped forward to get a better look when out of the corner of my eyes I saw my father. Chapter 200, Responsibilities. I knew it was possible to see them when I got here. I even anticipated it to a certain degree. But when I saw my father help my mother out of the carriage, I stopped in my tracks. For some reason, my feet remained anchored to the ground as I watched more familiar faces appear beside them. Jasmine, Helen, Durden, and Angela came into view one by one. The whole team still looked the same, only they were missing Adam. My parents and the twin horns all wore the same exhausted and grim expressions that matched their ragged appearance as they trudged through the gates alongside their carriage. "Close the gates!" a soldier roared, prompting the towering gates to close behind the last carriage. More and more uniformed workers started filing toward the carriages. Some unmounted the beasts pulling the carriages and led them away to be fed, while others lined up and began passing the boxed supplies in a line to be sorted. A soldier carrying a notebook began talking to the driver of the carriage that had come in first, imbuing mana into my ears. It was easy to hear their conversation even amidst the clamor of the people gathered. "There are 2 less carriages than what was reported to have left from Blackbond," the soldier said gruffly. "We ran into a small team of Alacrian mages near the middle of the route just a mile north of the southern border," the driver said, taking off his helmet that was covered in dents and scrapes. "Lost 2 of my carriages to those bastards." The guard looked behind the wiry man he had been speaking to, studying the carriages, and then let out a sharp breath. "After the carriages are unloaded and your men accounted for, come to the main tent. You'll need to do a full debrief." The driver didn't wait, already beginning to shed his layers of battered armor, dropping it on the ground, before walking back to his carriage. The fact that the head of this expedition spoke of being attacked as if it was a common occurrence sent a sharp pain through my chest. Without another thought, I plowed my way through the crowd, knocking aside men twice my height and weight with ease before stopping just in front of my parents. I was scared for a split second as my eyes locked into theirs. We had reconciled, but my relationship with them was no longer as innocent as it once was. My mother's mouth opened in surprise, and she looked like she was about to say something, but her weathered melted into face a soft smile. "Arthur!" my father called out, dropping the sack he had slung over his shoulder. I smiled back. "Hi, Mom." "Hey, Dad." My father wrapped his thick arms around me, lifting me off my feet. My mother patiently waited for my father to release his embrace before she pulled me in for a hug. "It's good to see you doing well," she whispered, her face against my chest. She was covered in a layer of dust from travels and she probably hadn't had a proper bath in a while, but she still gave off a familiar scent that smelled like home. The twin horns came in next, unable to wait any longer. Durden took off his dirty cloak before giving me a hug. Helen and Angela squeezed me tightly, saying how much I had grown, like aunts said to their nieces and nephews every time they visited. "You got bigger," Jasmine muttered with a half-smile as she tousled my hair. Seeing as she was shorter than me and she had to go on her toes to reach my head made her actions seem a bit more amusing. "Are you sure you didn't just get smaller?" I teased, pulling my old teacher and friend into a hug. After letting go of Jasmine, my body turned, expecting one more hug, A hug that never came. That's when it actually hit me that Adam was really gone. The rude, harsh, and often selfish spear wielder of the twin horns would never shoot me that snide smile of his ever again. Gritting my teeth, I mustered another smile and we walked together to the nearest inn. The large decrepit house that had the audacity to put a sign that advertised it was the most popular inn for miles stood just a few blocks away. Because the inn served as a restaurant and bar as well, it was packed with workers and soldiers replenishing themselves and getting away from the biting cold that was getting worse as it got darker. It's a Lance in the flesh here at my inn. Oh my. The owner of the inn that happened to be working at the front desk with a young girl that obviously looked uncomfortable squirmed like a puppy as he tried to shake my hand, get our forms signed and call a waiter for a table all at the same time. I'm just looking for a quiet dinner and a room for my family and friends after, I said with a smile. Of course, General Arthur jives, clear the patio seats upstairs. Hurry. The old man barked out. Looks like there are some benefits in knowing you after all, Helen chimed, nudging me with an elbow. Durden looked back at the crowd waiting for a seat. We probably would have had to wait for a while otherwise. We were led to a flight of spiraling stairs to a balcony that faced away from the wall. There was nothing but flat plains out in the distance, but it was still a beautiful view. There was a fire crackling in a metal furnace just beside our table for warmth and already a plate of warm bread and some broth for us to start our meal with. How have you been, Arthur? My mother asked after we settled around the table. I've been good, I lied. It wasn't as simple as that. So many things had happened in the span that we hadn't seen each other, but looking at my mother and father, I didn't want to give them anything more to worry about. My mother aged significantly since the last time we met, compared to the comfortable life she had in Xyrus. Being out in the road with the possible threat of death looming around every corner meant beauty and self-management wasn't exactly considered a priority. My father still cropped his hair short, but now also sported a full-on beard now that covered most of his face below his nose. There were dark bags under his eyes, but my father still had a lively expression. I can't even feel your core anymore, Arthur, my father added. How strong have you gotten? I hit white core not too long ago, I smiled. Helen let out a whistle as Jasmine nodded in approval. My father shot me a smirk. My boy. As the food came and the more we talked, the more comfortable everyone became. My mother began smiling more, even reprimanding my father when he made a crude joke. Just like old times. It turned out that my parents still kept in touch with Ellie. It wasn't as often as they wanted it to be, but every trip to the Wall and back to Blackbend City, they'd go out of their way to send a transmission to the castle. Really? I replied, taking a bite out of a piece of grilled fish. Ellie never told me about that. Your sister is in her rebellious stage, my father sighed, shoving a broth-soaked bread in his mouth. She just replies with "I'm okay." Or "I'm alive most of the time," my mother added, worry laced in her voice. She's okay, right? She's eating well, she's making friends. I set down my fork. If you're so concerned, why don't you go visit the castle? I'm sure that's what Ellie wants. Security into the castle has tightened recently. Only heads and above have access to the teleportation gates to there. And even they can only go on official business, Helen explained, wiping her mouth with a cloth. I can take you myself. Sylvie's not with me, but we can go to Blackbend and get the clearance to make the jump to the castle, I replied, hopeful. My parents looked at each other for a moment before looking back at me. My mother spoke in a reassuring tone. A new mode of transportation is going to be built underground. Once that's made, we'll be able to visit you and Ellie much more often. That's good and all, but I've heard reports that the journey here from Blackbend is getting more and more dangerous. Ellie worries about you guys. I worry about you guys. My mother nodded. I know, and I don't blame you guys if you think of us as bad parents for doing this, but we have our duties here. People that need our help. It's not only your burden, there are other soldiers that can take your place. My voice came out sharper than I had intended. There was a moment of silence surrounding the table when Angela suddenly sprang up. Oh dear, Helen, We never took our belongings out of the carriage. A look of confusion flashed across the leader's face before she realized what Angelo was doing. Why yeah, let's get it before it gets stolen. Come on, guys. The two of them dragged Durden and Jasmine away with them. Angelo looked back and gave me a meaningful glance before disappearing. Whether the conjurer wanted to avoid the tension set in this table or just give our family some privacy, I didn't know. My mother cut in, her voice serious. Arthur, our responsibilities here may not be on the scale of what you do as a lance, but your father and I believe what we're doing is for the sake of winning this war faster. You're putting yourselves in danger. I sighed. Everyone is in danger during war. You as well, Arthur, my mother replied unrelentingly. My blood boiled and I had to concentrate on restraining my mana. Yes, but I can handle it. My father slapped down his utensils on the table, drawing my gaze. Do you realize how hypocritical you're being? So you're saying it's fine for you to put yourself in danger, as long as Alice and I are locked away someplace safe, abandoning our responsibilities to our kingdom? I'm fighting this war to protect all of you, but I can't be next to you guys all the time. What if something were to happen to you or Dad, while I'm on a mission? Even Ellie. She's been so engrossed in training because she wants to join you guys. What if she dies too, like Adam? Enough, Arthur. My father snapped. He got up from his seat and stared at me fiercely. Keeping my family safe is my priority, but I also want my family to live happily. That's why we're doing this. Diketon may not have been your only home, Arthur, but it's the only home that we know, and if it means dying so that Tally can live with a better future, then so be it. My father stormed off and my mother followed. She looked back at me solemnly but didn't say anything as I sat alone in silence. Getting up from my seat, I reached into my robe and pulled out several gold coins. I left the coins on the table and flew off the balcony. My mind muddled with emotions. I flew up high enough to look down on the wall and took a seat on the edge of the mountain adjacent to the fortress. I let the sharp winds bite into my skin, enduring the slight pain as punishment for my earlier words. I did all I can to avoid rethinking of my conversation earlier at the inn. I wanted to shoot down a few corrupted beasts, but unfortunately the night was quiet. I started counting the torches along the wall and the number of archers and mages stationed. I even saw a pair of soldiers behind a wooden pillbox spending their night a bit more passionately, not expecting anyone to be looking down on the highest floor of the wall from above. After I ran out of things to count, I extended my vision as much as I could, trying to sense any mana beasts headed toward the wall through the thick of night. I didn't sense any mana beasts, but I did sense someone approaching me from below. There. You are. A voice sounded from below a few minutes later. A hand shot up into view, grabbing hold of the ledge that I was sitting on. I pulled Jasmine up by her arm. The adventurer leaned back against the mountain cliff and caught her breath before speaking again. You should have some respect for those who can't fly. I knew Jasmine was trying her best to be light-hearted. I smiled. Sorry about that. How did find me, anyway? Jasmine puffed proudly, which sounded more like a wheeze since she was still recuperating. Don't underestimate your mentor. I managed a chuckle. I never have. The two of us sat in silence for a while, watching as the night got darker. How long have you been at the wall for? She asked, shivering. I wrapped us in a layer of fire-imbued mana to keep both of us warm before answering. Just a few hours before you guys came. Thank you, she muttered, her gaze distant. Did you get the chance to meet my father? I walked in on their meeting, I answered. Have you? Jasmine shook her head. Not once, despite the many trips back and forth here. Looks like we both have family problems now. Seems like it. Another moment of silence passed before the adventurer spoke again. I won't pry into what happened at the inn. Just know that your parents do care about you and Ellie. Whenever your father meets anyone new, he always tells them about how his son is a lance. I know that they care, I sighed. Ray. And especially Alice. They both feel a lot of guilt. No matter how much we told them otherwise, the fact that they weren't there to help us when Adam died made them feel like it was their fault. Jasmine continued speaking when I didn't reply. You know what happened with your mother before she had you. She was traumatized after what had happened to Lensa. and for a while, she could hardly use her magic for anything more than a scrape or bruise. I know, I huffed, which is why I thought they would stay at the castle until the war was over, not throw themselves to dangerous lands. Jasmine put a hand on my arm. I'm not sure if this makes sense, but I think what they're doing now to contribute to this war is as much for themselves as it is for you and Ellie. They're trying to overcome their past mistakes and fears so that they can become better parents for the both of you. I know I was being selfish too, I admitted, but I think all three of us need some time. Just don't let your relationship with your parents become like me and my family, she said tersely. I'm sure there was time when we could have reconciled, but I chose to keep running and my father's pride kept him from reaching out. I turned to Jasmine, who was sitting down, hugging her knees. She didn't look like she had aged a single day since when I had first met her, except her eyes, that shone with more deeply with a sense of maturity. Thanks, Jasmine. You better be. My jaw is sore for speaking so much. Despite her complaints, we kept talking. I talked to her about some of my missions and she told me some of hers. Her greatest surprise was when I told her that Sylvie had a human form now, but I wasn't entirely sure that she really believed me. Either way, we enjoyed each other's company well through the night up until the sun came peeking back up. I should get back now, Jasmine said, getting up to her feet. Do you need a lift down? She shook her head. It's okay. Going down is the easy part and you look like you need some more time alone. Thank you. I smiled. For everything. Of course, she replied, patting my head. I watched her hop down the side of the mountain, a gale of wind surrounding her and softening her landings until she was gone.